Hello and welcome back to the Altiora Spring Cup. I'm Echo and with me is Altruism. Say hi.
Hey guys, I'm really excited for today. We got a lot of cool games and I'm keen to get into them as soon as possible. But first, let's take a look at what's happened so far.
Yeah, so yesterday we had a whole bunch of really exciting matches going on. We had, for example, the April on Opal versus Bunny Disaster match that was yesterday. That was a really crucial one.
Oh man, I got to cast that one. That was so much fun because it was nail biting action all the way to the end. At the beginning of every round, you didn't know who was going to take it. Looking at the team comps, looking at the maps, there was no clear victor there up until the final seconds.
Yeah, the entire time it was just back and forward. It was so close, and it seemed so exciting to watch from this side of the couch. I'm glad that you were casting it because I think you really showed that excitement. Were you expecting a Opal as soon as they fell down to that losers bracket earlier yesterday at 4 o'clock in our first match yesterday? They went through and they were streamed all three matches yesterday, and they beat both of the people in the losers bracket, and they're now coming up into our losers final today. Were you
Man,
expecting
I
that?
must admit, a Plum Opal is like the underdog story, the come from behind victors here. If ever they were setting themselves up for something like this, because you're 100% right. They took on BW Light, who's currently in our match today. They took them on and went down 3-1 and dropped very early on. This was the 13th, so the first match of yesterday. They dropped into the lower bracket, and then they had to like fight for their lives in every round. They took on a Gorientum, who we've seen a lot of good plays coming from them in the group stages, and then they had to take on Bunny Disaster, and each one of them got harder. And now they've still got work to do. You know, they played three best of fives that drew out to long hours. They basically played like 6.5 hours of Overwatch straight yesterday. We took a half an hour break at one stage, but that was it. And they just pushed forward constantly. I was so excited to see them. So we've potentially got an underdog on our hands here with the Plum Opal.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we go in to see them again at 6 o'clock later today, first off, we have a match between Black Bears and BW Light. Now, these two teams, they were the second and the fourth seeded teams in this tournament, and they've met before in the group stages, right?
That's the best thing about these two teams. Neither of them has lost a game in that group stages, and then they played each other, and it was super close at that stage. I'm not sure exactly what the scoreline was, but BW Light did take that. They managed to come through and be undefeated in the group stages, and being in the winner bracket final, they now have still retained that title. So the only game that Black Bears has lost was against BW Light. So they're doing pretty well. At the same time, they've had a slightly easier run to this current point right now. So we haven't really seen Black Bears tested.
Yeah, no, they had a couple of people had to drop out of the tournament earlier, like from console decent player, which means they got essentially a bye to go on into these finals or these this upper bracket final here up against BW Light. And but both teams they've been absolutely flawless going through their brackets.
You know, that's the beauty of it. Is Black Bears hasn't taken on any of the highly ranked teams or the highest seeded teams, and so they're going to be hard tested against BW Light. But they've shown themselves able to do it. You know, their first round in the bracket stage was against Agorientum. Agorientum, they won that one 3-0. And so that was a nice clinical performance from them, knowing exactly what their strategies are at any stage, and then executing them pretty well, you know, consistently. That's how you win most of the map types, is just consistently doing the right thing. So they've shown that ability, and then they had a bit of a break yesterday. Maybe they went and scrimmed a little bit themselves, but they now have to do that perfectly. They've had all the time to practice and get it right, and they've done it so far, but now's the time where it counts. I don't think either one of these teams would want to drop to the lower bracket, but at the end of the day, they still have a chance to get to the finals. But then they're going to be playing on the back foot again.
They will be because they'll be if they go down to the losers bracket, they will have to play all three matches today. And although some teams like April and Opal managed to do that quite well yesterday, it's difficult for a team to play 6 hours of Overwatch in one day. It's tiring, and that's one of the reasons why they won't want to. But what do you think will happen if we? So one of these teams will have to go and play against April and Opal at 6 o'clock today. How do you think that's going to fare? Because April and Opal, they're a bit of an upset team.
I would be intimidated as that team to be honest. If I was dropping down to face against the Plum Opal, they have shown themselves time and time again that they can win matches. You got to wonder if that momentum is just going to carry through with them. And they were doing it very late into the night after lots of fatigue. So you know that they're going to be fresh now. Uh, it's can they carry over that consistency from yesterday? I'm pretty sure they can. You know, I've got a lot of respect for Plum Opal at this stage. And so the team that's dropping down, they know that they've got a big job now, but if they can win this really hard fight now, they don't have a second hard fight. Whoever drops down has got this hard fight, then the next hard fight against the Plum Opal. And then, like you say, 6 hours of Overwatch. That's where you're very fine tuned. Maybe your Hanzo is just not hitting the same number of headshots. Maybe your Anna's missing sleep darts. That sort of fatigue will cost you the entire game when you get to the finals later against these teams. So there's a lot of pressure running on each of these different paths. They're not out yet, but they have a much harder route to get to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be so exciting to see this because either we get April Opal into the finals at 8 o'clock tonight, which would be exciting no matter what because they always bring such exciting gameplay, or we get a rematch of these two teams who are coming in now. If either of them beats April Opal down in the lower bracket finals. So either way, we've got some really exciting matches today. And the finals, I think, they are going to be so hyped up and everyone's going to be so ready for it because we've been in this tournament for 3 weeks now and everyone is so ready to see the best of the best of this tournament and how they can really compete against each other.
You know, one of the things I'm interested to see, Echo, is the Overwatch that we're going to get to see. You know, we've gotten to the place where we're now watching really good players play really good Overwatch consistently over and over and start pulling out really amazing things. I mean, a Plum Opal yesterday used probably my favorite moment in the tournament where they had a Symmetra and they were pushing on Lijiang Tower Night Market. And they walked the Symmetra behind the Ryan shield, behind the enemy team. They placed a teleporter. Ryan went straight through and shattered from behind the enemy team, caught them completely unawares. Fantastic moment of Overwatch, executed perfectly, like an amazing surprise play that they were able to push out. Have you got a personal play of the tournament that's just stuck out to you so far from the games that you've been able to cover?
So I don't think I can really choose one specific thing, but I do love the Symmetra TPs that I've been seeing. So I casted a whole bunch of games last weekend, and in a lot of those games we had so many Sim TPs. Altiora Everest, although they did get knocked down, they played so well in their games, and even against Bunny Disaster, they played so well, and they had so many nice moments with their Sigma player. And Bunny Disaster was exactly the same against them. I can remember that match so well, and for me personally, it's a bit of a shame that those two teams are knocked out because I was loving their games from last weekend. Didn't manage to catch many of the games yesterday, but I saw the end of April Mopal versus Burning Disaster, and it was exciting. I'll tell you that.
Oh, I can promise you that you can be excited for what we got going into our first game here because the level of Overwatch from that stage was great, and it's only grown as we've gone further into the tournament. And that's the beauty of a tournament like this, where we do have a grand finals at the end, is that the best of the best are able to do it because it now just doesn't become about one amazing turnaround play. It becomes them being counted out 2 or 3 times in a team fight, and then one team pulls off yet another play or an incredibly clean execution or something like that. And so each individual fight builds up a little bit more because it's going to be a pretty impressive clash. I'm excited. That's why I was wondering if you got to see it yet. Guys, we are going to take a short break before we jump into our first game, BW Light versus Black Bears. Echo, any final thoughts on this matchup?
Honestly, I'm just really excited. These are the two best teams we've got in the upper bracket at the moment. They both did amazing in their group stages, and they've been flawless throughout their winner bracket so far. So it's going to be really exciting. I personally do think that BW Light have a bit of an advantage going into it, purely because they've beaten them before, and that's always good for your mental, and it's always good if you know a little bit of how they can play. So I think, for personally, I
Mm.
think BW Light, they're the ones to watch here.
I like your prediction. Do you have a scoreline? 3-2? Is it going to be a tough fight, or maybe a 3-1 because of that added momentum behind them?
Yeah, I personally would say it's a 3-1 because we haven't actually had seen Black Bears have to play properly for a while. So they might be a little bit rusty in their tournament structure because the nerves they can really get to you. And I think BW Light they've probably gotten used to those nerves as they've played more games.
It's going to be exciting to see 100%. I'm going to go the way of you as well with BW Light. I'm interested to see what Black Bears. I'll give a better opinion, I think, after we see them in that first round control point maps. It always defines the way that a team faces up against each other and how they're able to adapt quickly. Guys, we will get to that action in just a couple of minutes now. We're going to go to a short break and we'll be back with the beginning of our upper bracket finals, where we go Black BW Light versus Black Bears. We'll catch you in just a few. Bye. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Altiora Spring Cup Winners Bracket Finals, where we see Black Bears taking on BW Light, a clash of the Titans. They've only fought once before, and that was the only match that one of the teams lost, that team being, of course, Black Bears. So BW Light coming in this very confident on a hot streak for this, and I'm joined by Toasty Cost for this first game today.
Yep, hello there. I am going to be enjoying this game quite a lot, considering this is kind of a blast from the past. One of the first games I casted for the Altiora Spring Cup was this
Oh,
Benchwarmers Light versus Black Bears matchup, and the nostalgia's coming back. I can just hear myself shouting, misclicked with a 6K. Like, come on, man. It was such a good series, and I cannot wait to see the rematch.
wait, you got to see this. Okay, paint me a picture. I haven't seen either of these teams before. So paint me a picture of what you saw back when they first met up in the
Um,
group stages.
Honestly, it was mainly just misclicked hitting like 4 or 5 man shatters constantly, and then Benchwarmers Light recovering very well from it every single team fight, and then just coming back and rolling. Like it was a 3-0, so I mean that's all you can really say about it. Benchwarmers Light came out with the Rhinarissa. They absolutely rolled Black Bears, who preferred the Zarya style, despite misclicked trying to be an absolute hero and get constant good shatters.
Okay, wow. So definitely a play to watch out for. We are going to be going straight into our first matchup here. Li Zhang, picked by Black Bear, is going to be our first map. From what you've seen so far, strategies, thoughts, opinions.
Well, Lijiang Tower, I mean, a lot of the stuff we've seen on this map, just in this tournament as a whole, is just a lot of Symmetra, right? Night
Yeah.
Market, even Control Center, we've seen some of Symmetra. One thing I do want to mention is I don't think Black Bears will be running the Symmetra on Control Center specifically, because from the game we saw ages ago of Benchwarmers Light versus Black Bears, they were running Flame Deal on that Junkrat on Control Center, which I think is a good pick. I like Junkrat on Control Center, and it's a very fun hero to watch, but of course, we'll be starting off on Night Market here, which is the Symmetra map.
Oh, Symmetra definitely going to come out here by at least one of the teams. Yesterday, we saw teams often matching the Symmetra teleporters between here, and it ended up being who got to the point first that determined the team fight most of the time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, if you have that defensive position, especially if you're playing like a Ryan Zarya or Rhinarissa, you're basically forcing the enemy to use resources coming to you instead of the opposite, which really just goes in the favor of the defensive team. So if you can get there first, the enemy team has to brawl into you, and that's what you love to see.
Oh, and we see the instant pick by both teams coming out there. The other notable pick, T-Mob coming out on the Mei. Mei seeing a lot of favor in this tournament as well, just being able to control that space so nicely.
Yeah, I mean, you can slow down those team fights obviously by using that Mei will make sure that, you don't have to rush in immediately if perhaps you want to negate some aggression, or if you do want to go aggressive, then you can also just do that with the Mei will focus the enemy Reinhardt and then just freeze him up. It is, like, it's very versatile hero, and that's why it's played often.
I think it's going to be very interesting in this matchup against the McCree. Obviously, both teams running out as fast as possible with that Lucio speed boost. Going to manage to get the teleport down, and the race is on. Both teams basically collapsing at the exact same time. Now it's up to the shield and the front tanks to get there. The Mei proving very, very useful to separate off the main tanks, and that gives BW Light the advantage. They're able to now start pushing home some aggression. There's still a Symmetra left on the point, but cleanly dealt with. And so Black Bears losing down in that first fight just from the brawl stage.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, I mean, Benchwarmers was like they did get that first, and then from that, they were just able to push aggressively with those Mei walls onto the side of Black Bears. And I definitely think that misclicked into depression getting caught out there was a big part of that. And I think now in a defensive position, these Mei walls are going to get even more value because Black Bears, they have to walk forward, and you don't love to see that.
See a teleporter going to the back of the point. That's going to distract them. Does turn around on a couple of people. The Mei wall comes up and separates off the fight. That allows some time for BW Lights to start putting some aggression in. And they've managed to do it. That early separation of the fight just creating havoc. And they clean it up instantly.
Yeah, and critically there, the only ultimate that really had to be used was Fell's Shatter. I mean, it was just for the cleanup at the end of the day. You didn't even need it, considering the starting picks off there. A good thing about the Mei here is that if Misclicked plays too aggressive or isn't coordinated enough with the team, then it's just going to end up in a situation where Misclicked's shield goes down, and then either Misclicked dies, or Misclicked gets back to the team, but then the entire team dies. It's really just a rock and a hard place here, going into a Mei. So you have to play together, you have to play with that solidarity.
You see them having swapped up now a little bit on the DPS line. The Pharaoh on Flame Dio on the Pharaoh. Just putting in a lot of damage from good angles, finding a nice bit of aggression. They're able to get forward. Here comes the misclick shadow that you talk about. Manages to get the entire team. They've got the first couple of picks, and now it's just going to be a cleanup. Black Bears looking very healthy on this fight. It's going to have to be something special from BW, and they're not managing to do it. Orisa going to be the last casualty, and Black Bears managed to crack that defense.
That right there is a misclicked shatter if I've ever seen one. Absolutely brilliant picking up 5 there and cleaning up the fight off of it. And obviously Benchum was like, they did gain a lot of percentage, so now Black Bear's in the defensive position. They're going to have to get something good from this Pharah pick, just spamming out those shields and making sure that the Orisa doesn't get as much value, because there's already needs to be popping off here.
Here comes the Symmetra Shield to start it off. That's giving them a lot of space. May's also going to have a Blizzard if they want to come out into this fight. And there's still a lot of people alive, though. BW Light being the ones to take the aggressive, and they split off the fight. They stayed so painfully together. Flame Dio not managing to get that barrage, and BW Light take control of this point.
Yeah, it's just so clinical here for Benchwarmers Light. They know how they're pushing in. They know who needs to be using what cooldowns at what times. Obviously, Azix with the pulls is always just making sure that there's always a target or two for the Reinhardt to really swing onto. And I think that's a critical part of it. But the TP onto point here, potentially... actually, no, never mind. I thought there was going to be a TP from Dagger Bannis there, but they're just putting it as an escape TP.
I like that they just give this Pharah a little bit of time. Oh, here comes Misclick. Does manage to get the Shatter, and that's opened it up very nicely for the team. Again, Misclick coming out there and just being supported so well by the team. This is the chance for BW Light. They have managed to give this up. They've got up to the overtime, but Black Bears finally managed to keep it on their side.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely brilliant there from Black Bears, making sure that they can flip that back over, but now they just cannot lose a single team fight, and that's a very tall order given the fact that there is a male, there is a beat coming in here for the side of Benchwarmers Light. They can play as aggressive as they want, and the only thing they can really, use to prevent that is that Immortality field.
Oh, the Fire Strike from Misclick comes out through the Baptiste Amplification Matrix, manages to pick off 2, and so that should be the early fight 1 for them. They had to drop the Valk as well, so the Benchwarmers Light going to get back a little bit and just be happy enough, I guess, but Black Bears looking pretty solid on this defense.
Yeah, the lack of defensive ultimates is scary for them, especially on a defensive side, but they do have a Graviton Surge to negate some of their aggression if they do want to use that when Benchwarmers Light do decide to go hyper-aggressive.
You see Misclick just holding this corner, looking for the Shatter, has done such an amazing amount of work with it so far. Looks, wraps around the side, manages to get the Fire Strike through the center. BW Light scared to engage. The Earth Shatter comes out. It does manage to hit the Mei, but no one actually going to go down from this. The pin comes back though. Huge play from Misclick to separate off this fight, and now Ryan stuck in the middle of nowhere, fell. Not going to be there for very long as they get pushed back. Again, Black Bears now sitting on 1 fight territory as one. It's going to be a rush from BW Light to even get back to this point here.
Yeah, I doubt they can even do it, to be honest. Absolutely brilliant flip over there from Black Bears, going basically from 0 to 99 after Benchwarmers Light did get that first cap. And critically, I think in that last team fight there, the recovery from Black Bears was absolutely brilliant. Azix ate that Graviton Surge, and, that kind of threw the whole plan out the window for Black Bears, but they were able to just say, okay, let's just play aggressive, let's make sure we get a shatter onto 1 or 2 people, and let's just follow up on that with target focus. They did that. They were able to come up with that very impromptu team fight plan very quickly, despite the wrench that was thrown in the works there by Azix with the E.
And I can see a lot of confidence coming out from Black Bears, especially in that last fight. We saw Misclick. Misclick has proven again and again that they're able to get out these amazing Earth Shatters. And so the fact that he was posturing to the left, trying to wrap around the team and just be like, if you put your shield into my DPS, then I'm going to shatter you. But if you don't, then they're just going to chew you apart. And we see the Symmetra teleport play coming out now. The D.Va managing to pick up that Fire Strike and negate that. And so it gives Fella a little bit of time to push forward now. They managed to take the corner. The Maywar comes out to try to separate off the team fight. They have caught Misclick. Misclick going to be pinned and shut down. That's going to be a big opening here for Benchwarmers. They're going to push forward into the Baptiste Immortality field, but there's so much damage, there's so much focus fire, so much momentum now going for BW that they even managed to get the Lucio to jump off the edge at the end of it. Black Bears losing out heavily in that first fight.
Yeah, this is quite reminiscent of the last round there where Benchwarmers Light, they got the first cap just because they played a lot more aggressive and they got value out of those Maywalls. Let's just hope the Black Bears can, kind of flip it over as time goes on. I mean, they are rejuvenated in the fact that they did get that first cap on the first point, and a brilliant Maywall to prevent the TP from coming through. That's very creative from TMGB.
But look at the aggression now. They come straight around. They're like, we can't go over the top. We're going to go straight into your face. But the huge Earth Shatter comes out. Fellow managing to clean that off as all of Black Bears just committed to that single play. They ran straight into the waiting arms of BW, who shut them down quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Black Bears, they tried to at least put some tempo on. They tried to make a fast play with that TP, and then when it didn't work out, they just, sort of just rushed onto BW Light. That's the problem. They didn't have a teamfight plan there, and they didn't account for the fact that Fel would have that shatter after a very clean first fight. But now, I mean, they're going to take a bit of an interesting rotation. I think this is what they need to do, though. If they're playing this Echo who can play on an off angle, then having that frontline threat as well as the side threat from the Echo is just a brilliant way to play.
They're going to have a lot to walk into. Here comes the Maywar out, and combined with the Blizzard that's going to be thrown at the feet of the Reinhardt, everyone's going to get stunned up in this. Managed to be caught out. BW Light executing that perfectly, understanding where the weakness in the position came from when Black Bears had to push in and shutting it down. Even managed to shut down Flame Dew at the end. Oh, and they're going to pick up depression on the Zarya last couple of seconds.
Yep, absolutely huge there, and now it's looking dire for Black Bears. Of course, they're going to have to get a cap up right now, if they even want to turn this round around. But, I mean, this Amplification Matrix will just buy a bunch of time off. Without a Symmetra, you cannot bypass that. It's just a good time-wasting ultimate here from Dom, and Misclick goes down.
They even managed to take out Misclick. That's going to be the end of the fight. And oh, we see Misclick is going to get rezzed up and have an opportunity to get back into the fight. Everyone's pushing forward a little bit early without Misclick, but they've got to get to the point. So Misclick looking for a late Earth Shatter into this fight. Throws it down, doesn't get onto anyone. The bomb comes in from behind to clean up. Well played by the D.Va here from Benchwarmer's Light. And they managed to shut this down 0 to 100, basically uncontested.
Yeah, and what I love about Benchwarmer's Light now is that, contrasting to the start of this tournament, they're playing a lot more of these diverse styles. They're deciding to go over to the D.Va instead of that Orisa that they are so renowned for, just based on the fact that Azix has a great D.Va, which is just a complete contrast to the start of the tournament, because, I mean, Azix, would always be playing that Orisa, would always have that good synergy with Fel, but now seeing Azix on the D.Va is a bit refreshing, because Azix is constantly coming up with these big plays. Yesterday, we saw it with, like, a bunch of really good bombs. We saw it with the E in the last round, and obviously on the Garden map there, Azix just came up with the clutch whenever they needed it. Just a brilliant off-tank player for this out of Benchwarmer's Light, who I think we don't give enough love to.
Oh, I can back that up 100%. We don't see a lot of D.Va these days, but it's because D.Va takes a lot of skill and a lot of synergy with your team. You have to completely understand that pure role that you perform. And if you can't pull it off, they just don't get enough value out of it. We see the two teams clashing now again, both of them going out with a very brawl-style comp. Azix coming out with the Orisa, managing to help out there and take out that bongo from Lunaire. Or the Immortality Field, at least, sorry. We see them pushing forward now again. BW Light just controlling the space up so nicely. They've still got the fortification if they need to. And Azix managing to just push so much damage down range. Now they back it up and get themselves a shield. It's going to be up to Black Bears to try and push through the shield. And they're not managing to get much. The Ryan shield's falling very low, and so they got to back it out now. Got that amplification matrix up, and they can start putting some damage through it. But the tire over the top finds a good pick onto Flame Dio, and that's going to allow Benchwarmer's Lights to push forward themselves and try and do some damage. The stun comes out from the McCree, but that's just to try and buy them some time. BW Light, content not to chase, just wants to fortify this again. They've got possession of the point, and so they can just drag it out for as long as possible. The Sim wall comes out, going to separate off this fight. Misclick's going to go down, and Misclick had the Earth Shatter. This could be the end for Black Bears. They don't look like they want to push it without that. No, they won't. They'll just be regrouping.
Yeah, and the weird thing about this, I think, for the side of Black Bears is they don't have Flame Dio on the Junkrat, which, I mean, Flame Dio is absolutely cracked on that hero. I don't understand why they're not playing that. Instead, they're playing this sim composition. It does work in terms of breaking the shields, but when you're missing shatters like that, it is just tragic.
That's the danger. Misclick's been so pivotal with those shatters. When you're going into that double shield comp, all managing to come out, fell this time with the shatter and the Junkrat tire over the top, managed to clean it out. Black Bear's got very few people alive. They're just going to have to get peeled off on the point. BW Light controlling every step of this.
Yeah, and that was a very long, extended fight that Benchwarmer's Light were completely content to take Black Bears. They were just staggering out, and they still are. They're still bleeding out from that basically one team fight that we just saw. And they really need to just regroup, recuperate, and get a team fight plan up, because otherwise they're just going to keep getting staggered like this. It is awful for them.
BW Light just having that heads-up play to understand that that Sim teleporter was there, and that would be the obvious group-up place. Push forward so quickly that as soon as the Baptiste stepped forward, I think they were with the Zarya, they were caught in the middle of nowhere. The teleporter died underneath their feet, and they got collapsed upon. And again, it's still the same dragged-out team fight. Now the Graviton Surge comes into the backline. He's going to pick up the Junkrat. Not going to do much more else besides that. Splits off the fight. But BW Light's done everything that they need to. They kept them off the point the whole time.
Oh, I'm getting flashbacks. Altruism, I'm getting flashbacks. This seems like it's going to be a very dominant series here for Ventral's Light, given that first map. I mean, there was one point there that was taken off of Ventral's Light by Black Bears, and that was like a very close map regardless. There is a light of hope here for Black Bears, but Ventral's Light, they've made it look easy in this map.
It was like they read every play. Yeah, you could see them on the point. They knew what the Sim teleporter behind them meant, so they turned around and killed it. And I know that was a bait teleporter, but the next obvious strategy was just rush the front lines. When they all turn around to shoot the teleporter, rush them. And they did that, sort of. The Rhine went through, but no one else followed through afterwards. They turn around, they killed the teleporter, turned around, put up the Maywall, killed the Reinhardt, and then it was just a one-team fight. As soon as they could crack Black Bears, BW Light managed to take it every time.
Yeah, and I don't see why Flame Dio there was on the Symmetron control center. You surely would have your hit scan player Micro on that sim and then have Flame Dio mirror the Junkrat. That seems like just the obvious solution to go for, especially into a double shield composition where, you know, if you're not playing that Junkrat, you're just not getting the same amount of shield break. And I really just don't like that from them. And Black Bears, like I said, on the control center, they took that like 70% worth of time in that just one team fight alone. Like it was just, you know, they kept banging their heads against the wall, saying, okay, we got one pick, let's just keep going in and try and clutch it up. And it happens so many times where Misclick would miss a shatter, or there would be no value out of an ultimate from one of the other players. And it just seems like Black Bears, again, they're disjointed, and it seems like BW Light are the only team that really make Black Bears look this way. I don't know whether they're just mortal enemies or something, but it definitely seems like Black Bears are just rivals with Ventral's Light, and Ventral's Light are the better rival.
Oh, at this stage, it does seem like that. You know, we got a lot of Overwatch still to come. Black Bear's gonna have to try and find some sort of synergy, though. They've got the ability to make impressive plays, and I think that's what's carried them in the tournament so far. Is the fact that they're able to get in there, maybe catch out your opponents enough times to win out any objective or any push. But now BW Light is managing to catch those. They're managing to recognize the big plays that are coming out most of the time. Misclick still managing to get in a couple of sneaky shadows. The rest of the team doing well, but Benchwarmers Light is catching half of Black Bears ones and then having their own advanced strategies that they're running themselves. And so they're basically just looking at Black Bears going, all right, try something else constantly.
Yeah, and I mean, you can also attribute like the loss there for Black Bears also to just the support line. I mean, yeah, like Benchwarmers Light, I've always advocated that Dom and Rosen are just a very dominant support line. They frag out constantly. They're always making sure that their cooldown usage is on point. Whereas you'll see Lunari and Unbearable, they'll waste some amp timings, they'll waste some immortality fields. They won't get a full value out of their amplification matrices, whereas you'll always see Dom getting value out of those, and it's just a complete difference, at least in terms of the Baptiste. Like the Lucios, it's a lot harder to see that there's a difference, but it just comes in small things like the amp timings or your disruptive boops. It's things like that that really set apart Lunari from a Rosen in these situations.
Fair point. It's support lineups don't tend to get a lot of recognition for the stuff that they do right. But it does make such an impact on the game, being able to get, huge anti-nades if you're playing Ana, a couple of volleys in with a Zen or a clutch transcendence, having those defensive ultimates. You touched upon defensive ultimates in the last round as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you don't have those defensive ultimates, or if you're wasting them in team fights where you don't need to be using those defensive ultimates, it really just comes to bite you. I mean, you saw last map, they were playing a lot of the Baptiste Mercy, especially on Night Market, and they did win that, but they didn't win it cleanly. They never had the support ultimates whenever there was like a Graviton that could come through, or whenever there was, well, not Graviton, but like a big play, like a Shadow or a Mail. They never had defensive ultimates for those. They only had the immortality fields. That's the issue of running Bap Mercy, which is a style that I really do not like from Black Bears. They just need to play aggressive. They need to put their resources into Misclicked, and they have not done that yet, ever.
Well, it's going to be an interesting comp coming out from them. Much less brawly now, a lot more poke and prod as they take out both the Widowmaker and the Farah going to be obviously backed up by that Mercy. It's going to be up to Mike to try and get a couple of early picks here and a couple of off angles. Going to be playing into a big shield and a Diva that can potentially shut them down and put pressure from a distance. But the Diva going to have to deal with the Farah and the Widowmaker at the same time. So far, just an avoidance of the fight coming out from BW as they push in, managing to get a bit of good damage here. Unbearable nearly goes down. Farah halfway up to that barrage, has gotten spotted out, is going to get picked off in the mid-air. Mike not going to be able to come out with any clutch plays just yet, or clutch picks. It does go down in the back line. There's constant pressure from BW Light pushing forwards. Now they've got the Reinhardt swinging in the front lines, and the flashbang to come through and just control up the movement of the enemies. And BW looked basically unharmed in that fight.
Yeah, it was very decisive for them. They played well around natural cover. They made sure they had a good rotation that would clinch them the point. And when you're taking a slow fight like that into a spam composition, you'd think you'd lose it on the side of the brawl, but it just seems like Benchwarmers Light, they're always positioned, like they're always punishing these positional mistakes that are coming through from people like Micro, like you just saw there. TM on May should not be outdueling a Widowmaker from long range. That should not be happening.
No, that's a definite misplay. And so looking for a big barrage coming in from the back here. And Flame Dio has been largely uncontested, does manage to freeze out the May. Going to be chased down by Diva a little bit, but uses good positioning. Now we see Misclick dueling out the McCree, but McCree is on the way out after picking up Widowmaker. Again, Flame Dio just pushing from a distance. And so far, no one from BW Light really dying, and TM actually going to be taking out Flame Dio in this. And so Black White is just lasting through everything that Black Bears has to throw at them and just giving up possession, giving up the place. And Maywar comes out to shut out the main path. And so again, BW just walk at the enemies and take whoever's there standing.
Yeah, it just seems like they're not playing this Rhine Sigma Farah composition correctly, right? You got Flame Diva going on these weird flanks and then getting forced out by the Diva, then not getting value later on in the fight when they really need to be sustaining that long amount of spam. And now the second point is capped by Benchwarmers Light with almost a 6-minute time bank, and they can just keep walking forward because, I mean, Flame Diva does not have the barrage, Micro no longer has that high noon, and all they can really do is wait for the Depression Shatter.
Now sitting on this high ground, this is such a powerful point. Oh, we see BW is not managing to get off that May wall, and so that's going to halt their aggression. And you see, they recognize that, oh, the play didn't come off. We don't need to take the fight just yet. AZIC's going to be going around and trying to control some space around them in this narrow corridor. And now the Immortality Field comes out, means that they've got nothing to counter a big play from BW Light. The Shadow comes out from Black Bears, but it hits the shield, and now the damage comes out. The red lines just start falling onto the scoreboard, as we see Black Bears just falling under that pressure. They didn't have that support that they needed. They didn't have that Immortality Field that they needed. And Benchwarmers managed to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of a Lucia really is showing here for the side of Black Bears. They just can't inhibit the aggression that comes through from the side of Benchwarmers Light. They're all just going on one singular target, using those ultimates pristinely and getting that 4-minute, 45-second time bank. It is absolutely brilliant how they're able to just wait around for that precise moment where they can just speed boost in, get a pick off, and then follow up on everything else. And maybe sometimes it's a DPS, sometimes it's the tanks that get those picks off. But regardless of who it is here, Benchwarmers Light, they're getting those opportunities. They are making sure they follow up on any opportunity made by their own team. And Black Bears, they just, I mean, they don't have a Lucio, so they can't disengage. They can't keep their tank line up because the only person that's healing the tank line is a Baptiste.
It's such a difference between knowing how to execute a really good play and knowing when to execute it. Because it seems like Black Bears has certain strategies that they want to do, or maybe that they practiced a lot, but they're just trying to force them at the wrong moment. Whereas Benchwarmers is sitting back and being very patient and then playing the exact right thing when it counts.
Yeah, I mean, when it counts is kind of the name of the game here. Black Bears, they never really, like, they have opportunities, right? Like, Flame Deal will get someone low in the back, and then they just won't follow up on it, right? Like, there will be, like, 2 low HP squishies, and then Depression or Misclicks just can't walk forward because Fel and Azix are also pressing forward with equal pressure in the front line. And that's the kind of thing about Benchwarmers Light. No matter what the situation is, they'll just play aggressive. They'll make sure they put all their resources into the players they need to. And again, I'll refer to the backline. They are really good at redirecting those resources to whoever needs it most at the specific times they really need it to. Like, if the backline's suffering, then they'll just put resources into the front line and make sure that even amount of pressure is put on. It is absolutely brilliant from Benchwarmers Light.
Well, it's going to be up to this is kind of what the Black Bears composition is looking to counter out now. It's just there's this constant response from the front, the whole team of BW Light. So they're going to try and shut this down as fast as possible, get the picks that they need, but they're not doing it. They're just getting collapsed upon. They haven't been able to execute it with perfect enough synergy for now, or at least enough impact into any of these team fights. Yes, the double boop, unbearable, actually manages to turn this around. That's the sort of pivotal Lucio plays that you were talking about earlier, and it means that Black Bears allows themselves a little bit of space, certainly not going to get chased, and they've managed to regain possession of this payload.
Yeah, and critically here, I think the swap up to the Ana for Lunar is absolutely brilliant. It prevents Fel from playing as aggressive, just swinging in naturally as they were before, and there's going to have to be a lot more, Matrix usage from Azix to make sure those nades do not come out 24/7 off cooldown from Lunar.
And now with Black Bears starting to actually find their synergy, they're surrounding the enemy team. The huge shatter comes out from Fel. Fel goes down very quickly after that. In fact, no, going to be kept alive and pushes forward, gets the flame strike, and manages to turn this around. A really nice ultimate usage coming out from them, and it is going to be Black Bears looking for an opportunity elsewhere.
Yeah, Black Bears again. They just get walked onto by Benchwarmer's Light there. It was just a shadow from Fel, and that's all you really need. And when no one can make a clutch play in that situation, when you got 4 people shattered down, there's nothing you can do. Black Bears, Misclicked here is good at landing those shatters, but just in the right neutral, it seems like Misclick just doesn't have the aggression, doesn't have the correct shield usage either to prevent Fel from getting these types of value.
Well, we see a bit of value coming out now. We do see Fel going to be going down at the beginning of this fight, and with this freeze coming out now from May, TMGB does manage to set up a couple of kills, but trading off on each corner of the map, Fel manages to get a great pin, and so does Misclick. So Dom going to be trying to fight it out against this lone Reinhardt. Reinhardt getting a couple of support now going to have the beats to get on top of that as well. Diva Bomb comes in over the top. Flame Dealer going to be looking for a Dragon Blade, deflects into the back line, manages to dart out, doesn't manage to dart out, just going to pay with their life, realizes that the fight is lost, and so Benchwarmer is going to take this one as well.
Yeah, Benchwarmers, they just, even though they got picked off a couple of times there, there was a couple of players down, they still managed to come back with an absolute vengeance. They come back with vigor and make sure that they're playing it as aggressively as they normally would as a 6. And that's a good thing about the tank line here, that they just play aggro regardless of whether it's a 4v6, a 3v6, a 6v6, right? It's always Fel and Azix in that front line making an absolute nuisance for the side of Black Bears here, and that's brilliant from them.
Look at the Nanoblade. You can see them setting up, and here it goes. Nanoblade goes straight into the air, dives into the backline. He's hit a pillar. He's actually getting booped around all over the place. That Immortality field doing so much work. And look at the rest of BW Light. They don't care that there's a Dragon Blade in the backline. They're running into the front line, getting all the picks that they need. Fel's coming out on 43 HP, but has so much support to walk back onto, knowing that they've stayed alive through that Dragon Blade. And that Immortality field wreaked havoc for Black Bears.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's dire straits for Black Bears. I mean, look at the differences in time bank here. Even if Black Bears cap this up now, it's just going to be absolutely tragic in terms of the time bank. So, I mean, what do they really have to look forward to? I mean, Benchwarmer was light. They are extending ever so slightly, though.
Well, this could be the opportunity. I think that Black Bear is going to be looking for anyone that they need. They have thrown a Graviton Surgeon. Mike coming around the back with the Deadeye and the Immortality field again. Timed perfectly to shut down what could have been a half team wipe. And so just a single ability being able to be so pivotal in here. And now the space bought by the May. 7 seconds left. Is anyone from Black Bears even going to attempt this? They've got a Wrecking Ball in over the top. TMGB has this May ultimate, and it does go out into the middle of everyone. Again, being sustained now by a beat. BW Light has all the tools that they could need to take this fight the way that they want to. Mike going to be jumping into the back line. Turns around, finds a bit of Diva. But BW Light, just the pressure starting to come out. So far, Black Bears doing a good job to stay alive through all of it. And they're going to go down. They're, in fact, turning this. Misclick is looking for blood. Flame Deer also going to be there to start picking up the kills. And so in overtime, Black Bears has managed to eke themselves a little bit of opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, Black Bears, they have the opportunity to cap this up right now, but critically, there will be a recontest here for Fel with that Shatter, and they can come up with a high noon and Amplification Matrix too. This is going to be absolutely crucial to try and get this recontest through for Benchwarmer's Light.
Oh, the Shadow attempt comes up on Misclick, doesn't work, and now it gets counted out. That's going to be everything BW needed. Whew.
What a map! I mean, come on, Black Bears. In every other series I've seen of them, other than against Benjamin was Light, they seem like they're a very good team. They seem like they're coordinated. They seem like they know what they're doing. They take these opportunities that Benjamin was Light are taking against them. And yet, when it's against Benjamin was Light, it's like Black Bears. Their morale just disappears. Their comms just are non-existent. That's what it feels like. Because there's no coordination. There's never the amp timings when you need it for unbearable. As opposed to how it is for a Rosen, and it's just absolutely dominant here for Benjamin was Light. I mean, they full held. They got a 4 minutes 45-second time bank. What more do you need to say about this series? They're 2-0 up, and it's not even been like that long. It's been 30 minutes.
Well, Black Bears was going to have a hard fight into this. We saw that historically, Benchwarmers was able to take this 3-0, and it's like you say, it's the echoes of the past coming through to haunt Black Bears now. And considering Black Bears has had such a uncontested run, we could say, through the fight so far, through the tournament so far, between the group stages and the bracket stages. They didn't really have a lot of games to play, though. They've only played against Agorientum in the bracket stage, and now they've reached onto BW Light, and I think they're going to be very hard pressed to pull off something now and stay in the upper bracket.
Okay, but if there's any team that I'm rooting for to get a reverse sweep and make sure that they clinch their spot in the grand finals, it's gonna be Black Bears. Like
It's a misclick shatters, isn't it? It's like,
yeah.
yeah, okay,
Like
fair enough.
if they get that mental reset, if misclicked is like, okay, I don't care if we're 2-0 down, let's have that 0-0 mentality. Let's go into this like it's the first map and let's just absolutely roll them. That is the kind of confidence you'll need here if you're Black Bears, because confidence is everything. And right now, it just looks like it's being sapped out of them. I mean, even when they won that last team fight there on Rialto, even when they were so close to clinching it out, they didn't seem like they were all there.
Hmm, that is worrying. And I think this is where it really separates an amazing team from a great team. Is just when the team cannot just play the Overwatch really well, but get their psychology right behind it. And that's why I think so many of these esports athletes actually, take time to study how to keep your morale up and stuff like that. Because if you now take it and you let that momentum overwhelm you, especially on one of these payload maps now, or hybrid maps at least, you could very easily just break after the first team fight and then give up. And it takes a lot to get that mental discipline.
Yeah, I mean, the mental discipline is the name of the game here, and Black Bears, obviously. I mean, we were talking about it weeks back whenever Benjamin was like first went against them, and we mentioned it as perhaps a reason that they lost, but they weren't just like they were made specifically for this tournament, which means that prior to that they didn't have any team training, but like prior to this tournament anyway, they didn't have that kind of team-wide solidarity, that team-wide kind of morale boost that you would get from like these halftime pep talks, right? So that's the thing about Black Bears. I think they are just the team here that are mentally just the worst team. And maybe their mechanics are good. Yes, I mean, misclicked hits great shatters. Flame Deer, whenever Flame Deer pops off, it is absolutely brilliant. And Depression is very consistent on his off tank and the backline. Whenever they play well, like Unbearable Lunar can absolutely wreak havoc on these teams like we've seen so far in this tournament. But when it's against Bench was Light just have that better mental solidarity. They take the first map and they run through with the momentum the whole way through. That's why I'm predicting another 3-0 here, because they did it originally. It's the only team Black Bears have lost to thus far. And that's not really a good sign for what's to come, especially being 2-0 down.
You're such an unromantic. It's 100% right. The way that you talk about it, but um, Black Bears, it's gonna take a Disney moment, I think, for Black
Yes.
Bears to come through and like rally and Coach Carter halftime pep talk. Team runs out there screaming back to their computers. That's the sort of thing I'd love to picture when these guys come back from this little halftime talk. They are getting a sub at this stage, and then they're going to be going on to Kings Row. Kings Row, ever the favorite, means that this might be a place of solidarity for them. They actually all know this particular map really well and how they want to play around it. So, is there a Disney moment in our future for the Black Bears?
I mean, honestly, I want to see one. I want to see Black Bears win this. I want to see that one pivotal, critical moment where where everything clicks and they're just like, "Oh my god, yes, this is how we beat Benchwarmers Light." I want that moment to come in this map, but I feel like it could just be futile hoping for that because Benchwarmers Light, they show no signs of stopping. They were more dominant on Rialto than they were on Lijiang, and that just that downward trend there for Black Bears, I don't see how they flip that one around unless there's someone that comes in. Maybe, I mean, you said they're getting a ringer. Maybe that person comes in, reinvigorates the comms, gets a brilliant pep talk, and is just the difference maker for them. Perhaps.
You know, that might be what it takes. Is I'd love to see the creativity coming out from Black Bears. They've tried different compositions. They've been like, okay, we tried the Ryan Zarya, it didn't work into them. We tried the Sim comp, it didn't work into them. We've tried everything now to the Genji comp with the Widowmaker. You know, trying to get that fast pick place where they swapped off the Widowmaker, they went onto the Tracer. I think it was the Widowmaker onto the Tracer, or the Genji onto the Tracer. They've tried different things to break the back line. They've realized, okay, they're responding to slow threats very, very easily and being able to outplay us. Let's try throw a quick threat at them, pick off someone in their back line, and then cause havoc from there. But Benchwarmers has adapted to it. So I'm still interested to see if Black Bears is going to try something else new. You know, do they have something else up their sleeve that they think might just beat them in a rock, paper, scissors way?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Black Bears, if there's going to be something they whip out right now, it's going to be a really aggressive Ryan Zarya that matches the aggression that comes out from Azix and Felon, whatever it is, the Ryan Resto, the Ryan Diva, the Ryan Zarya, whatever the hell Bench was like play. Black Bears have to play so aggressively into it and critically, right? Because what they did on Rialto was they played a fast composition, like you said, but the problem was the execution wasn't there. You can play fast all you want, but if you play fast and make mistakes, that's when things get out of hand. Black Bears, just stop making mistakes. I know it's like that's just a really basic piece of advice. That's like, yeah, just don't make mistakes. You'll win every game. But it is so true. You've got these little things, the amp timings, the shield placements, the shield management here from Misclicked, and like potentially now that Depression's being subbed out for Frog Champ would need to come in on this Zarya and click very well with Misclicked. Those small little things are what impacts this game, and if they rectify those mistakes in the space of this map, they will have a very good chance if they just play fast while rectifying those mistakes.
It's going to have to be that Synergy is going to come out of nowhere right now and do whatever they're trying, whatever they're going to be throwing at this team. They've got to do it together. And you talk about the mistakes, and some of them are unforced errors that these guys have to polish up. Some of them are forced errors where you got to respect something like the Mei on the other team and just go, you know, if we push through half and half, or if we just send our Ryan alone, we lose this fight. Don't let the Ryan go alone. And they got to communicate with that with the team and get those maybe a different pathing or something like that. You know, some of those are mistakes because they haven't factored in what their opponents are playing.
Yeah, and like importantly, right? There is counterplay to things like that. There's counterplay to the Mei. There's counterplay to the aggression that Fel puts on. There's counterplay to these immortality fields that Dom is so perfectly timing. You just have to figure out, okay, this is when they like to use that cooldown. Let's prevent that cooldown from working by using our own cooldowns against them. That is how you're going to do it. It's a game of cooldowns. It's a team game. You got to get that mental solidarity. Let's see if they can do it.
And what a team to come out against. That they've got a complete mirror combo. So, Flame Dio goes down early. So dedicated to getting that Mei wall down that they pay with their life. The Fire Strike, just such a good positioning. And now the rest of Black Bears under a lot of pressure as we see BW Light pushing forward. Fel going to be taking a lot of damage, but utilizing that HP as resource and still taking so much aggression. Cleaves forward, and such a clinical display here from BW Light.
Yeah, I mean, what can you really say about that? They just played aggressively. They followed up on the opportunity they had to kill Flame Dio off there. And obviously, I mean, now they'll get a close hold here for Black Bears. I mean, they're missing a Lucia, but Lucia gets back very quickly. So they should get at least a distillery hold, if not a bookstore hold. But it looks like Bench was like they really want to hold up close here. Because, I mean, if they can get this long sight line where Black Bears have to push into them, that is perfect for their Rhino Racer composition.
Game is going to come down to who executes. Fel going to be sitting on this Earth Shadow, and we do see the Mei wall come out again. Flame Dio just dedicating to it, and this time Fel not going to be kept alive throughout this. The Immortality Field trying valiantly, but Misclick being able to walk forward now and put on the pressure. Charges through, has got that Earth Shadow if they need it, and does throw it down. Combined with that Mei wall, the Baptiste Immortality Field sitting just behind the team, and the slow and painless death of Frost that is Mei shuts down the rest of Benchwarmers. So Benchwarmers going to be pushed back a little bit. They haven't gone too far though, and the Mei wall going to have to be used to try and create some space. And it's this quick counterplay that comes out from Benchwarmers that makes him so dangerous. As you overstay your welcome, you're going to be in trouble.
That spawn advantage for you. I mean, everyone came back there for Benchwarmers Light pretty quickly. I mean, they had Alusha to speed them there, so you've got to expect that. There will be probably a very quick fight here, is literally just misclick that has to come back. But the amount of like ultimates that can just negate aggression here for the side of Benchwarmers Light is just insane.
That Amplification Matrix is going to be good to start it off, and Gabanus manages to get the high noon there, and boosted up by this beat. Oh, the blizzard comes through as well, so that's going to shut everyone off from BW Light, and they're going to try and survive through the beat. The kills are still coming their way so far. The Ryan having to push forward now into the double shield. Does manage to get up the ultimate, but doesn't have enough HP left to use it. BW Light going to be pushing forward here in a very scrappy team fight. That was ultimates being thrown both ways, and they're going to be able to secure this point.
Yeah, now Micro over onto the Widowmaker, a pocket pick, I suppose. I mean, we've seen Micro absolutely pop off on the Widowmaker, but I mean, the funny thing is that TMGB in the last Rialto map did actually outduel Micro on that Widowmaker when TMGB was on that Mei. So that's something that I think Micro now has to watch out for, has to play around natural cover pretty effectively, which they are doing right now, so kudos to them.
Still always has to worry about this D.Va chasing them down, and we see it straight away. So distracted by the D.Va that again the Mei wins that out. The Blizzard dropped onto the point though. It's creating some havoc for Black Bears. Black Bears still managed to survive a little bit through that, and now gonna turn it around. The boop into from the Reinhardt. Fell gonna go down into the drink, and another one goes to follow there. Unbearable came out with 2 boops in the last game on Rialto, and coming out with 2 now manages to basically negate it, but still Benchwarmers going to be pushing forward here.
Well, they realize that they can just push forward onto this payload and really disengage whenever they need to. Unless there's a Mei wall here from Flame Deer, which I mean there is, it's gonna bank off a bunch of people here from touching the point. But either way, that aggression just came through from Black Bears and it didn't work out in their favor. Flame Deer went down. So.
Misclick, thought that the Ryan was going to drop the shield as they moved around the side of the payload, but kept it up. The Blizzard now being used with the high noon puts pressure on the main point, and again Benchwarmers just capitalizing on that missed Earth Shatter and that missed aggression opportunity coming out from Black Bears, or counterplay at least. Going to be even extending that using the Mei wall. It's just become about killing the stall now for Benchwarmers in the last match that they need to win.
Yeah, this map is probably winnable here for Benchwarmers Light. I mean, they'll at least close this attack out, hopefully, considering their time bank, and considering the fact that they are, you know, just killing everyone off on the side of Black Bears here. The Slam from Fel should be all they need to really set this up. I mean, Flame Dew and Nanoed up, but what can a Nanoed Mei really do in terms of damage?
Stall for a long time, that's it. You just become a massive health pool that doesn't take very much damage, and so, you know, tries valiantly, the charge coming off, but at the end of the day, Benchwarmers Light going to be happy with their 3 points as they close out the first round of King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, Benchwarmers Light, me very happy about that. Again, it's like the Rialto situation where they just have a very big time bank that they can just kind of flex and be like, yeah, you know what? If you want to mentally reset, we'll just flaunt the fact that we are winning in your face. We've got that big red number at the top, the 3, that just says everything. Like Benchwarmers Light, they're gonna be flaunting that. They're gonna be feeling very confident about the fact that they managed to get 3 points in such a quick time. Because let's face it, 3 minutes 26 on King's Row is a very fast time, especially considering the 3rd point is when a lot of teams on attack get held.
And I think it started with that very clean first execution. I think that's what it's going to take for Black Bears now coming out into this. They're going to have to win this first fight quite cleanly to get their confidence back up. If they end up getting stalled out on this first point for any amount of time, that's just going to start ticking louder and louder in their ears and weighing on their psyche.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine their comms right now. There's probably absolute silence. They're probably just like, yeah, let's lock the Rein Zarya, Mei McCree on a Lucio, and let's just, you know, play the game. And they really need to not be doing that. They need to be discussing how to counter the enemy ultimates. They need to be discussing how to counter the enemy cooldowns even. Because I did mention this before, with Dom's Immortality Fields, the Mei walls coming through from TMGB, even the snipes going out from TMGB, you really need to be able to counter those types of things and play around your enemy. But it seems like Black Bears, they just want to stick to this one style of playing aggressive, putting their resources into micro and misclicked, and it just isn't working. They've got to swap something up right now, and I hope they manage to do that effectively enough, because they need to win this first fight.
Again, it's going to be playing around this Mei wall. TMGB just doing such a good job on this. They have resorted to the Hotai. They've lost one. Here comes the Mei wall to pin it off, and that's going to be the end of the fight. Black Bear's just going to get chewed down. They're spending all their resources to try and keep their people alive. Mei going to be trapped in here now, and just ultimate charge coming the way. Keep your people alive for longer. That just means we get to hit them more. And Black Bear's shut down in the beginning of that fight.
Yeah, and a marvelous pinch maneuver there as well from Degabanis, going around on the flank after outdueling Micro, getting the flash into the backline and making sure that shield was gone for just that 1 second that prevented Misclick from protecting the rest of the team, and from that it was just a brilliant team fight. There has to be a more clinical rotation other than just, yeah, let's go Hotel, because that is, I think, into the composition that is being played here by Metro's Light, that is the worst thing you can do. You've got an Orisa that can spam those Hotel doors, so instead you've got to, at least take some natural cover rotations.
They try to push straight onto the point now, coming around the statue, and has not worked out there. We see Fel managing to get that, even though the Blizzard has been dropped here from Black Dot. Right, they're not going to be, sorry, from Black Bears. They're not going to be able to do anything. And again, just not choosing the correct pathing to get on here and playing straight into Black White's strengths.
Yeah, I mean, the strengths here for Benchwarmers Light are very, very clear. I mean, they are just able to kind of take that opportunity. They see like a little crack in the defense of Black Bears, and they'll be like, yeah, let's just walk on that. And they did that pretty amazingly. And now they'll have so many ultimates here that can just control space. That I don't know how Black Bears are going to win this.
But running into their face is probably not going to be it. We do see the High Noon coming out there to zone for a little while. And it has been a nice shadow coming out there. That's what Misclick needed to do. Misclick going to be able to push forward. This has been the opportunity that they needed. And amazing how often it's relied on such a big play coming out from their main tank.
Yeah, I don't think you really want to be reliant on a play like that, because you can't always hit their shadows from Misclick. You can't always get a big 5k slam like that, because it just doesn't happen every single team fight. That's the nature of Overwatch. No one team fight plan will work the same in every team fight. Luckily here, there's a close hold for Benchwarmers Light.
Benchwarmers going to be able to hold into this pretty well. They've eaten the Graviton Surge, and so it is going to be an opportunity for Black Bears. They've also thrown out the Blizzard to separate off the back of the fight, and now we see Benchwarmers there. Reinhardt's caught out a little bit, but Black Bear's still not confident enough to run into that. They're now backing into the Mei Wall. The Mei Wall is proving pivotal. Misclick going to go down behind that, and it gives all the space again for Benchwarmers to run forward.
Yeah, and it baffles me how Unbearable can use that beat, and yet still 2 players go down inside of Black Bears. They should realize, okay, we've got a beat, let's go target focus the people that are being frozen by the mail, but instead they just misposition themselves, they completely panic and let themselves die.
A wall comes out, and the Earth Shatter is there to follow up on it. The Baptiste Immortality Field doing a good job to try and keep them alive, but that only postpones their death as Black Bears manage to finally crack that archway.
Yeah, very nice breath of fresh air now. They're going to have a bit more of an advantage coming into this, because there is no longer a very solid choke to hold here for Benchwarmers Light, especially if Black Bears are pushing up this far and going to be taking that space. Maybe pushing them a bit too far here. I mean, you're going to have a very hard time getting back to the payload now, and especially since Lunar is the one on the payload. So Benchwarmers Light will take that opportunity to go aggressive, and make sure they're pushing in on that.
A-Wall comes out to try and slow down some of this aggression, but they just walk straight around and go fully aggressive. They do lose Fel on the Rhine, who's pushed up very hard, but there's so much follow-up now. That Nano Boost going to do a huge amount of work, though, to keep the Reinhardt alive. Comboed with the Graviton Surge, pinches so many from Benchwarmers, but there's just no kills coming from them. Instead, Black Bears are the ones taking the casualties and get held out just before the end of Streets phase.
These ult usages are so weird for me for Black Bears. I mean, they'll throw out Graviton Surge, but it'll be completely misplaced and no one can follow up on it despite them being up players. They'll throw out these just really like weird nano boosts where, there's only 1 or 2 people that can really be followed up onto, and even then there's just so much CC for Benchwarmers Light that they can prevent it from working. There's just always a counter to an ultimate here for the side of Benchwarmers Light. They always know what to do no matter what ultimates thrown out.
And it's not even that they're having to expend their own ultimates to do it. We do see a nice High Noon coming from the high ground here. Going to be jumping into the background is this McCree, sorry, and the rest of Black Bears just falls collapsed upon by Benchwarmers.
Yeah, I mean, I did enjoy when Black Bears did win those 2 team fights, but now it's just looking more and more dire for them. They've got about 2.5 team fights, I would say. They've got 2 team fights and a stall fight, so some kind of breath of fresh air here, maybe, if they can actually get a good mail off here, because they need to really CC up those tanks, right? If Fel gets frozen up, then everyone on the side of Black Bears needs to target focus Fel and make sure that player goes down instantly, because Fel seems to be the ones always just being the spearhead for Benchwarmers Light.
And doing very well. That Mei Wall going to be used to create some space. Dives through the background, going to be throwing out the Blizzard, but the counter Blizzard comes out as well. Benchwarmers just read that aggression straight away and put some ultimates themselves down. And they've managed to again clean up this team fight. This is not working. Black Bear's just trying everything and coming out the losers every time.
I'm starting to think maybe they should try a different rotation than just walk forward into them. Like, you know, you've got high grounds you can utilize
Yeah.
here. You've got a staircase you can walk up. You've got really weird, twisty paths that you can take to confuse Benchwarmer's light. And yet they insist on just running into Fel and hoping Fel dies when you're not using the correct resources in the right order to kill Fel.
Yeah, the entire focus is on we need to be here. They don't focus on where they're going to, how they're going to get there, but this has been a good rotation coming out now. A great Earth Shadow comes in underneath the payload to set up the rest of this, and they've dropped every ultimate that they can. Black Bears wanting to win this out cleanly and managing to do so.
Yeah, they played great there. They used the May wall to make sure there's a couple of people split off there. They got the high noon off, and they just followed up on it with a nano boost from Lunar. That's the type of team fight you want. Nano high noon is a very good ultimate investment, especially coming into third point when you really need to cap this up with time, and you're going to have the ultimates to do it potentially.
This Graviton Surge going to be pivotal here. The Maywall used to create some space, and the High Noon going to be sitting under the Baptist Immortality field. Does so much work here for Benchwarmer's Light, and they're going to use that as the measure to go aggressive now. Going to be getting any sort of pickoffs at the end there, and just great team play coming out between the two DPS players.
Yeah, and the dynamic here between this Zarya and this D.Va is so clear as day. I mean, Azek's able to control these high grounds, able to pressure out players that are out of position, and whereas Frogchamp, all Frogchamp can do is just, you know, beam people down who are out of position, and sometimes they're not even in range to do that. That's the difference between the Zarya and the D.Va here. The D.Va is so much more mobile that you can follow up on these opportunities. It lends itself very well to Benchwarmer's Light's playstyle.
And here they're going aggressive again. Black Bears just trying to run into the face, countered out by the beat. We do see the eating of the Graviton Surge as well. It's going to be up to this May Freeze to do something here for Benchwarmers. Benchwarmers do everything that they need. We are seeing a bit of aggression coming out from Black Bears, wanting to push forward. The Fire Strike opens up another opportunity. And so the numbers advantage going the way of Black Bears, but the spawn advantage is going to be going the way of Benchwarmer's Light. And so they just push forward with that aggression. Now they're going to be throwing out those good use of the Zarya bubbles to try and get you. We see Degarbinus coming in with that High Noon, and it does manage to push Black Bears back. So Benchwarmer's Light again controlling the space very nicely. Very quick re-engage coming now. The Earth Shadow going to be ready, the beat going to come out, all the ability ultimates being used there. And the Earth Shadow comes through straight under the Immortality field. That's going to open up all the space that Black Bears needs and gets the pin across it.
Yeah, but absolutely brilliant there from Black Bears. They're going to push us through in overtime, which means the best they can get this map is a draw. But that's at least something here, right? That's a saving grace for Black Bears. It means it's not over just yet. They have this Graviton Surge that they can use to potentially make a C9 happen on the car, and it'll have to be Azek's that clutches up and eats it.
That's a lot of pressure to put on someone. They have gone for the Doom first, and no one even gets back to point. So they do actually manage.
Wait, Azek's knew though. Azek's knew that Graviton Surge came out and used the bomb after the Graviton Surge. Why would you not touch there if you're Azek's? I don't understand that. I think that's the first mistake in this game that I think has actually cost Benchwarmer's Light a team fight from Azek's. I think that's the first mistake from Azek's that has cost a team fight.
Should have just gone straight onto the point with the mech and then bombed it from there if you're going to.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I mean, Azek's, they knew they couldn't eat the Graviton Surge from that far away. I mean, if their ult tracking was on point, they surely would have known that Graviton Surge was coming. But, I mean, Frogchamp did get it pretty quickly, so perhaps they didn't know. But alas, I mean, the best Black Bears can get here is a draw. And even then, like, Benchwarmer's Light, they have the opportunity for a win, and I don't think they're going to settle for anything less than that. But Black Bears, I am begging you for a miracle right now. You've had some good players, like, making plays here. You've had Micro coming up with some good 2 and 3Ks. You've had Unbearable making good plays sometimes, and Misclicked with his big slams. That's what you're really relying on here, but it'll all come down to this first fight.
I must admit, I've seen some very proactive use of these immortality fields from the two teams as well. We did see the High Noon from Mike getting bolstered up by that immortality field. They worked so well together, being able to just sit under there with impunity and just go, right, anyone who's standing out here is dead. And so I have enjoyed seeing the synergy coming out there. They've shown that they can make these plays, and for the first time, they're actually going to be taking a bit of a route around here. Benchwarmer is going to be coming through over the top, run around the statue, so avoiding a lot of the spam damage and now putting all the pressure onto Black Bears. Black Bears just cuddling around here in the hotel. The two May walls do come out to separate off this fight and create a bit of a sandwich between them, and they push them off the point.
That is so anticlimactic. That right there is just, oh, that's not the ending I wanted to the series. I hoped there would be at least an epic final fight where, it goes both ways and both teams try their best. But Black Bears, you didn't even touch the point. There was a Maywall preventing you from doing it, and you just got pressured out by Benchwarmer's Light. That sums up the series, though. Just an absolute dominant first fight there from Benchwarmer's Light. Realizing that, okay, we've got to get a tick. Let's just force them off the point before they can even react to what's happening.
Man, I would not want to be in the position of Black Bears right now. Tried valiantly and showed that they certainly had a lot of fight in them, but not managing to come up and meet that same level, constantly being counted out there by both normal abilities and ultimate abilities, just not finding value out of the big things that they needed to, and relying too much on something like a misclick shadow constantly. They're going to be going through to our low bracket finals against a Plum Opal just now in about an hour's time, 6 o'clock CET. So you guys stick around for that because Black Bears has an ability to still come back into this. But the way that they were playing now, a Plum Opal could pose a real big threat to them.
Oh, and the icing on the cake would be if Black Bears beat a Plum Opal and then Benchwarmer's Light obviously win through to the grand finals, so it ends up being a rematch between Benchwarmer's Light and Black Bears. That would be the icing on the cake, the one hurdle that has stopped Black Bears from winning this tournament. Imagine that in the grand
Mm.
finals. I could not imagine their mentality if that were to happen. And it's very feasible that it does. Benchwarmer's Light, a super dominant team. I've got my bets on them for the rest of this tournament. I think they're going to go through and win the entire thing because they just played absolutely stellar today.
Well, it is actually Benchwarmers who have qualified now for the grand final, so they're
Yeah.
definitely going to be there as the challenge to beat at the end of this. So whoever takes that victory between a Plum Opal and Black Bears, they've got to take on Benchwarmers, and Benchwarmers already intimidating enough. And so these two teams, both of them, got to be feeling pretty tired at least between this the Black Bears coming down from this upper bracket and a Plum Opal with so many games yesterday and such a long run already mean that both of these two teams I think really understand what it means to lose at this stage when they're so close, but also what it means to win if they have to go through and play against Benchwarmers.
Yeah, and I mean the heart wrenching thing is that Benchwarmers Light. I mean, like the thing is, they just will. They'll probably just win the entire thing just based on what I saw today. Obviously they can be beat. They're not unbeatable. There are
Yeah.
mistakes in their play. Sometimes as the Lucio goes out of position and gets a bit too overconfident. Sometimes Dom will misplace in a brutality field, or sometimes you'll see Fell play a bit aggressive, get caught out by Maywall. Those are the types of opportunities that teams really need to take against them. So the winner of Black Bears versus a Plum Opal needs to be ready. They need to be aware of, okay, Benchwarmers Light, they make very rudimentary mistakes. And if we can just clean up our own play and make sure we're following up on those, then we'll win. And that's what I think needs to be going through both of their minds, even before they win the game between Black Bears and Plum Opal, right? They need to be thinking from this moment forward, how do we be about Benchwarmers Light? Because that is going to be the absolute hurdle for both these teams.
Do you even start looking that far ahead? Do you go, yes, we need to beat Benchwarmers Light, but how do we just get
I
through
would.
now the slower bracket finals?
I would, because what I think both of these teams need to do is they need to come into to the series in the lowest bracket. They need to be thinking, okay, Black Bears and Plum Opal, we're going up against each other. Let's just assume we're going to win this game. We have to win this game, otherwise we're out, right? You need to have that confidence. So I think you're going to be planning that far ahead, because otherwise, if you win that series and then you aren't prepared for Benchwarmers Light, you lose the entire thing anyway. There is no point to winning that Plum Opal Black Bears series if you just aren't prepared.
I like your way of thinking. So definitely going to be a couple of minutes now. The teams have about an hour's worth of break. We are looking at getting in an interview with Benchwarmers Light, and so looking at what they feel about the tournament so far and how their chances come in for the finals. We're going to bring you that in a couple of minutes. Any last thoughts there, Toasty, on this the game we saw or the games to come?
Honestly, Black Bears, I want them to win. That's all I'm going to say here. I want them to win against the Plum Opal. I want them to get their revenge on Benchwarmers Light. This is probably one of the greatest storylines in a cast, like in a tournament that I've ever seen. Black Bears versus Benchwarmers Light constantly just getting through by them. And the fact that they can go against them in the grand finals and then potentially beat them. I mean, that right there is reason enough for you guys to just tune in, keep watching, and make sure you stick around for this entire day of games.
See, you bring out that miracle story where they managed to come back and win after getting hit and hit. I raise you the Aplomb Opal story of our lower bracket stalwarts, our gladiators who've come through after playing so many games yesterday, after fighting out through this lower bracket the whole way. If they manage to get through to the finals, that would be an underdog story. So both teams have a lot to fight for here.
Yeah. Both
You
teams
guys don't want to
definitely,
miss that.
yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh no, yeah, I was gonna say both teams definitely they do have a lot to kind of put on the line here. It's basically it'll come down to the 6 CET game, and the one coming up next that decides basically which storyline will prevail. So let's see which team has a better motivation, is all I'll say.
Yeah, I'm interested. It's going to be a couple of good talks, I think, that's going to be needed to be had by both of these teams in the next couple of minutes. Guys, don't go anywhere. We are going to be back with our bench warmers interview after this. Otherwise, we'll see you for our lower bracket finals in about an hour, 6 o'clock CET. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Altiora Spring Cup. We've just watched our first winners bracket finals here, where bench warmers took that definitively over Black Bears. And we have two of our bench warmers players here with me, DeGabinis and Fel Bell. How are you guys feeling? Fel, how do you feel after a victory like that and looking forward to the fact that you are now in the finals?
I mean, I'm definitely very excited. I think the team played very well. Especially the last map, both teams put on a very good performance, and we managed to persevere and we played better in the end. So I'm really happy.
DeGabinis, you must have felt quite comfortable coming in there, and by the way you were able to move around on your different DPS players, if I'm not mistaken, you were really, especially something like the McCree, you just seemed very confident in a hero that seemed to, you know, that sometimes has trouble getting out of sticky situations. You were constantly confident. Is that because you met these guys before? What gave you that sort of confidence to play the way that you did today?
Ooh, honestly, I think the team, like playing aggressive like with them is a dream for me. I love playing aggressive, not going too defensive, and I didn't have that before coming in, and especially the coaches also helped me from the org, and yeah, I'm very thankful.
I'm really happy to hear that. Phil, tell us a little bit about the bench warmers. I mean, you guys have the best profile picture, in my opinion, out of the ones that I've seen.
Dude,
That's
it's great.
oh man, that's like some pro level graphic design stuff right there. I wish I could be that good.
Yeah.
Guys, look out for it in the finals. It's great if you missed it. Tell us a little bit about your org. The Gabinis has just talked about the fact that you've got so much support from people like the coaches. Are you guys a well-established team? Just give us
I
the
mean,
101.
I would say yes. We've played in GTAU quite a lot with a bunch of different teams. We have teams like up to top 500 and down to low plat. I think is our lowest team. And then we have coaching staff for pretty much every team, so you can get like maybe individual coaching. So we get like coaching sessions once a week. So our team play just becomes really good, which I think gave us a great advantage because we've been playing it together so long and getting coaching pretty much every week with all the new metas. So we're able to adapt really well to new situations because our org is so well organized.
That was very evident, I must admit. The fact that you guys, whenever Black Bears, they threw a couple of different strategies at you, and you were able to adapt so well with it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think they had some great individual players that were really like causing us trouble. Like the McCree lost point getting the flash shatters, and he actually canceled my shatter on like the last fight,
Oof.
which like pretty much carried that fight. Like, and I mean they just played really well individually, but the problem is, you know, we have people like Gabinis who can also clutch. So I think it had our team play been worse, I think they probably would have been able to walk away with a big win. But you know, it's just, the team works together really well.
All right. Gab, tell me about your experience in the tournament so far. You know, you guys came through that group stage completely unbeaten. Now you've come into the brackets and so far been pretty much unchallenged. You're now in the finals. That's got to be, you've got to be feeling very confident in your momentum and in your team right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the group stages was a little warm up. All the teams were great, honestly. But now this is a bigger challenge. And Black Bears played very well today. Honestly, better than in the group stages where we 3-0'd them. Well, we did again. But I still feel like they had a great communication and like knew which target to focus better. And yeah, I can't wait to see who we will face in the grand finals. I mean, I would love to play against either of them.
I mean, you guys haven't really gotten to play against the Plum Opal, and they went down to the lower bracket. So if you haven't been following up with this, they went down to the lower bracket now in yesterday's first match. And so they've been fighting the whole way through there and had to fight against Agorientum and Bunny Disaster to stay in the competition. And they played 3 5-game series in a row. So like 6 hours of Overwatch in a row. And they looked really powerful the whole way through. So they went down very early, but they've managed to hold on now, and they got to take on Black Bears. Is this a game, Gab, that you are going to be watching with interest to be like, one of these teams could actually be really impressive or intimidating towards us? And who do you think it would be?
Ooh. I will definitely look at the match. I think both teams have a good chance of winning. I mean, both are very strong teams. But hard to say who will win, honestly. I think a bit more Opal, with the team play. But individual play, I think Black Bears have the upper hand. It'll be very close, I think.
I'm looking forward to that. Gabanus, do you have anyone that you want to shout out to? Any messages that you want to tell to your team at this stage to give them motivation for the end of the tournament?
I want to pretty much thank the whole org for supporting us all the time, especially in chat. And the team in general, I want to thank for not giving up, always being there, and just having a good time. And remember, we are not here to take part, we are here to take over.
Hey, that's a great mantra for
That's the
your team.
thing. He said the thing.
Phil, any last messages for your team, your captains, or just pump yourself on social media?
I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, we're in the finals. Like, I mean, we're looking for another trio. Gonna be difficult for sure, but I mean, I'm confident. We should at least be able to squeeze out a win. And I mean, I wish all the players the best of luck in the semifinals, or the losers bracket finals, or whatever. The teams that it's about to play, see how well they will be playing.
It is going to be interesting to see there. Can we follow you anywhere, you or your team, anywhere on Twitter or any of the social medias?
I mean, I think Benchwarmers. We have I think Benchwarmers.org on Twitter. Both. I can double check, but I think it's Benchwarmers.org on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. I think they're the most active on Twitter. Yeah, Benchwarmers.org. If you want to look at the org, probably Twitter, Benchwarmers.org.
Well, guys, definitely go give that a check out. And don't forget to, at the same time, follow Altiora, of course, bringing you this Altiora Spring Cup. This was Benchwarmers. We just had Gabanus and Felbel from them. Guys, well played for this. Congratulations for your stellar run so far. And I cannot wait to see you in the finals later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. For the rest of you, we will see you in about half an hour's time as we start to see the lower bracket finals. But going to be Black Bears versus a Plum Opal there in that lower bracket fight for the last place here in the finals. Going to be taking on Benchwarmers there. 2 more games of Overwatch for you today, and they're only going to get more excited as we go on and higher stakes. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in about half an hour as we go at 6 o'clock CET. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then.
You just gotta keep moving forward.
Welcome back to the Altiora Spring Cup, and we are ready to bring you the second match of the day, the lower bracket finals. So these two teams are now fighting for a spot in the final match, the grand finals, which we'll be going with later. Black Bears here having just lost the upper bracket finals to end up here with a 3-0 very clean win for BW Light. Aplom Opal here having won 2 games yesterday in the lower bracket after actually being taken out of the upper bracket by BW Light. So they are here fighting for that rematch in the grand finals against BW Light. Black Bears here looking for redemption. Should be a really interesting match. What do you think, Toasty?
I definitely think this is gonna be an interesting match. I mean, like you were saying there, both of these teams, they've gone through a lot to get to this position. Black Bears, they literally just lost 3-0 against a team they got through with like a bye in their first game in the group stages. So that's got to take a toll on their mental capacity, I would say. And they've definitely got to come back into this with just a better mentality. Make sure that they're realizing it's a different team. It's a Plum Opal. We'll probably win against them, right? And personally, I mean, Black Bears, Plum Opal, they both have a very good storyline to this kind of series, because whoever wins it will go against a rematch against Bentroma's Light, who took both of them down to this lower bracket. So in terms of that, I am super excited to see which one of these teams actually gets to rematch that very dominant Bentroma's Light team.
Yeah, and it will be really exciting either way. Black Bears, I think, a little bit of a pickup team. Some players who came together just for the purpose of this tournament, but all, individually looks like very strong players. Plum Opal have been bringing us some really interesting gameplay with some fascinating off-meta compositions yesterday, including, if I remember correctly, whipping out the Bastion. So that could be some fun stuff to spectate.
Yeah, I mean, this entire tournament has been the name of the game is just creativity. The name of the game is just really weird, wacky compositions. We've seen a variety of things. We've seen the double shield Bastion. We've seen a bunch of Rhine being played. And even within the Rhine comps, we've been seeing a ton of different variants. We've been seeing Junkrat Sim. We've been seeing kind of Orisa, Diva, Zarya be swapped between by just off tanks that really enjoy to play those ones specifically. And I'm super hyped up to see which one of these teams actually has the better style. Black Bears, primarily they love to play those kind of Ryan Zarya styles, whereas the Plum Opal, their rush isn't as good, I would say, as Black Bears is, at least in my opinion. But they do have a lot more diversity in terms of what they can play, and they also have a Doomfist one trick in Aritz. So
Yeah, I mean, I think, have we seen Aritz flags very much? I think it'd be really, really interesting
Echo,
to
that was
see.
it, right?
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple of different heroes out of Aritz, but very, very strong on the Doomfist. And Doom yesterday looking ironically very strong on the Reaper. I don't think we've seen a Doomfist out of Doom. So some really potentially interesting. It looks like we're going to Lijiang Tower. So a really fun map, one that often gives us a chance to showcase a few different compositions with those very different, divey play on gardens and the very brawly control center point.
Yeah, I mean, you can play really just a bunch of stuff on God, and I would say though you are locked into playing the Symmetra on Control Center. Well, not Control Center, Night Market primarily for Symmetra, but you can play Symmetra on Control Center, which we did actually see in the last series here. Obviously, Black Bears, they chose to have Flame Dio play that Symmetra, and it didn't quite work out too well for them. Obviously, Flame Dio a lot more suited to those projectile heroes, the Pharah, the Junkrat. The Symmetra really was not working for Flame Dio because it kind of just got Symmetra diffed by Bentroma's Light. So.
Flame looking so strong on that Pharah though. A
Yeah.
really, really fun perspective to spectate always. So looks like we're going to be going to Night Market first. We probably will see the Symmetra, although we'll have to see what both of these teams pull out.
Yeah, I
Always
mean it is night market, so I'd expect the TP to point from both sides, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting to see too, but we could always see something a bit more creative. With how strong Flame's Pharah is, I might quite like to see the Bears take a little bit of a slower approach and potentially just spam out this other team. Having had the Symbol maybe not work out for them as well last match, it'd be really interesting to see if they decide to switch to something like, we'll give up that first cap, we'll give up 10%, but then our Pharah will eventually win the fight. So it does look like they are currently both locking the brawl, so exactly as we predicted, but we've got an Orisa coming out from the Bears and Zaya and Ana as well. from the side of Plum Opal.
Yeah, the Bears here kind of taking a page out of Ben Trauma's Light's book, obviously playing that Rhinoceros as both teams immediately deeping to point right now. The action will commence instantaneously. It will be the ball coming through and a big anti-nade onto Misclick that's going to prevent some aggression for a while as the Ritz immediately showing their colors on the Doomfist, finding Lunar, and Misclick also goes down. Ultra now going to be pummeling forward with the rest of the team potentially. There is still an Arista here spamming out Driver though, who goes quite low. Ritz again though, just getting so much disruption in there, and unbearable Flame Duo and Micro will all fall.
That was some chaos being caused by a Ritz in the backline there, really making it difficult for the Brawl comp from the Bears to actually, stay together and protect their support line. So that will be already looking quite strong for the side of Plum Opal. We saw some really terrifying Ryan from Ulchu yesterday, but we're now seeing a slightly more passive hold, playing back on the point, playing slow, playing careful, looking to get a Ritz into that backline.
Yeah, and I mean, Ritz gets kind of baited out by this match of TP there, punches into it, not realizing that it was just a bait. A slam here from Misclick will find Doom there, and a counter slam finds absolutely nothing for Ultra there. The counter pin comes through from both Reinhardts, and with Doom out of the fight, it should probably be winnable for Black Bears here, although Flame Dio does go down, so a significant amount of damage out of the fight for both teams, and Black Bears, they'll be the ones to suffer the most from that.
Yeah, Bears looking very strong on the engage there, really coming in aggressively and looking like they could win the fight. But it's so difficult if you don't deal with that high charge Zaya. Driver's just going to be able to clean up that fight with the amount of damage that Zaya puts out. Could be interesting now though, as we're seeing some ults come onto the board from both sides. We've got a Grav that will probably be looking to come out from Driver this fight, and difficult to know how the team of Bears is going to be answering that.
Yeah, I mean, you were mentioning earlier on, obviously, the style of playing the Pharah, letting the Pharah slowly accumulate that damage over the course of the fight can be a very good strategy, and it will be working out here as Univ goes down quite early on. They do solo grab that Pharah, though, trying to get them out of the fight immediately, recognizing the threat of Flame Dio there. Unbearable goes down as well, and I mean, it's a 5v4 right now. It looks probably winnable for this side of Plum Opal as they'll blitz forward onto Misclick here.
Yep, the solo grab onto the Pharah. That's one way of dealing with Flame's Pharah. Certainly showing a lot of respect for the threat that spam damage can pose. Will be interesting to... I think there's not going to be able to be a touch, although can the Arisa touch? Overtime triggered?
Yeah, I mean, the overtime is triggered here. Frogchamp managed to get that one through, and it will be Micro in the backline, coming through with a touch, as well as a slam onto Driver here from Misclicked, but it is reciprocated there as Misclick does get stunned up, and I mean, with Doom out of the fight, again, Plum Opal, they're looking like they have a lack of damage, and with Ulchu and Univ going down, that's your main Brawl core gone, and even if Driver comes through for pick onto Lunar, it's probably not winnable here.
Yep, fair few ults coming out for the side of Bears as they needed to flip that overtime point in their favor. They're going to be defending it now, but they cannot afford to lose a single other fight. So that's going to be quite scary for them as they're pushing up to hold the doors here. If they allow someone past them to get so much as a toe on that point, they could be losing this point very swiftly. Looks like they are still going to be setting up the Pharah on the spam position on that high ground, and just waiting nice and slowly. Actually, oh, there's the shadow!
Yeah, brilliant slam there from Misclicked. Sorry about my silence there. Someone did enter my room, so I had to be quiet for a moment. But yeah, I mean, Misclicked here, you know, sort of speaking for themselves with that shatter. Does get taken down at the end just to do a bit of hubris, but alas, I mean, that was a pretty good fight for Black Bears.
That was a very, very well played fight from the side of the Bears. And actually, Misclicked getting a lot of value with that aggressive rain play. The holding up at the doors actually really working out from them. As it was when the other side went to rotate to point that they were able to, hit that huge shatter. Now we're seeing Doomfist coming into the backline, looking to cause all of that chaos again and finding a pick already. But being responded to straight away with picks from these fantastic tanks on the side of Bears. And it looks like they're going to be pushed back again.
Yeah, they will get pushed back. Obviously, Plum Opal now, it's basically the last fight in which they can probably cap this one up. They do have a lot of ultimates banked up to do it, though. I mean, they've got their Graviton Surge.
Yep, grab, and don't underestimate the power of support ults like Nano and Beat. Grab coming out, only finding Misclick, who is going to survive that easily with the help of a Lamp, but gets shattered. Will he fall? Yep, that will be devastating for the Bears, although they trade it back immediately with a pick onto Doom's McCree. But without their main tank, it's just going to be so difficult to survive the incoming damage from the side of Aplom, who will be looking to cap this point. And
Yeah.
the ball now coming out, looking for the touch. But is it going to be in time?
Yeah, it will be in time here. Misclick can touch that and actually gets to slam through as well. Did a little bit of a jump over someone's head there, but again, it just doesn't matter. There's too much peel to prevent Misclick from even touching again, and they do get taken out by a red. Unbearable going down as well. There's just no healing available here, and the nano onto Old Shoe will be enough to clinch things up right now, as it is probably winnable here for a Plumopal. Unive goes down, but it's all for naught right now. Micro will be the last to fall, and Lunar cannot get there in time.
Wow, it looks like we could be setting up for quite a close series here with 99 to 100% on that first point, feeling reminiscent of so many of the other matches we had yesterday where we were going to, map 5 after map 5. Be interesting. I think this next point Gardens might just suit the play style of Black Bears a little bit more if they are able to run one of their more spam or more divey compositions. Flame hinting at the Sombra here though. Or no?
I mean, if it does happen, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Flame does whip that out in times of need. And I think a Ritz now will be playing that Symmetra just because the Doomfist doesn't get as much value on this map.
Yep, absolutely. So,
Now, they will be coming out of the spawn doors with the Symmetras on both sides, actually, as Flame Deer will not opt to TP straight out of spawn, will go to the point instead with that. But the boop comes through immediately from Manti, finding 4! Gigantic from them, and Old Shoe doing the grunt work, I suppose, cleaning up onto Misclicked. That was a 5-head play from Manti.
wow, that is just beautiful. Mante knowing where they were going to teleport, punishing that TP, and that's gonna be a point cap for a Plum Opal. Now looking for Bears to rotate. They're looking to rotate through white. It looks like with the Pharah still overhead, putting in that damage, taking it slow. But
exactly, and now Misclick gonna be walking onto Old Shoe right now, just putting in a bit of aggression, but it's impossible to get that aggression through when a Ritz is in your backline, just dealing some damage, messing things up, and Doom will take out Misclick because of it. Finding second one to Frogchamp there, the tank line being down means that Black Bears have no chance in this team fight.
yeah, that's a very difficult thing to deal with when you've got, a Doomfist in that really enclosed space when you're trying to make that rotation through that left side for Bears. You can't just leave a Doomfist alone in your backline. And I think possibly they're going to want to find some way of dealing that. They do have Micro on the Kree, who's probably going to be looking to, stun and take out the Doomfist as a top priority this fight. And playing the courtyard, playing a slightly more... They're immediately turning around to deal with the Doomfist, and he goes down!
Yeah, Ritz getting peeled for the first time, and that's absolutely brilliant. Black Bears, they can just blitz forward now without fear of that Doomfist just messing things up in their backline. Flame Dio finding Unive as well with the Arning and the Doomfist gone. There's just no real solidarity here from Plumopal. They will slowly bleed out potentially, but Micro and Flame both going down. No DPS here for Black Bears now, as it is a 4v4 on point, but it looks like a Plumopal might be able to flip this one over. There is a shadow here from Misclick though onto 2, and just finding the hero play, taking 4 out in a very quick sweep of time.
What a hero play. That fight could have gone either way at multiple points there, with some of those, duels that as people split up and were fighting, all over courtyard, going ways we didn't expect. The Lucio taking out the Kree there. Going to be having a Plum Opal now rotating through the same way that Black Bears did, and quite possibly taking quite a lot of damage from the Pharah in this rotation as they're hanging around in the open space. Looks like we're going to be getting into the engage pretty soon, and Window coming out with
the window and the pull could be dangerous there as Manti goes down, and brilliant pull fire strike set up there by Frogchamp and Misclicked, and that'll be just a very minor disengage here for the side of Plumopal.
Yep, knowing that they've lost their Lucio, that they won't be able to speed in, just immediately backing out and looking to regroup with that Lucio. But are they going to be taking spam from this Pharah as they hang around? Once the side of Black Bears gets set up here, it could be, a lot more difficult to push in. The Doomfist going in though, looking to cause chaos.
Yeah, but Ritz, no fear here going in with that Meteor Strike, and the Graviton Surge comes through as well, the Meteor Strike into it, but the barrage in the backline from Flame Dio trying to flip things around right now. There's 2 picks for the side of Black Bears, but it does not matter. Everyone just falls there. There's too much chaos being put onto the point there. Flame Dio tried for the hero play, just didn't quite work out.
And what was that fight? We saw the supercharger from Arisa, the shatter from Ryan. We saw, I think, Valkyrie, Grav, High Noon, like a Nano as well. There's just a lot going on there, and just the individual play from Aplom, winning them that fight in all of the chaos. Huge shatter coming out from Ulchu, does go, oh, and Float getting booped off the map.
That is gigantic from Manti again, showing their colors on this Lucio, and it's Black Bears now forced to at least try and make a hero play, but there's no ultimates to do so. Frogchamp going down here, and Lunar to follow it. It is just hopeless staggering now. No one can even touch it. I mean, Flame Dio probably can on the Sombra, but I mean, what can a Sombra do against an entire team just ready to pummel you? As misclicked, flashed off the map there by Doom, and that right there is a very good first map by a Plum Opal. A lot less close on that second round than there was in the first.
Yeah, looking, the opposite of the way I predicted it. A Plum Opal actually doing really, really well on Gardens. Really thriving in some of these chaotic fights when the rule was, falling apart. And, oh, we've got to see this boop. Yes. What a boop.
Oh my god, it was amazing from Manti, and what I really want to mention here is something I've wanted to mention like this entire map, is that it seems like a Plum Opal are very prepared for these set plays that Black Bears enact. It seems like every series Black Bears play, they enact the exact same rotations at the start, they have the same sim TPs, they have the same fight engagements. We saw a Night Market as well, where they use a TP as a distraction into the backline, forcing out cooldowns, and then engaging, and they've done that in every series I've seen of them, the past 3 that I've casted anyway. And it's just really obvious when they try and do that, especially in Lijiang. So it seems like a Plum Opal have done their homework.
Yeah, it does look like, some of the teams here have been obviously fighting in quite a telegraphed way, something that perhaps if you were watching the rest of the tournament, you could be able to scout some of these plays. But it's so difficult, I think, especially with a newer team or a team that doesn't have that experience to, make use of that scouting information and to recognize, this is what we saw earlier, but it's happening to us in first person now. There's a lot that, from a first person perspective, you don't necessarily see as much as we're able to see from that top down view, where we can, obviously see everything that's going on.
Yeah. I mean, being able to scout it from an outside perspective, right, is one of the critical parts of being in a tournament that lasts this long. Obviously, it's been, what, 3 weeks of just, these teams constantly playing against each other. And eventually one team just has to pick up on the fact that you can use the casts that we do. You can use that third person perspective with that observing, with the ability to see these kind of patterns. And a Plum Opal very good at recognizing those. But I mean, Black Bears, I mean, it doesn't really matter when they've, like, it's just 1 or 2 set plays per map, because it's only a couple of team fights. At the end of the day, they are still winning, at least in some of those mechanical engagements where it's the hero plays that really matter.
Yep, the hero plays really coming out from all sides, I think, actually, from the Reinhardt on the side of Bears, and also from some of the DPS on the side of Opal. The pull Fire Strike, as you said, in the middle of that map, beautifully set up between the Baptiste, Orisa, and Reinhardt. So looks like we're going to be going to Rialto. So what are you expecting on Rialto?
Honestly, knowing Flame Dio, we're probably going to be seeing a bit of Fari here. Rialto, you can use the roofs as natural cover, and you can really just use a lot of those corners as well to just hide behind, bob in and out, and get a ton of spam damage in, especially if you can use the high grounds in combination with like a Hanzo or an Ashe in combination with that Pharah. I think there's the opportunity for Orisa Sigma here, although every single time I try and call Orisa Sigma on this map, it's usually Brawl instead.
Yep, I have been finding the same. A lot of teams just, finding the Brawl, I think, significantly easier to play. We could be seeing the Widow, though, out of Micro. So that could be an interesting pick. Obviously, if the Widow can find that Doomfist head as he flies in, we could be seeing some really beautiful clips from that.
Go on.
Oh, sorry. It was very difficult, though, if the Doom is able to, engage onto Widow. She's going to struggle in close quarters.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Micro does make the Widow work a lot of the time. I'd say in past series I've casted, Micro has always pulled that out as like a pocket pick. So.
Yep. we'll be getting straight into the map here then. Aplomb on the defense, looking to play this very close range brawl with their Doomfist and their Reaper. And then the spam composition, well, more of a spam. Still got the brawl tanks from...
Yeah. These brawl tanks being mirrored is very interesting, especially when you're running this kind of Pharah, but it really works out in combination with Micro here, who immediately picks off Unive, brilliant from them, and immediately the DPS for Black Bears here, just showing what they can do.
Absolutely, a really nice, clean first fight, and we won't be seeing the kind of hold at this first corner that so often, cracks the mentality of teams on this map. They will be pushing through and taking a fight in the courtyard section of this first point Rialto here. Micro, getting a lot done on that Widow straight away, really showing her strength there. And we're seeing actually a swap from Aplomb Opal going onto the spam composition. We're getting a Sigma Hog, so they're going to be looking to get picks with the Ashe, the Hog, looking to play corners and probably hide quite a bit from this Pharah and this Widow.
Yeah, but it does not matter when they just don't touch the point like that. Driver just falls off the map there. I mean, a Red Stand Doom still find picks, and it's a 4v4 fight right now, a very scrappy one at that, but Flame Dio can clean up very well on that Pharah.
Yep, a Ritz staying alive, but then finally going down to Frog Champ on the Zaya, and they're going to be making some progress on second already. This the new composition will be back on the Orisa for Aplomb. They seem really indecisive. They seem like they don't quite know what they want to do, but they are now on an Orisa Sigma Ashe Echo, so going full spam for this second point. They're going to be looking to keep their distance and control this high ground, which so far they are doing, but we're seeing a rotation up to high ground from the Brawl Comp. We're going to be getting an engage pretty soon. Already Orisa's gold being forced, but the pick onto Unbearable is going to make it so difficult for this Brawl Comp to actually push in and hold this high ground potentially.
Yeah, I mean, the Brawl composition now just loses a lot of sustain with that Mercy gone, and they'll have to wait for that one to come back. They will just, take some presence on the payload, make sure they're at least getting as far as they can, and squeezing every little bit of value out of that. And they're even investing in the Graviton Surge here. It looks like they think it's winnable, and it very much is, with that barrage from Flame Dio, taking down Ulchu very swiftly. And it should be just a pretty easy cleanup now, with both tanks off the board for the side of a Plum Opal. They'll get cleaned up onto by a Black Bears. They do invest the Bob, though, so they still think it's winnable, but I mean, Frog Champ has some other idea there, taking out Doom and Unive.
Yeah, scrappy fight there with quite a bit of investment from both teams. The solo grab barrage onto the off tank of Ulchu. And
my God!
They're deciding to frag with the Battle Mercy Valkyrie. Is that a third
That's
kill?
a 3k.
That's a
Oh
3k
my
for the Battle
God.
Mercy. What a play. It's so rare. Supports, really good supports can be, invisible, playing in the background, setting up those plays. The others get to take the limelight for, but Bear just saying, my limelight.
Yeah,
Look at me now.
Yeah, Unbearable really just showing that supports are some part of the team that can be respected, I suppose. But now, I mean, this team fight is going to be a lot harder considering they had to invest the Valk to get that 3k. And the only ultimate they have here is the Amplification Matrix. They'll be using that in tandem with the enemy's one, though. And Unive and Mante go down in a fell swoop, immediately getting taken out of that fight. There's a Flux here, but again, it won't matter too much. The brilliant Immortality Field there from Lunare. And 4 minutes 21 on the time bank.
Wow, I think we almost didn't notice the Bastion coming out there from, an Aplomb Opal, desperate to just pick something that will output enough damage to hold on to that point there. Didn't quite work out for them. It's interesting to see, they've made the switch onto something of a spam composition, but just the amount of momentum coming through from the side of Bears meant that it was perhaps a little difficult for them to get, the space and the time they needed. They need to take these really slow fights to be able to win on that, and it's going to be a struggle against Micro's Widow and Flames Pharah.
Yeah, but no doubt about it. That double threat of the DPS, right? You have the Widow on one angle, the Pharah on the other, really just pinching into your backline. And it's really difficult for Mante and Unive to stay alive. They've been doing very good at that, the sustain and keeping each other alive. In the past games I've seen of them, they rarely ever die first. But it definitely seems like in this game, Flame Dio and Micro are just changing that.
Yeah, Manti and Unive looking like a really, strong support line. It's something that we say often, supports can be a bit invisible, but sometimes it's just when you don't see them in the kill feed, when they're not dying, that you know you've got a really great support line on your hands. And Univ, they actually seem to be swapping over their roles now. Monty going over to the flex support. So interesting to see if they're going to. Oh, we're rolling out on Ana Zen. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for the anti-nades. I suppose Univ really wants to break open this Orisa Sigma composition with an anti-nade, but Micro not even allowing for any follow-up onto any anti-nades by killing off a Ritz there, and without the Mercy, it's going to take a moment for them to come back straight into the fight, so it'll just be a bit of poking around for now.
Yeah, just quite a slower fight is what we're expecting, with both teams now on some kind of spam composition. So we're going to be seeing the tempo slow down a bit. Both teams just looking for some kind of opportunity that they can build into. And there's a boop coming out from Flame, and that's going to make it difficult again for a Plum Opal to take a team fight.
Yeah, they really just cannot take a team fight here. They can't push forward at all without those tanks online. And the thing that really baffles me here is that they're playing Ana with an Orisa Sigma. You don't get the grouped healing of Baptiste, or perhaps the sustain that Moira could bring. It just seems like the worst flex support to play with this composition.
It might well be just that Univ is, so comfortable in this Ana, clearly doing really well on the Ana in the what we saw of her yesterday. So possibly, looks like they're changing actually the composition. They've decided that, this corner hold on Rialto can be so difficult to break. Going over to the ball to make sure they're able to break through it. And we actually are seeing the Baptiste swap now from Univ. So perhaps charming that one there. Ball now coming in, looking for some kind of engage off, clearing the high ground. They're taking this fight very, very slow, very patiently.
Micro's getting caught out there. Ritz does take them down. It'll be everyone else now taking a bit of a back foot here for the side of Black Bears, not wanting to go in without their Widow pressure, but Flame Dio again clutching over Boop onto Univ for the second time now, and they should be able to hold with solidarity on this one. Ritz does come through into the backline, but it was just a bit too slow of an engage. Does get taken down by Flame Dio there, who will clean up with a brilliant barrage there, finding two, and that's just all you need to clean up, really.
Barrage in that little alleyway, always a quite terrifying ultimate, frankly. And we're going to see the ultimate advantage now as a Plum Opal have switched the comp. We're going to see an ultimate advantage beginning to build up for the side of Black Bears with the Supercharger online for them, obviously the Barrage just used, and the Window online as well. So we're going to probably want to see, a Plum taking this fight a little bit slower, looking to actually build up ults of their own so that they can match this.
Yeah, but no doubt about it, they will be pushing onto the payload now. Plum Opal getting that pull through, but the Amplification Matrix immediately bursts down Ulchu. Good timing there from Lunar to set that one up, and I mean, no one's going to be engaging now for the side of Plum Opal. They are too scared.
That's perhaps what they wanted to do, though, as we were just remarking on, the ult advantage that built up as a Plum Opal had made the composition switch. They go in, they get the window out, and they say, that's all we needed to do. We're getting out again. And they're immediately coming in for a second fight now with the pick onto the Widow. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it is beneficial for them, but the Flux finds absolutely nothing there. The Fortified Orisa is escaping that one pretty nicely as the Flux comes through in return onto Univ. Doesn't take him down low, but Driver is going down low instead because of that distraction onto Univ. Obviously, Flame and Dio does go down to Manti here on this Battle Mercy, taking them out there. A bit of a diff in the skies, I suppose. Misclick still going to be holding, at least solidly on the payload, at least taking some time off that bank and waiting for everyone else to return, but maybe just going a bit too far forward there. Probably not much chance of recontest here. It'll just have to be the squishies that just trickle onto the payload.
Yep, it looks like they will be jumping off the map to give up this point, making sure that they don't just give unnecessary ult charge, although Doom's still managing to pick up the kills onto Pharmacy. So making sure that they don't get staggered. Black Bear's now pulling back, regrouping. That's really, a very well played fight from a Plum Opal, having, got the ults they needed to get and then using them the way they need to use them. We're going to see Black Bears now looking to hold the high ground, and a Plum actually just choosing to push the point rather than actually contesting the high ground. Looking for the pull off it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good attempt anyway at the pull to take everyone to the low ground, but it didn't quite work there as Flame Dio now straight from forward, going for that barrage. Did get body blocked there by Unbearable, a very niche play there, and that actually worked out for them. Flame Dio is alive because of it, so some good supporting there from Unbearable, and Misclick now just burrowing in the front line, I suppose, taking them all down.
Yep, really nicely played. Like that body block, something that we see occasionally on, Reddit. Really nice to actually spot it happening live. So this is going to be another, quite difficult hold to break if they decide not to contest that high ground. But of course, last fight we saw them, drop off that high ground to go down and go in with supporting the barrage. Plum Opal, are they going to choose to try and push off this high ground, or are they're taking the fight already, just sitting on the bridge, trying to spam it out? But the high ground advantage is going to be proving just a little bit too much. Although the res does come through onto the Orisa.
Yeah, that could be good right now, but again is rezzed up onto Flame Dio as well, who will just be utilizing this high ground advantage very effectively. And a Ritz also going in with a bit too much confidence there, not realizing that, you're going into a Sigma, you're going into a Orisa who can just burst you down in an instant, and everyone else will fall pretty swiftly here on the side of a Plum Opal.
And this bridge, it really is a little bit like you're attacking a fortress. We have Black Bears set up on their castle walls, with the moat, and you're trying to come in over the bridge. And it's just so much open space to cross when your enemy is effectively in a fortified location, shooting out through that little window with 2 shields. It can be really difficult to make this rotation.
Yeah, I really like that analogy, actually. It is kind of like a castle now that I think about it, just because the long sight line can be utilized here. The pull flux comes through, but it's absolutely nothing. What is it with everyone missing their fluxes today? Obviously, FrogChamp can now just, dump in damage from that off angle, but a bit of an embarrassing miss there, I suppose. It will be now just a brawl on opposite sides, though, just spamming into each other. But Flame Dio in the back, finding 3 onto 3 players. Very crucial ones as well on the side of Plum Opal, and that should be all they need. A 4-4 onto Manti will finish things off right now. An attempt at hero play for Driver there, but again, it just does not matter. A brilliant hold by Black Bears there.
And as we were expecting, it looks like we are going to be seeing a pretty close series with Black Bears picking up the second map here on Rialto. And it could just be that, we're going to see a back and forth as these different teams showing their strengths on different maps. The Pharah, obviously, from Flame looking really strong.
Oh yeah, I mean, Flame always coming up with like at least a 1 or 2k barrage that just really sets up these fights, and even in a neutral, just a very proficient Pharah player who sets everything up for Black Bears. I mean, without that Pharah there, if you're playing like an Ashe, or if you're playing literally any other hero, I think you wouldn't be getting the same amount of value, especially with Flame Dio just being just an amazing Pharah player.
Yeah, and really set up as well by his supports, who are doing a huge amount to actually, enable him. That Mercy Pocket and all of the resources going into Flame to enable him to shine like that. Looks like we've got a pick between Kingsrow, Numbani, and Blizzard World for a plum, and it'll be interesting to see if they pick Kingsrow yet again, or if we're going to get some variety in this series.
Oh, honestly, I mean, I don't think they want to pick something that really, complements Flame Dio's strengths, which in this case would be something like Lunumbani, would be something like Blizzard World. You can really use the Pharah on, especially on second and third, on both, well, on Numbani anyway, and on Blizzard World as first and second that the Pharah can get value on. So I think King's Row is something that could be chosen here by a Plum Opal. They don't want to, at least they want to benefit Flame Dio too much.
Yeah, and we've been seeing Kings Row picked, I think, by most of the teams in this tournament. It's obviously a huge favorite map of a lot of people. Just not to show any patriotism for my home country, but just a beautifully designed map, really.
I've no doubt about it. But we are just waiting for Plum Opal to pick that map.
Mhm.
But on the topic of like maps, I mean that Rialto map was also very. I would say I don't want to say close, but a Plum Opal they kind of started figuring things out on first point of how to beat Black Bears. I think on that second point though, it's just too difficult to push into that really good angle that the Black Bears are holding.
Yeah, it really is, difficult once they are set up on that high ground. You have so much space to cross, right? You have to get all the way across that bridge when there's the possibility for the Farah boops, there's the possibility for the Orisa holds into the river. And so you have to we are getting onto Kings right here. You have to cross like so much space into a team that's set up with a huge amount of cover with high ground, and then you either have to go underneath them and push the car, in which case they're going to drop on you, or you actually have to take that rotation and contest the high ground, which I think either way very difficult when you're being spammed out by that Farah.
Yeah, I mean, if you take the high ground rotation, you're enduring a lot more spam. But if you're taking the low ground rotation onto the cart, then it is the defending team that has the choice of whether they can engage or not, or if they want to let that spam damage accumulate. It is really difficult if you're a Plumable to make that decision. And Black Bears, they did a very good job on recognizing that. They found out the fact that we can hold this long angle, we can make sure that Flame Dio is on and off angle, getting pressure in no matter where they go, and then we just follow up with just neutral game after that. But it
Just
does,
getting the
yeah,
lobby set up here.
yeah. I mean, obviously, Kings Row is the map, and it's not a great far map. I mean, you can play it, maybe on second point, but I definitely don't think the first and third are good far points on Kings Row specifically.
Yep, I think we've seen some really aggressive play from Misclick's Reinhardt. We've also seen some really aggressive play from Olchu. Olchu yesterday going for lots of those flank shatters, lots of those Reinhardt hero plays. So the Reinhardt 1v1 here, assuming that both teams are going to be rolling out on the Rhine, would be really interesting potentially to watch. Both very aggressive Rhine players, so it should be exciting to see, who's going to be getting shatters here and whether we might see any of those, aggressive charges that make your teammates upset with you when you're a Ryan player. Not that I would know anything about that as someone who has never played Ryan in my life.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, the interesting thing I've wanted to mention this for a while about Black Bears. I the way they play, they put a lot of resources into their DPS, right? Micro and Flame Dio, there's no doubt they're pop-off players. But sometimes it feels like they neglect Misclicked a little bit. Like they don't put enough resources into Misclicked, who is always playing aggressive, is always landing very big shatters. It seems like they don't recognize that Misclicked is a player they need to put resources into. So perhaps they'll start to maybe mold into that style now that we're playing Kings Row, where you have to kind of pocket the Reinhardt.
I think everyone on that team, very capable of popping off. We've seen some huge plays from their flex supports as well, hitting antis and things. We've seen some huge, Zaya plays from FrogChamp. But I think we're just seeing, this is the nature of when you haven't been in team very long. When you do pick up a pug team for a tournament, you tend to see a lot of individual pop-off play and perhaps not as much synergy as the side that's been practicing together a lot longer, a Plum Opal.
Valid point. But now the obviously the doors do open, and we're seeing an interesting bit of a time waste, I suppose. They're just poking around a little bit right now, but Plumable will start closing that distance now, pushing onto Misclicked and getting a brilliant wall, taking them down low. Obviously, the Immortality Field does come through from both sides there. Lunars does go down first, though. And it will be a lack of resources now for Black Bears to really sustain themselves, and that means Flame Dio will fall pretty quickly, and Doom finds one onto Misclicked as well. Brilliant tempo there for the side of a Plum Opal.
Yep, a Plum Opal waiting until they knew they could go in, and then going in and cleaning it up very, very quickly. Actually, a lot of space being given up on the defense by the side of Black Bears, who pull back almost to the archway. We're going to be seeing a Plum Opal now. Are they going to be pushing up and taking space on second, or are they going to push the cart? They don't. What they looks like they are. At least the Zaya, Zaya and the Mei here, just looking for some kind of pick before the fight. And we are seeing there's a shatter online for Olchu. Nothing else on the board except windows. So Black Bear's now coming in, looking to hold the corner. And the wall coming out and window as well.
Yeah, the wall and the window were just kind of a little bit off, though. The window obviously edging into the wall slightly, and the wall from the Mei actually not, closing them off from escaping that. So it was a bit of a misplay from Flame Dio to kind of miss that mechanically. But now will be the aggression coming through from the side of a Plum Opal. They want to start pushing up on that. They miss the Fire Strike window, but it's a brilliant slam there from Oldshoe, like you mentioned. Obviously, the one thing that will probably win him the fight right now, but Misclicked also just doesn't get value out of theirs as it gets cancelled out, and everyone's going to be getting pushed onto here on the side of, oh my god, Black Bears. It's a 5k for Doom, just getting taken down in an instant there. Brilliant chance there provided by Driver with that Graviton Surge, and a brilliant decision from Doom to clean it up with that Blossom.
The squad of a Plum Opal here really showing some understanding of, the ebb and flow of Brawl. When that window came out, they just immediately said, you know what, nope, we don't want this, went away, waited until they wanted to take the fight, and then pushing back in with their own ultimates to take the fight. Looks like they're going to be fighting again very patiently over this first corner of third point already with 5 minutes in the time bank. but the Blizzard comes out for the side of Black Bears, and that's 3 people caught in it. Can they follow up on it? Misclick getting a kill onto the Xayah, that's going to be huge. Now just still playing for this corner. Flame going aggressive, walling off the right that he's just frozen. We're looking for picks with Doom in the middle of them, and the fight gets a little bit messy. Actually, 2 picks in return. The wall catching out Misclicked, and a Plum Opal are going to turn around this fight. Unbearable also kind of caught out in the middle of the enemy, jumping off the map actually, as Black Bears decide to reset.
And Black Bears, they have to reset there. I mean, that's all they can do. There's a big time bank here for a Plum Opal. They've got 4 minutes 50 on that, and they could actually cap it off with like more than 4 minutes 30. That'll be absolutely brilliant if they can. But Ultra really needs to clutch up with the Shatter if they want that to happen.
Yep, and Misclicked now coming back in to contest the cart, looking for Shatter and finds. That might brings out. Oh, but the Shatter in return comes out. That's caught Flame Duo and Lunar. Lunar who's going to be going down, and the window coming out as well. A Plum Opal getting more picks, and just such a patient team, so able to, you know, win the fights despite letting their enemies ult first, which is something you don't see that often with these brawl competitions. But you know, letting Black Bears ult first, letting them engage, kiting it so smoothly, disengaging, and then pushing back in and actually turning these fights around again and again with, you know, even though they might go down first, even though they might, you know, not ult first, they come back in and their ults are better. Such a patient and thoughtful way to play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Plum Opal have that kind of swagger about them, and Black Bears. The thing is about, like, I think both of these teams is that they have an understanding of how Brawl works. They understand, okay, this is how we want to use our cooldowns. This is how we make them happen. But I think in terms of the execution, it's always like a Black Bears in the Brawl mirrors that sort of come out worse for wear. I suppose they never use the cooldowns at the right time, or for example, they'll miss a wall like Flame View did a couple of times, or the Shatter won't get too much value, or there'll be no follow up on the Shatter, whereas a Plum Opal, they'll use that ultimate decisively, and then they'll follow up on it, even if Black Bears are the ones ulting first.
Yep, this could be a case of simply time, you know, spent as a team together, potentially triumphing over individual skill, which is, you know, never something we're against seeing, but it could go either way still on King's Row. We've got 4 minutes as a time bank though, which is going to be tough for Black Bears to beat.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. In fact, it's probably unbeatable for Black Bears here, especially considering they're going to be playing a more slow style. When they don't have that Lucio, they can't just blitz in like a Plum Opal, where they're just defaulting back to having Flame Dio and Micro be the ones popping off. And I mean, I'm not objecting to it. I think that's a very good way to play for them. But the problem is that Misclick can't really aggress as much as they want to here. It'll have to be Flame Dio that just, you know, dumps in the spam, dumps in the damage, and allows for some space on the point here as Black Bears step onto it. Just, you know, ebbing and flowing in and out, not really wanting to engage too much, but as Frogchamp that is forced to engage their brilliant Maywolf from Ender to set that up. Now everyone should be potentially winning the fight here on the side of a Plum Opal, but I mean, it is Micro that does come up with the pick, so it is a 5 versus 5 right now, with the spawn advantage going in the favor of Black Bears. Their Rosario will be back pretty shortly, and Misclick taking that long overdue space on the point.
Yep, this is such a slow fight. Black Bears actually hasn't, you know, disengaged or reset yet. They're still in this fight, and they're actually going to be getting barrage, taking down the Reinhardt, and this is beginning to turn in their favor, as although those respawns are coming through for the side of a Plum Opal, it's just too slow. And, you know, as slow as Black Bears are playing it, it is faster than the respawn from all the way from second point. So the Pharah picking up, the Micro getting a lot of value, and Unbearable just expertly juggling the damage boost between Flame and Micro, making sure that both of these DPS are getting a huge amount of value. Very, very well played from both sides.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What do you think about the Widow here from Micro? Because it is getting picks, but I mean, it's just, I don't feel the presence of Micro as much as I did on Rialto.
It's definitely a slightly less, you know, terrifying sightlines in some of these places than Rialto, but Micro, I think, you know, getting the picks that she needs to, and it's going to be difficult to deal with, you know, the Widow angle at the same time as all of this Pharah spam, the Fire Strike actually already taking out Ulti, which is going to mean that it's going to be hard for a Plum Opal to mount much of a defense without their main tank. They're going to probably give up first corner, maybe second corner, but there's a Rein wall onto the Reinhardt already.
That's a good wall there, Misclick getting caught out. Okay, go on.
And there's Grab and Blizzard being invested for the side of a Plum Opal, and you know, despite not having their main tank, just investing ults to take that fight and make sure they're able to stop that car at the library corner. Wow, that's quite the hero play from their Mei there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The May actually flipping that one around for Plumopal again. Just a stellar way of turning around these fights where they probably should not be able to turn them around. Just clutch plays from Ender to set that one up.
Yep, really, really nicely done. And we're going to be seeing them fighting over Library Corner now. Both teams coming in quite aggressively, but a Plumopal backing off a little bit, giving some space. A little bit worried about this Pharah. The bubble coming out for one Reinhardt, but not the other. That's giving Black Bears a little bit of an advantage to push into. But there's the window coming out from the side of a Plum, and now they're going to be pushing back and possibly, once again, as they do, like looking to turn around this fight slowly. Misclicked in front of that window now, though, and Flame coming up with the picks.
Yeah, but absolutely brilliant there from Flame. I mean, the Graviton Surge, obviously from ProgChamp, was something that contributed a lot to that fight. Good timing on that, and good positioning from Flame as well to be able to follow up onto that, as they will cap up the second point here. And Black Bears looking, you know, they can't get the same time bank as perhaps Plumopal did, but they'll definitely make it a very close contest in terms of that.
Yep, they're actually both teams looking like their offense is a lot more confident than their defense. Actually, a Plum Opal really, you know, looking like they know how to play patiently. They know how to attack, but struggling a little bit more on defense when Flame and Micro can take all the time in the world to spam out their defensive rule. Ulchu getting antied here. That's quite dangerous. Looks like he might be going down, but charging across the way, and that's Misclick getting walled and coming out with the shatter in return. That is a huge shatter, enabling the anti to come out from Lunar. That is such a strong ability that's just so terrifying when it hits all of you on the ground.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's a very good timing as well there to set that up. I mean, you know, Misclick was about to die, and then just lets that Shatter loose and takes everyone down with it. Unive now coming back onto the point with that stall, but the barrage from Flame Dio will just zone everyone off for a little while. Deal a lot of damage as well as Unive gets taken down because of that with the support of that Pharah, and everyone else will fall pretty shortly here. Ender just a bit too late with that mail, I suppose, and everyone on Black Bear is actually doing pretty well to almost match the time bank set by a Plumopal. It's only about a team fight difference between them.
Yeah, that is a much closer, you know, map than we were expecting when we saw the first attack come through. But, you know, I think both teams just struggling to know how to defend against each other's playstyles.
Yep, no doubt about it. But now, I mean, it's going to be up to Black Bears to try and get a good push here. They need to win the first fight if they're even going to make it through second point intact, I would say, if they even cap that up. And that first fight is going to be very important. I mean, we were mentioning it last series as well when I was casting with Ultrism that whenever you're in a situation like this, in the second round kind of territory, you really need to be winning those first fights so this overtime, you know, doesn't come too quickly, so you can actually have the opportunity to push up, take some quick fights, and build up your ultimate bank as well.
Yeah, with 2 minutes on the clock, they should be able to, you know, build up some kind of ultimate, but it will depend a lot on, like you say, whether they're able to win these first fights, whether they're able to get value. They're probably going to be looking to, as they played last time, play quite slowly and get some kind of pick with Micro, get Micro a good angle, working her way around to, you know, better and better angles as the fight progresses, and get a lot of damage with Flame before they really move in, like, so that their composition, which can get to this level of having the same resources to brawl in close range with this Reinhardt.
No doubt about it. Now as Black Bears, they're going to want to try and win this first fight dominantly. Obviously misclicked now. Going to be pushing up into the point, helping ProgChamp onto this point as bubbles come through from both Zaryas actually. And they're going to be using those resources quite early on, but Flame Dio going down. The res comes through as well from Unbearable. That means it's not available from Micro. And a brilliant boop there from Manti as well, just setting up those two picks onto ProgChamp and Lunar. That is a very subtle play, but one that is very commendable.
Yep. Wow. A Plum really, you know, conclusively winning this very first fight. I think possibly learning that they need to, you know, be aggressive into the... Oh, and we're seeing Genji from Flame Dio. It looks like they want to build up a Nano Blade. They have 1 minute to do it. So that's going to be interesting. Oh, no, okay. They've changed their mind.
No!
Flame Dio. We will not be seeing Genji on this map. Absolutely heartbroken. Plumopal still holding back, holding pretty passively by the bridge. And we're going to be looking to get a Maywall.
Yeah, it comes through here. Ulchu getting forced back because of that, having to give up a bit of that space on the point. Does manage to get that before the tick, though, but there is a slam from Misclicked. However, the follow-up isn't there. Ulchu wasn't caught by the slam, and that subtle block from Ulchu to make sure that they weren't caught by it allows for the teamfight win there for a Plumopal as a team kill. Horn does sound.
Although they've switched over to, they've gone for the Mei from Flame Dio, they're looking to wall off this Reinhardt, but with Unive able to jump over the wall and Mante as well, it's going to be, harder to necessarily, and they've realized this, they're going over to the Genji, but they've only got 13 seconds left. They're not going to be able to build that blade, and they're getting grabbed on point.
Yeah, and a gigantic slam from Ultra as well, finding 3 unbearable, somehow ending up on top of the statue. It is Flame Dew and Micro, though, that really are clutching up in the time and need here, finding Ender and finding Doom as well. Now, tank lines being traded off right now. It is just one tank on both sides, but it will be Black Bears that get the better end of that trade, as they usually win these very scrappy fights.
Yeah, the scrappy fight eventually, going into Black Bear's favor, and I wonder if they will stay on this Genji for the rest of the map. They are now, halfway to Blade, but nothing really on the board for them as they've invested quite a bit, although they're coming up on several ults into overtime.
No doubt about it here, and on top of the Genji there, I mean, you can't really swap off of it because it's overtime. Everyone has to be there for every single fight, but a High Noon comes here from Doom to try and set things up. The Immortality Field as well onto it, a bit of a weird usage from Unive, given the fact that there was a Rhine Shield blocking the McCree anyway. A slam comes through, and it finds absolutely nothing there from Misclicked, an uncharacteristic whiff, as Ender with 2 with a visor right now. There's a slam from Ultra as well, but again, just finds nothing. These Reinhardt's actually not finding anything with the slams for once, but it does not matter. Black Bears will be felled in the last moment here. They do cap the first point, though, which is something at least to brag about.
Yeah, capping that first point could still be crucial. It means that, they still have the potential to win this map. But that's just so unfortunate to, use the grab onto the soldier who's like, shrug, I'm going to kill you all with my visor, despite being grabbed.
Yep, no doubt about it. It was a very clutch play there at the end to set that up. And I mean, honestly, I didn't realize Ender was on that soldier until it was really starting to be impactful towards the end there. I mean, it didn't seem like a very good pick at the starting points, but alas, I mean, it did work in the end for them.
Yeah, not something that I think anyone really noticed until it was like, oh dear, soldiers cleaning up in overtime and preventing us from staying alive on this point. So we've got to only push the cart as far as that archway, which is, so often the place where teams want to hold. So Black Bears really do need to keep the point here, as they don't have to. Oh, it looks like we might be
Pausing.
being asked for a pause here.
Yeah, but I mean, Flame Dio is calling for that pause, which I'm assuming is just like a disconnect issue or something. But we'll see if the pause actually comes through here, or maybe a bit of an NA production, perhaps NA host. Okay, there we go. We got a pause.
There we go.
1.4 seconds away. We got it in time.
We got it in time. Presumably, I think Lena waiting for the 1.4 seconds so that when we unpause, we'll have a nice quick start to the match. So while we seem to be having some kind of technical issues from the side of Black Bears, how do you think they're going to want to defend this? It does look like they've gone for the Genji on defense as well.
Okay, so the thing is here, Micro's kind of taking a page out of Ender's book and playing the soldier here, and I quite like it. It controls the high grounds, it puts a lot of pressure on Doom if they do decide to play the Echo, and if there is a high ground rotation, then Micro, I don't know how to pronounce it, but they can cut off that rotation, they can put in a lot of spam damage, and that visor as well, as we just saw, can be a really crucial ultimate in the time of need.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, Genji, often a hero that is played for the huge ult combo with the Ana, the Nano Blade, going to have to play quite defensively here, and then won't be able to just wait and get Blade when they can't allow the enemy team to cap the point.
Yep, no doubt about it here. I mean, Flame Dio a bit complaining in the chat right now about being late spawned because of that DC. So the Genji, in fact, won't be here until a little bit later on in the team fight, probably. And that's a critical thing as well. This Genji, right? If they win the first fight, if Black Bears manage to win that first fight here, the Genji with the Nanoblade can easily win the second or third fight, which basically takes it to the end of the time bank, really. So that is going to be a very critical little combo if they can set that up.
Yep, they do have a whole, 3 minutes to push here. So they'll be able to, really think about how they want to do that and, take the time to build up their ults. Perhaps, think of some strategies.
Yeah, but no doubt about it. And something else I want to ask you about particularly is what tank line do you think is better here? Because it seems like Misclicked is more of like a very pop off player who gets these really clutch slams, but it seems like Ultra is a lot more consistent. What are you thinking?
I think both of these, it's so difficult to talk about main tanks, right? Because although Overwatch players, ego is universal in the world of Overwatch, and people love to write and chat about main tank difference or whatever. But I think it really is so difficult as a main tank to prove your own quality when so much depends on your team. Like how good these Reinhardts look is going to depend so much on how their supports are enabling them, how their off tanks are setting them up, how even like their DPS are like enforcing the space that they're creating. So it's so difficult to say, this Reinhardt's doing better than this other Reinhardt when, so much depends on all of that setup and all of that support that main tanks get. And sometimes the effect of a really good main tank can be invisible. We've talked about how a Plum Opal so good at recognizing when the engages from Black Bears can be kited, so good at realizing, they've used a window, but we don't have to fight them here. We can take a step back, we can wait, then we can go back in with our own window. That could be something that's coming from the shot calling of their main tank. It could be something that's coming from a shot calling of a main support. But whoever is taking the lead in those comms, clearly a very confident tempo caller somewhere in the voice chat for a Plum Opal.
Yeah, I mean, definitely on both sides here, they seem like they have an understanding of when to engage, when to disengage, that kind of stuff. And like you said, obviously, it's very hard to call whether that's the main tank or not because we can't hear these teams' comms. But we like in terms of the tank lines, yeah, they do get a lot of support from the teams. And especially someone I want to point out here is Lunar. I mean, keeping up Misclicked, even when Misclick gets like walled off or something, Lunar always jumps up on the Baptiste, managing to get an immortality field or a bunch of healing in. And even when not on the Baptiste, right, like they're teasing the honor right now. Those anti-nades, those sleeps can be enough to enable the Reinhardt to at least maintain that aggression for a little while.
Yep, the anti on but here we are. We're actually getting started straight away with the unpause coming through. Black Bears, I think a Plum Opal waiting very patiently for the disconnected member to come back, showing great sportsmanship there in the spawn. And now pushing onto the point.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Plum Opal want to start putting on that tempo. Flame Dew in the front line, just deflecting a little bit of that damage right now. Misclick just trying to swing in as a dash into the backline for Flame Dew, almost taking down Ulchu, and the high ground from Micro as well, coming through with a lot of spam onto Ulchu. They're taking them down, and everyone should be going down pretty quickly here for the side of a Plum Opal, but Misclicked quite low because of that freeze. But Frog Champ with 3 there, brilliant stuff. 4K there for Frog Champ.
4 for Frog Champ, and that really just shows you have to deal with Xayah in this kind of composition. The longer you let a Xayah begin gathering charge with those bubbles, the more damage she is going to start doing, and sometimes at the end of the fight, you just see, oh, well, 4 for Frog Champ, if you do not deal with that Xayah early.
Yep, no doubt about it. The Zarya can be a very big threat that is kind of underrated by a lot of these teams, but an interesting rotation coming through now from the side of a Plum Opal. They're going to want to take that high ground, but like I said, the Soldier can just scout that out, and the anti-nade from Lunar as well, just delaying it ever so slightly, and everyone's just going to be dropping down to the low ground now. They'll still take a rotation through a Big Ben, though, to make sure they can get the high ground control. So they want to Doom actually not followed up onto him. I'm guessing there was no dash there for Flame Dio. But now Ulchu, I mean, this is a really long rotation around. They want to take this high ground, but a Nano comes through onto Flame Dio, will be going on to the players that segmented off right now, trying to take out Driver and everyone else on the side of a Plum Opal, and will be doing it pretty effectively as the Visor as well helps set that one up. And there is still tank ultimates here for the side of Black Bears.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of overthinking for the side of a Plum Opal, you know, playing this extremely aggressive rule comp. We've seen they can set a fast tempo, and yet deciding to take that, you know, long rotation, looking for some kind of high ground advantage, not finding it, and then eventually punished for splitting by the beautiful Nano Blade coming out from Flame Dio. They're now looking to rotate through Hotel, which could let them, you know, very aggressively get onto the backline of Black Bears here.
Yeah, and an interesting solo grab onto Mante there. Didn't actually come to anything there as Ulchu finds Flame Dio. The rally from Unbearable will keep some solidarity and some sustain here, but it does not matter since Lunar was cut off from the rest of the team, and everyone will be falling here for Black Bears. And now they have to get outspawned very quickly to try and get this Archway recontest.
Really good grab coming out there from Driver, keeping, you know, some of Black Bears isolated together on that point as the rest of their team was splitting up. So very strong. Oh, and we're seeing some real cleanup. Ender actually being punished for how aggressively he's trying to clean up there, pushing forwards. They really don't want Black Bears because the cart just only has to get to this archway. They really don't want them to be able to hold there, but they actually have managed to find the defensive position. Flame Dio going down already, though.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very crucial pick-off now. There's going to be no blade for the later on parts of the fight. Misclick now being frozen up by Ender as the mail does come through. And a Reaper ultimate as well, clearing off the point. There's so much zoning here for the side of a Plum Opal. Black Bears, they have to try and get on that point, and they will do that with a nano onto Frogshamp there. But Ulchu just swinging around, taking the backline down. And it does look like Black Bears will fall at the last minute there. A very close map between the two, but Plum Opal will come out on top.
A very, very close map there, and a very interesting last fight as after capping the point, a Plum Opal just, you know, trying to chase all the way to spawn to prevent Black Bears, and although they do get punished, they do lose somebody, it really just prevents Black Bears from regrouping properly and taking the nice clean fight they would like to be able to take to actually set up and hold that archway, which can be such a strong position to hold. But it's just, you know, having only pushed the cart for a few meters, very, very difficult to prevent a Plum Opal from steamrolling through.
Yeah, but no doubt about it. Plum Opal here looking, I mean, absolutely not pristine in this series. I mean, they were, you know, contested very often by a lot of the players of Black Bears and the team as a whole. But I definitely think that Black Bears, I mean, they've got a chance coming into this. But they're just in the Brawl Mirror anyway. They seem like they always come out on the worst end of things, because you know we saw map one, Lijiang, Plum Opal did win in the Brawl Mirror. Here now, Kings Row, a Plum Opal win in the Brawl Mirror. It seems like Black Bears, whenever they can play that interesting, you know, off meta composition, I guess you could say, in terms of this tournament's meta anyway, you can really begin to get value and actually win those maps.
Yep. Volskaya could favor Black Bears a lot more then, which will be probably our next map. Although I believe we're going to be getting a short break before heading into Volskaya.
Yeah, we will be doing that, so we'll see you after that one. Welcome everyone and back to the Altiora Spring Cup. We are back with your series here of a Plum Opal versus Black Bears after a Plum Opal just edged out a very close map of Kings Row against Black Bears. Now it's Black Bears on Volskaya looking to take an absolute vengeance on a Plum Opal here. Not as much of a brawly map, so there definitely is a chance here that Black Bears can flip this over like they did on Rialto. What are you thinking, Firin?
I'm thinking that, this is a really close series, and I think that Black Bears could find their more DPS heavy, more sort of spammy composition working really, really well on Volskaya. I think we could be going to a map 5 here very plausibly. It's kind of been the pattern for playoffs, with actually the first match today being the 3-0, kind of breaking that pattern. I think it could be really, really interesting actually to see if we do get a map 5. A lot of those maps allow you to play both the spam competitions and the brawl competitions. So we could be going all the way down to the line here, or it could be a Plum Opal cleaning up the series if they do find a way to win out with their brawl here.
Yeah, no matter what team does win this series, I mean, they've got to go against an absolute juggernaut after this series, regardless of whether it's gonna be one map, two maps, three maps. We don't know, but either way, whatever team wins it, definitely has a large hurdle ahead of them in the form of Benchwarmers Light, who is just kind of a looming threat to both of these teams. Obviously, rivals, I guess, to both of them. Black Bears obviously getting through by them twice now, and a Plum Opal obviously getting this massive losers bracket run. It would be absolutely disappointing for either of these teams to lose, but alas, I mean, one of them has to. But on this map, I definitely think the Black Bears have more of a chance than they did on Kings Row, just based on the fact that it is this kind of unorthodox playstyle where you're playing the Arista Sigma. You could also play some Sigma Hog, like we saw coming out from, was it Plum Opal that tried to play that at some point? So there are some chances to go a bit unorthodox.
Yep, I think first point Volskaya here, the thing is that the high grounds on it can be such a strong way to just hold the point and make it really, really difficult to break a defense, particularly for the defending team, right? If they decide to put people on all these different high grounds, if you run at that with the brawl comp that I think we're predicting a Plum Opal might come out with, they're going to have to find some way to rotate up to the high ground and deal with one of the squads or one of the DPS, and then they're going to be spamming from other angles on the other high grounds. It can just be a really, really difficult defense to break when you have a good spam comp set up correctly, holding these different high grounds on Volskaya. But it remains to be seen, if that's how they choose to play. It could be that Black Bears are going to try and run a brawl competition of their own and just, do it better this time, see if they've learned from any of the earlier maps.
Yeah, I mean, there is a variety of things you can run on Volsky. I would particularly say that, the brawl it does get kind of counted out by the fact that there are those two high grounds, you can rotate between them, and if you're playing an Arista Sigma, or if you even have a Symmetra, it's really difficult for the brawl to even just ever catch up to you, which is why I think a lot of teams decide to play that on this map. But there's also the option to just play brawl up close to the choke, and then take your fights there with the May walls and that kind of stuff. So it remains to be seen, like you said, what these teams will play and whether Black Bears can really begin to come back into this, because if they don't win this map, it'll either be a draw or it'll be a loss for them, which means the series is over. So they've definitely got to hope for the win.
Yep, they really are going to want to be winning this, and it should be the map that gives them the best chance of coming back into this series. If they do want to be playing their spam competition, I think Micro might be getting a chance for her Widow play to really shine here, because it can be a horribly strong map to play into a good sniper on.
Yep, no doubt about it. And for talking about good snipers, Micro is the person you've got to, kind of point your attention towards, because Micro always getting those picks on the Widowmaker. I vaguely remember like a couple of Black Bear series where Micro was getting like 2Ks, 3Ks every single fight. And that's like a Micro good day. But in terms of today, we've seen a good few picks from Micro. Nothing massive, but, at least something to keep things hot, I suppose, for Black Bears.
All right, we're seeing the competitions now, and it looks like we might have mispredicted this, at least for Black Bear's attack. It looks like they want to be going with the same kind of like brawl variant they've tried before. They've got something that's almost, a very standard rule comp with Ryan Zaya and McCree. And then they've gone, oh, let's just stick the Flame Dio Farah in there. It doesn't really fit in the composition, but it fits with our playstyle. So,
Yeah.
and then Aplomb Opal, obviously, wait, they're mirroring it this time. So we're going to be seeing a battle of the Farahs in the skies.
Yeah, I mean, the only hero here that isn't mirrored is that Baptiste versus the On. Obviously, Unive having some brilliant immortality fields earlier on in the series, but Lunar showing their colors on, I believe it was Rialto or on the Ana. So, some very good picks from both of these players to kind of supplement their teams in different, unique ways. And the rotation here from Black Bears will be coming through to the other side of the point, taking a bit of a long way around, but it's to try and avoid some of that spam, which is quite understandable here. Flame Dio is going to be hard pressed to contest Ender in the skies right now, and the Ryan's just swinging each other, waiting for the Forest to do something. That's what you're really relying on, and Flame Dio is the first one to find that pick off onto Ender. The res gets booped away as well. Brilliant stuff from Flame Dio, reading what Manti wanted to do perfectly, and the spam will be getting pushed on now, and everyone on Black Bears realizing, yep, Flame Dio's carried the fight for us. Brilliant stuff.
Yep, that first pick, meaning that the spam from Flame is just going to be able to turn the fight around, and a pretty quick cap from Black Bears here. We're going to be seeing them going on to be with something like 5 minutes in the time bank after the time is added. So that is going to be interesting to see, how long Aplomb Opal can, almost a 6-minute time bank. That's going to be difficult to hold. How long can they hold it for? And we're seeing a switch now onto the Ash and Soldier to make sure that we're getting Flame Dio's Farah out of the skies.
Yeah, but with a nano boost will keep Flame Dio alive quite effectively here. Micro doing a bit of that grunt work with the pick onto Ender, making sure there's no hit scan to contest Flame Dio. And now it's gonna be like just anyone, literally anyone on the side of Plum Opal touching, but it doesn't even seem like they can right now. It's gonna have to be a bull, but it gets pinned out there by Misclick. To good stuff from Black Bears. Just two very swift team fights and a 5-minute 20-second time bank. Huge.
That was quite the speed run for the side of Black Bears. And, really showing how, even when you have these individual pop-off plays, they're still being supported so much by the team play. Flames, Farah getting value, winning the duel with Ender, and then Aplomb Opal immediately making that switch onto, okay, we don't want to deal with this Farah anymore. We're going to pull out the double hit scans. But Flame Dio, when he gets that nano from Lunar, just becomes really difficult to deal with, even with the 2 hit scans.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm glad I kind of pointed that out, because that was, like, a very, again, one of those support plays that usually would go unnoticed, because, I mean, it's just like, yeah, okay, nano onto the Farah, but there was so much thought behind it in the moment. I mean, it prevents the hit scans from getting any value. It allows Flame Dio to just pump in a bunch more damage, and it was just a very intelligent play from Lunar, showing that not only, are they good with the healing, the anti-nades, the sleeps, but also the nano boosts are smart too.
Yeah, just smart play from everyone really coming out on this map. But I think perhaps with how slow a spam composition Black Bears have favored sometimes, Aplomb looking less prepared than last map to, kite Black Bears aggression and just getting kind of rolled over. It's interesting we're seeing the Brawl again on defense from Black Bears.
Oh,
Oh,
and that's
already?
huge from Flame Dio. Yeah, finding that early pick onto Unive, but it's a trade out, so there might still be some aggression as soon as Unive gets back.
Yep, Flame Dio perhaps getting a bit greedy there, trying to do a bit of a spawn camp and being punished for it by Ender, and Aplomb Opal going to have their respawns coming in pretty quickly. Sombra, of course, also gets back pretty fast with the Invis and the TL.
No doubt about it. Now the dive comes through onto the high ground, just controlling that space here for Oldshoe. There's a side rotation from Driver on the Zarya, and a backline dive onto the On as well. Lunar going down quite low, but some brilliant peel from FrogChamp, turning around, getting that bubble off. And almost a hack onto Doom there for Flame Dio. The Sombra's really good at inhibiting the aggression from any of the flankers, or perhaps the Winston. As a hack comes through onto Oldshoe here, can't bubble up, which is kind of the point of the composition. So very good hack from Flame Dio there. But again, it's just poking poking and prodding right now. Someone's waiting for an ultimate to come up, and Misclick is the closest one to that. As it will be Unbearable just diving into the enemy backline and getting punished for it. Kind of an interesting positioning there. And this Flame Duo cannot ever find this hack onto Doom. Doom is just so pesky. A slam comes through from Misclick though onto Driver, but just misses the pin. Does find Ender with it though, so it's not too bothersome, but still it's a 5v4 right now, and it looks like a Plum Opal could be winning it, but no bubbles here for Driver with that hack. But Flame Duo punished for getting that hack off, but still Ulshu inting a little bit too much, and this is just a very back and forth fight.
Yeah, really, really back and forth, and the Nano obviously, sorry, not Nanoblade, Nano obviously like eventually being charged for the side of Aplomb. It looks like this is, one of the first times in this tournament we've actually seen something very close to a meta composition being played. We've got the double bubble coming out from Aplomb, so Ultu able to just, one by one, dive onto a high ground, get a bubble, take that space, clear Black Bears out of that high ground, and then, bit by bit, take all of that space until Black Bears are forced into a really small area around that Mega. They're going to be looking to do that again. They've got a huge amount of ults on the board now with Rally, Rav, Noon, and Primal, and then the Nano will also come back pretty quickly as the Monkey takes a lot of spam damage. That's going to be very difficult for Black Bears to answer on the defense.
Oh, and there's so much spam coming in. I mean, Ulchu's half HP. Manti was 1 HP for like 20 whole seconds there. There's just not enough healing here for the side of a Plum Opal to really endure Flame Dew and Micro's just constant spam. Then the hack comes through as well, and an EMP onto everyone there. A Plum Opal is going to be getting cleaned up onto their Misclick, doing their job. Just swinging in, being the big Ryan German man.
Yeah, interesting that a Plum Opal have opted. I say that they play the meta. It's very almost the meta, but they're missing the Sombra that you would typically see in a double bubble composition. And part of how double bubble is usually played is, it does play very slow. It does play very, very patient, and it can wait for ults. It can wait until you get that Nano Monkey engage, or it can wait until you get that EMP. Lacking the Sombra, lacking the EMP, they're probably just looking to, get the Nano Monkey in and then follow up on that. And hopefully clear that high ground, but they're not going to be able to do that if Univ falls early.
Yep, no doubt about it. Just a kind of brilliant starting pick here from Micro, and that'll just help to, at least prevent this time bank from being anywhere near what Black Bears had.
Yeah, they are not going to, I mean, it's a very, very difficult time bank to match, 5 minutes 20, and we're actually seeing the ult advantage, like so many ults coming online for both teams, and neither of them really, able to use them as they're both waiting. Early picks, there's the pulse bomb onto the Greek.
Yeah, the pulse moment in McCree here is very crucial. Again, that ultimate just being used to get a single pick off, and the high noon as well from Ender finds Lunara. Shatter though comes through from Misclick, trying to clean up onto the tank line, but there's just so much support there. The Nano onto Ulchu and the healing onto Driver. Micro does find Doom though, and Unbearable finds Lunara with that res, so it could potentially be winnable here for Black Bears, and with sleep onto Ulchu, but someone's gonna have to touch, and I think Lunara is the only one that really can. Misclick coming through onto the point, getting stunned like 5 times though. That's the life of a ball player nowadays. The Sombra does come through in the backline though, touching that just barely. But that's a chance to K it out. Still 2-minute time bank though, so I mean it's not that great for Plum Opal here.
Yep, that last fight, the Nano actually coming out onto the Monkey, they're finally getting that Nano Monkey engaged, and then Univ hitting 2 pretty huge antis in that fight as well. So really, really well played from Plum Opal's supports, enabling that very, it is a slower composition, but it works eventually.
Yeah, and what's your thoughts on the Zarya here for like either the double bubble or the Ryan Zarya? Because we've seen the nerfs come through as well onto Zarya, but everyone seems to still be playing her.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that the nerfs might not be, that impactful, as the charge decay should only really come through between fights. So I guess what the nerf is intended to be aimed at is probably something like, once a Xayah gets charged, if she doesn't lose that much charge between fights, then she can snowball an entire map, because a high charge Xayah is terrifying. And if she's coming into the next fight, with already having charge left over from the last fight, that can be really difficult to play into. So the nerf is, mainly going to be impacting, I guess, situations where you're taking 2 fights in very, very quick succession, and the Xayah will still have some charge left over from the first one. But it's really, it's not like that important enough, because so long as, Xayah can still get 2 full charge over the course of the fight, she can still do what she needs to do unless you deal with her.
Yeah, I mean, the Zarya definitely can still pump in a bunch of damage. I mean, the thing is with bubbles, you can get 80 charge from both your bubbles. It's not like you're gonna decay 80 charge between team fights, and even if you do, for like the case where maybe you just take a very long time to engage, you're still going to have a bunch of charge there available if you just use your bubbles. So I think it isn't much of an impactful change. It kind of just it's for like kind of like 2CP maps, like I guess, where you if you can snowball it and then use your bubbles defensively in the preceding team fight. Whereas, otherwise with this nerf, you have to use your bubbles to gain charge.
Yeah, Zaya always a character that poses a threat, and that's what tanks should do, right? That's what a well-designed tank does. It's not necessarily I'm going to come out guns blazing and prevent you taking this space with how much damage I have. It can just be, if you don't deal with me, I will eventually force you to, and that's what Zaya does. Zaya says, if you don't deal with the fact that I'm getting charged, eventually I will carry this team fight, and that can force you to actually engage onto and try and kill the Zaya, which, if you think about a lot of games like, I don't know, like an MMORPG or something, you might have a tank with a literal ability like a shout that makes enemies focus on you, that yells, look at me, you have to fight me. And that's sort of what Zaya does with this implicit threat of, the longer you leave me alive, the more damage I'm doing.
Yeah, it's like constant sustained damage over the course of the team fight, and I think that really agrees with Black Bear's playstyle, which is why you see FrogChamp getting a ton of value on that hero. But alas, doors have opened now, and again, it's the double bubble on the offense here. For the side of Plum Opal, they want to have Ultra on that Winston, just able to really snowball that through in a team fight where they get a pick or two. So it's an interesting rotation coming through onto the high ground. Probably don't want to be using that jump to get there. And instead, they'll be trying to take that high ground, make sure they're putting pressure onto perhaps Unbearable or Lunar from a vantage point. And they will go into this little mega room, trying to put in some cleave damage right now. And Unbearable goes down, position themselves just a little bit too far into the sightline on the Kree there. And now it is Black Bears a box like a fish into that small room. And now trying to get some pressure onto the point, and with a big anti there from Lunar, and Ender does go down for it, so it is a 5v5 right now on the point. But with not as much healing there, I suppose, for Lunar, they will go down, and it looks like a Plum Opals to win.
Yep, again, on this not quite meta composition, the Kree being played over the Sombra that's traditional in a double bubble composition, but we're really seeing why that bubble composition works. Ulchu is able to gradually take, each bit of space that is available, and then we saw, again, Black Bears boxed into that room with the health pack, not really able to go anywhere because so much space is being denied to them, with this monkey who's able to jump in and get bubbled, going into the point now and looking to engage once more and take the point off them, but getting taken down.
Yeah, very good pick off there onto Ulchu. Micro, though, with the high noon, has something to say about this. An anti-nade into the Graviton Surge, though, from Unive. That's gigantic. I don't think it'll matter too much, though, as if even with 1 or 2 or 3 even players down, it's not going to, allow you to win that 2CP push.
Yeah, but Black Bears holding onto that point by the skin of their teeth. Driver almost managing to get that late fight Zaya carry, and just, despite getting 3 kills, it's not going to be quite enough as respawns come through for Black Bears. Very aggressive engage there, and they're going to be looking to do something again as they're coming close onto Rally and Noon. But the Brawl comp for Black Bears is going to be stabilizing, and Nanoblade is going to be the ult combo to watch out for as they have that now online.
Yeah, Flame Dio coming in with that one right now, slashing into the backline, finding Unive first. Gimme taking down Manti to follow it. A brilliant setup there onto the Nanoblade by Flame Dio, and no one else going to be able to do a single thing for a Plum Opal. Brilliant stuff there from Black Bears to make sure there's only 1 point gained for a Plum Opal, and they have 4 minutes 49 seconds now to get that first point in a tick on second.
Yep, this is looking very, very good for them. That Nanoblade being built just in time to, at the very, last fight, whip it out and say, hey, about that last fight you were planning on having, we kind of have Nanoblade. So, playing slowly, perhaps not working out as well as it could or should for the side of a Plum Opal, when they don't really have a huge carry ultimate to answer with, as the side of Black Bears has Nanoblade.
Yeah, and I mean, Plum Opal here. On Li Zhong, I want to mention that, the reason they won Li Zhong in a very good way is because they had a Ritz on that Doomfist who's constantly wreaking havoc. But ever since the Ritz has been out, it's been a lot closer, I suppose. And Black Bears are really able to get a lot of value when Ender is in. It seems like Ender just perhaps the hero pool doesn't match up as well to what Black Bears are playing, just based on the fact that, I mean, a Ritz was an absolute havoc in the backline, which is kind of tragic here for Plumopal, because they would definitely love to have a Ritz on the Echo or the Doomfist by now, just dealing a lot of damage to that backline, making sure that perhaps the Nanblade isn't that quick.
I mean, Ender has looks like so strong on the Mei in the Brawl mirrors. So, no shade on any of the DPS being played today. The looks like the doors are open, and we're going to be rolling out with the same pharmacy. And this time, Aplomb Opal opting for the spam. They know they have to, sustain for quite a long time here, and so they're going to be playing it so slowly. They know they have to last for 4 minutes 30 here.
Yep, exactly. It's going to be very hard to set that up here on the defense for a Plum Opal. Obviously, they will have to drop down on the point at some point here. Maybe they could just let a tick or two over to Black Bears if they want to really spam them out. But it will be Misclick going in for a very Hail Mary charge, and Flame Dio getting taken down by Ender there, turning up like I thought they perhaps wouldn't on this soldier. Badoom getting traded out, but it does not matter too much. Black Bears will be sent back to their spawn room.
The side of a Plum Opal actually having to drop to point there to contest it, perhaps not thinking through with the lack of anything that can easily sort of touch cycle in their composition, having to drop the Sigma and then the Orisa going down as well. So they're going to be setting back up on the high ground, but that could be their downfall if the side of Black Bears is able to, contest point, force them to drop, force them to brawl. If they don't get enough spam damage in by the time they are forced to do that, that could be very difficult for them. They are going in now, dropping onto the Reinhardt, and
oh my god, Misclick taken down very early on there. It is traded out for Driver, so it's a tank for tank situation, but Ender just dumping in damage from the high ground here. See, Soldier is a kind of pick that really works on the Volskaya map. You don't really need a great Mei player or a Doomfist player if you can just sit there and just dump in that damage like it's nobody's business.
yeah, and Ender just completely, uncontested on that high ground, playing a hero that can, counter Flame Dio's hero, and just able to sit up that high ground and put so much damage into Misclick, who on the Reinhardt, over, the Orisa or the Monkey, can't answer back. There is nothing he can do in response to this soldier who's just sitting there, spamming his shield.
Yep, no doubt about it. Now it will be Misclick standing on the point, forcing Ulchu to drop yet again. And Micro going on a bit of a flank there, though, and almost getting taken out by Driver, but does get healed up there. Misclick now looking to push into the front line onto Ulchu, but Doom finds Micro, and Flame Dio kills themselves with the Faro Rocket. Ulchu, though, getting traded, but it just does not matter too much. Frogchamp can't clutch up that much on the Zarya hero, and it will be Misclick going it down pretty shortly. There was a tick there for Black Bears, though.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I wonder what's going on in Black Bear's comms right now, because we're seeing this almost quite tentative brawl. We're seeing a very cautious Ryan, which you can't play this way into this one competition. You've got to have something decisive. You've got to say, we're gonna run in, we're gonna use our Nana Ryan, and we're gonna start swinging. But they're just very scared, I think, of the amount of damage that Ender is able to put out from that high ground. And you see now they're actually going to make the rotation. They decided, we have to deal with Ender. We're going to rotate up to the high ground. We're going to take out that soldier. Ender already rotating away, recognizing the threats. So Black Bear is actually, beginning to take some space, and this could allow Flame Dio to get a lot more value in this fight.
Yeah, but a beat comes through very preemptively there from Mante because of that barrage from Flame Dio. And Mante with a 2k boop right now. Feels like I'm saying Mante's name a lot in this team fight because, I mean, they've really clutched up, helping that team stay alive with the beat and then getting the clutch play to win the fight. And now Black Bears, they're wondering, where did we go wrong?
By not picking Genji appears to be their thought process. As they have now put Flame onto the Genji, they've got a bit over a minute to try and build a Nano Blade, and actually the time bank, which was huge to start off with, there is a really good job being done by a Plum Opal, burning through that. Only a minute left, and we're looking into it's the last couple fights, last fight. We're not gonna have time to build a Nano Blade. It's gonna have to be a huge grab coming out from Frogchamp if they want to win this map.
Yeah, the bongo comes through here, just spamming out that long sightline as Micro goes down, but everyone else cleaned up in an instant there by the side of a Plum Opal. There are still two players here, though. Doom and Ender are going to be trying to clutch up, but they just cannot do a single thing. Although, Doom coming through with 2 picks here, a third one onto Unbearable. This is huge from Doom. A 4K. What on earth? How do you manage to do that now as Ender versus Frogchamp on the point? Micro does come back, but there is a boop through here from a driver on that ball. Gonna be trying to get things through there, and they will clutch up at the end here. Frogchamp actually winning this for their team, potentially. I mean, I say that, but Frogchamp goes down. It's so back and forth right now. For the side of a Plum Opal, they have 3 players here. It doesn't look like Flame Duo can do a single thing against the mass of players. It will be a 5v4 right now, and a 5v3 right now as Unive does come through with the, I mean, they get taken down by the charge. Micro finding Ultra there, and finally, I think Black Bears might stabilize. My heart is racing.
There is so much back and forth, and this is such a tense fight as we go into overtime. The ball aiming to, stall out as long as possible, enabling defenders to come back into the fight. Misclicked obviously getting a huge charge, and now just holding shield upon the point, trying to keep it alive as the attackers are also coming back in. The ball just spending so much time, so difficult to kill, but will eventually go down. Just Monte looking to contest now, and they will eventually clutch it out. My God, I said it had to be a large grab to win that, and it was a huge grab. But then the amount of stall that a Plum Opal was able to bring made it really look for a second there like it might have all come to nothing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The coalescence here from Unbearable. Gonna be trying to put in some pressure onto the front line here with the help of Misclicked. Flame Dio goes down low and a slam cancelled up there from Misclicked. It might be a Plum Opal right now winning this one out, and they do. Doom and Unive going down, but it's all for naught right now. Micro and Frogchamp, the last to fall, and kind of casting away any doubts I had that they were a good player compared to a Ritz. Getting the draw through here, and Plum Opal, they are still in it to win it.
That is such a wait, is that not the 3? Can you just remind me? I'm sorry, I've been casting and my brain's gone to mulch. How do you count to 3?
What do you mean? It's a Plum Opal of they were 2-1 prior to this map, right?
Which means that they're 3-1.
How does the draw work?
Wait, oh, it's a draw. That's a
It's a draw, yeah, it's not a win.
Okay, you know what? My brain has gone to mulch.
Don't worry.
That's
I understand it completely.
Such a close, tense series, and they're able to stay alive and actually still on match point here. This could go to a map 5, it's going to map 5, could even go to a map 6 thanks to the draw. And Ender really, cleaning up with that huge soldier ult there.
Yeah, I mean, that was just gigantic from Ender and a Plum Opal. I mean, wow, I didn't even think they could do it. I thought Black Bears coming into that, they would just win it because of the absolute chaos and how tired both teams must have been. And after they won that fight, that very, very long stall fight on that first point, I was like, okay, they have 30 seconds, but they can at least make it happen because the Plum Opal were forced to be on the low ground. But either way, they still, managed to edge it out. A Plum Opal there, just a brilliant, brilliant play from Ender. And the rest of the team as well to set it up. I mean, their positional advantage was great. Ender was on one high ground, everyone else was on the low ground. Ender was not being contested whatsoever.
Yeah, that is wow. This could really be such a close and such an interesting map 5. I do wonder
Control,
what map.
right?
Yeah, control again. So it's going to be one of the control maps that isn't the one we already played. So
Nepal, Busan.
Bears getting the choice of Nepal or Busan. Both of those being maps that they can probably pull out their favorite heroes on, at least for some of the points on them.
Yeah, I mean, Busan, you've got the opportunity to play Genji perhaps on Sanctuary. You can also potentially play it on Downtown Mecha Base. I wouldn't say as much. And then Nepal, obviously, you can whip it out on perhaps Sanctum. There is also Shrine, but I definitely think you wouldn't play Genji on Village, just too, enclosed, I suppose. And obviously, the Pharah as well can work on Village. So, I mean, that is definitely seeming like a map that Bears could ideally want to pick. They can play the Genji on 2 of them, the Pharah on 1 of them, get Flame Deal on those best heroes, and then just win off that.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem to be their strategy to win off, pumping resources into those 2 DPS, but it hasn't always worked out for them as the side of Aplomb Opal, when they are able to either kite those ultimates or shut down those ultimates, suddenly all of Black Bear's setup, goes to naught.
Yeah, I mean, if you put all your eggs into one basket, trusting Flame Dio and trusting Micro, it shows that there is some trust, yes, on the Black Bears side, but it really just is not a fail-safe plan. If you Flame Dio or Micro can't pop off, then Misclicked is probably your next best pop-off player, and then everyone else is kind of equal below that. And then you're basically relying, okay, Misclicked, can you get a shatter? Can you not? If you don't get a shatter, if Flame Dio and Micro don't pop off, then we pretty much lose the fight unless Unbearable or Frog Champ or Lunare can hit like a big anti-nade, get some good, Mercy, Battle Mercy, you never know. Or Frog Champ with like a 4K like we saw in King's Row.
Well, that is the nature of Overwatch. Very much, not about individual player skill, but much more about the fact that some heroes just, are able to be enabled by other heroes. So this Reinhardt, able to do a huge amount of work when set up properly by their allies, by their supports. An Ana perhaps able to do significantly less on their own, but able to do a huge amount to set up and support these other characters. And actually Black Bear's, doing a great job of that, doing a great job of like putting all of these resources into characters that can solo pop off, like the Pharah, like the Reinhardt, like the Widow. But Aplomb Opal, the team play really able to somewhat negate that, and that's what burned all the way through that huge time bank with the very disciplined spam composition being played on the defensive Volskaya, and we could see that again.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And then one point I've actually been thinking about for quite some time is the similarity of Flame Dio to an Overwatch League player that I'm thinking of. So you watch Overwatch League, right?
I watch plenty of Overwatch League, but I'm afraid I watch it from I'm usually doing quite a lot of coaching, not really. I guess a bit of a caster on the side, but usually watching it from a analysis perspective. So I tend to ignore who all of the players are and just look at, oh,
Right.
that's a
Yeah.
pretty rotation. That's a nice strategy. So it
Yeah.
become the names get so mixed up, don't they?
I mean, I was gonna refer to Flame Dio as kind of like an agilities type person. Last year in Toronto Defiant agilities, when that Genji meta came around, they'd all put their resources into agilities. Be like, okay, you are a Genji player. You are going to clutch up for us in this Genji meta. If you do not clutch up for us, we lose the fight. It's not the exact same type thing. Obviously, you can still win the fight for Black Bears if Flame Dio doesn't pop off on the Pharah or the Genji. But it is definitely a very similar situation in that Flame Dio is basically you put all your eggs into Flame Dio or Micro, and then that's it. If they do not pop off, you're looking at all the other players to do so.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing huge plays from everyone in this match. We've seen huge boops from Monte. We've seen huge antis from both Unive and Lunar, and the Baptiste lamps as well coming out so often just to save people who should by all rights be dead.
Yep, no doubt about it. Here we are in the poll again. Like I suggested, this is probably the best map here for Black Bears to play. It really contributes itself to a lot of those hero picks that Flame Dio can play. And Misclick can also play a lot of Ryan here as well. Frog Champ obviously can whip out the Diva, the Zarya, that kind of stuff too.
Yeah, this is gonna be a map in which I am looking to see some more of those really exciting, huge boops potentially. Looking to see if we can get great clips off either Bear or Monte, booping people into that huge space right next to the point, which really kind of shapes this map. Looks like we do have a pause coming through. I think someone asking for a bathroom break.
Yeah. Ender's looking for a pause here. Not entirely sure why, but alas, I mean, let's look at the compositions here because honestly, I like what I'm seeing from Ulchu. I'm not entirely sure if it's gonna stay. I'm pretty sure they'll probably go back over to the Reinhardt. But if they do play a bowl, then I wouldn't be objective to it.
Yeah, this is something we've been seeing from some high-level teams in pro play. We've been seeing the Bullseye come out. We've been seeing that come out. They're probably going to be looking to, have the Ana be bodyguarded a little bit by the Zaya, by the Kree that their competition has. And meanwhile, Bull and Tracer, you've been seeing in the meta these hybrid compositions, which are hybrid dives. partially because Ball and Tracer is all you need to execute a dive. You don't need 6 people to go and dive one target. With the amount of burst damage a Ball and a Tracer can put out together, they're going to be hunting for something in the backline, some kind of opportunity. And meanwhile, the Kree and the Zaya are able to keep that honor alive. And of course, the Zaya building up charge the whole time. A much more traditional sort of rule from the side of Black Bears with the very traditional Ryan Zar great synergy with the Lucio and the Ana. That whole death ball speeding around together, taking a huge amount of point control and point presence. So that team's going to find it significantly easier to hang around and sustain on point as what will likely be the Ball and Zaya trying to spam them out, trying to take it slow, trying to look for opportunities. But then we have the Genji.
Yeah, kind of an outlier, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Black Bear's working around Flame's hero pool. Obviously, Flame having a bit more pop-off potentially on the Genji than the Mei, and the potential of having that big nano blade, they're possibly hoping that can make up for how much they might struggle in like the really long fights in which their Rhine shield health is being drained, and perhaps something like these huge abilities like nano or flashbang might be going on to cooldown, but eventually if they take a sufficiently long time, they've got something in their pocket that they can pull out. They're going to be pulling out nano blade, and we've seen that work for them before with the nano blade coming online just in time.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You have a lot to say about this Genji. Yeah, I can tell. But I mean, I definitely like the Genji here. I mean, if you against maybe a Bull Zarya kind of composition, maybe it won't get too much value because as a Death Ball, you want to sort of int onto a core, right? You want to make sure you're going against a bunch of stationary players who can't really escape you. But when you've got the Bull, you got the Tracer, and you potentially got like a bunch of CC with the McCree and the Ana, it can be difficult to get in there with the Death Ball style, which I think is something that maybe Flame Dio can account for, because you can chase up those picks that get away. You can, contest Ender perhaps, or if Ulchu goes low and tries to go away, you can just dash right click them. It's definitely a pick that I understand from Flame Dio.
Yeah, it's a pick that Genji. There's no reason that a Genji can't rule. He can get a huge amount of value, dashing through 6 enemies. But then if that doesn't work, and if Deflect does come out, he's not that difficult to kill. So compared to something like the Mei, which has a huge amount of survivability, so it'd be really interesting as we get into this match now, the unpause happening, to see whether the rush comp is able to get onto the core of the Zaya and Ana from the side of a Plum.
Yep, no doubt about it. It will be, I mean, not the Brawl here. It'll be the Ursa Sigma for the side of Black Bears, who really want to be kind of contesting this ball in their backline. Getting a bunch of stuns. That's 3 stuns in a row onto Ulchu. That is massive, and they know exactly what they're doing into this ball composition. They came prepared into this, and now they'll have the point control. They'll be able to pressure this one out, forcing Driver away, making sure that they cannot get away scot-free from just contesting nonchalantly in the front line. Obviously, they do take down Flame Dio regardless, so bit of aggression from Flame Dio getting punished, and as the slam comes through there, and a big anti-nade as well from Yaniv, finding 3 with that one. Huge.
Yep, the slow fight eventually turning in a Plum Opal's favor, as again, Ender is on this high ground, on this off angle, and just not contested, allowing his soldier to get a massive amount of value. Just very, very difficult. If you don't push that soldier out, if you don't clear those angles, then there's very little you can do from being boxed into that small room on the side of point.
Yep, no doubt about it. As now just be poking around. The McCree with the Ursa Sigma here is quite interesting as well, because it can just stun things up like you're seeing here. Ulchu gets slapped up there and stunned by the McCree. Doesn't quite go down this time though. Learned their lesson from the previous kind of time they got just completely CC chained and destroyed, but it will be Flame Dio chasing up some picks now, and actually over-investing maybe a little bit, getting flashed up there, but will stay alive. And now it looks like a very linear rotation. Looks like the Black Bears just want to put so much pressure onto this main core that is, kind of just walking around on the side of Plum Opal, but it will be Doom instead with a High Noon, finding Lunar, and after a very long extended fight, I mean, that's how it ends? Come on.
I mean, there was a huge anti that actually came out from Unive, and we see Ender, rotating all the way around into what would have been Black Bear's backline, completely flipping the map. It looks like, although Black Bears have opted to go for the spam composition, they're still, only taking one location. They're all taking that high ground, and Aplom responding by splitting up, taking control of a bit more of the different sections of the map, and Ender just getting a huge amount of uncontested value once again. Now
Yeah.
we're coming into a fight in which there's actually, 4 ults on the board for both teams, almost 6 for the side of Black Bears. Which one will they want to be using first? What are they going to do with them?
Well, there will be the Nano coming through onto Flame Dio here. It doesn't have that Graviton Surge, and actually the Graviton comes through onto Flame Dio, so there's no Blade available. Driver does go down, but FrogChamp traded out for it. It is still a 5v4 now for a Plumopal, and they probably will be taking this one with vigor, as they will push on. Sorry, they will push onto that main core of Black Bears. And a Plumopal look to be winning this one out right now. It's just Lunar and Unbearable box into that corner. Going to be getting flashed up by Doom there, and everyone else should be following up nicely to this one.
Yeah, I asked what ults would Black Bears be using, and it looks like the answer is every single one of them all at once. But the amount of space being controlled. As I say that though, Flame coming back and Flame actually pulling out the blade, and that is a huge clutch play. Oh my god, Flame, just as it looked like all was lost, Flame Dio making it back from spawn, pulling out the blade, and saving the day.
Yeah, saving the day is an understatement. I mean, Flame here on that Genji didn't even get any, well, not too much value up until that point, where they really just managed to turn things around with that blade. Again, Flame, I've noticed that Flame isn't great in the neutral with the Genji, but in terms of that blade, always manages to get a bit of value with it. And Ender staggered out on the backline there, quite similarly to how FrogChamp was staggered in the previous teamfight before this one. So everyone on the Plumopal can't really engage too much.
It looks like Micro has figured out what's been going on, as Micro immediately now going to contest Ender. If she keeps doing that, it's going to be so much more difficult for Ender to get all of this value that he's been getting while he was uncontested, if there is a Tracer in his face all the time. And the fight now happening in this very enclosed space, which really benefits the Genji dashing through, getting so much value, and actually Black Bears with their very aggressive hold doing beautifully here.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully is again an understatement. They really just clinched that one up. Of course, only one person goes down for them, but that will be the Orisa, so the Orisa will have to come back at least as fast as possible, because there's so much mobility on the side of a Plumopal. They will have to engage with speed, as FrogChamp going down quite low on this ball. And now, I mean, it's misclicked his back, so they can just box themselves in on this corner on point. But Doom, with the High Noon, looking to find something, and does find Flame Dio. The deflector wasn't there in time. Now it's misclicked with this Bongo. Going to be trying to flip this one around, as it is literally last fight territory now. They have to win this one if they want to at least hold on. But Lunar going down means that it could be completely different to what I've just suggested.
Yep, it looks as though a Plumopal are really, really fighting to flip this back. Mines coming out, covering the whole point, though, making it very, very difficult to touch that point. And actually, pick after pick coming through, despite the fact they can't go into the point. Just the Xayah now touching as they're able to flip it from, killing. And we're now getting into overtime. Misclick just trying to keep this point alive, trying to keep Black Bears in the map. Doom, though, really able to contest that D.Va very, very well. And FrogChamp pulling a pick onto the Kree. This is getting very, very scrappy in overtime here. Huge anti, though, coming onto FrogChamp, and that could mean that the balls, usually so difficult to kill, might be shut down. But Flame pulling out the blade, and once again, just clutching for the side of Black Bears.
Yeah, the good thing about Black Bears here is that they actually changed to a very good composition against what is being ran here by a Plumopal. You know, you can really just use that ball, use that D.Va to just initiate an all-out dive onto the four-man core, Manti, Unive, Doom, and Driver. And then you kind of just ignore the ball and the Tracer. If the ball and the Tracer get value, so be it, because you're going to take down their entire backline for it. A brilliant compositional switch there just at the end. Maybe it wasn't intentional, as I mean, it is a misclick to D.Va, which is a little bit cursed, but it was a very good clutch there from Flame Dio and a very good compositional switch from the whole team.
Yeah, really, really well played to, clutch it out in overtime. The blade coming through just in time, and that Mine's just denying so much space on the point, meaning that it was very difficult to, set up and defend against that blade as it came in. As they're all cramped into that small room on the side of point. It looks like we're going to be playing Brawl compositions though, but with the Pharah still from the side of Black Bears as we head into the next point of Nepal.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this is now they got Micro on the Tracer instead of the usual Widowmaker or the McCree. So something a bit new, especially in the Brawl composition. It could work though if an anti-nade onto Mante and Ulchu here. The bubble does come through to cleanse it, however. And Micro flashed up in the backline by Ender. A gigantic pick-off at the start of the point here. And it should potentially be a good first fight win, assuming that Ulchu does get the aggression onto Misclick that is necessary. Ender, sleeping on the job a little bit, but who really cares when Misclick is just inting into the backline?
Yep, this fight looks to be going the way of a Plum Opal. Still not entirely over though, as Misclick looking to go back into the point, potentially like waiting out the lamp, taking some space. The now pushing in with Bubble and Flame also just get it, like the Nano comes through and Window for the side, that's immediately a trade onto the run, but Misclick with the Nano just getting so much value, and that is huge from Lunar to, build Nano that quickly and enable Misclick to carry the fight.
Yeah, Misclicked going mad in the back there. Obviously, Doom still contesting them very solidly. And it might actually be winnable right now as Doom found a 4K in that team fight. Good stuff from Doom to just make sure that flip didn't come through. Misclick tried their hardest, but it just did not work.
Wow, I just found that so hard to call, as it seemed as though Black Bears was going to be pulling through on that fight, but these long, messy fights eventually going in the side of a Plum. Coming back in now with, again, it's going to be so much harder. And Flame taken out already!
Oh, this gigantic driver picking that one off. Unbearable will go through for the res onto that, but that means everyone else here has to potentially back off a little bit here. But Micro taking down both DPS off the board for the side of Black Bears. They'll take a quick disengage because they do not want to get staggered out.
Yeah, going to be so much more difficult for Flame to find the angles to spam out people who are hiding on that point. That point being, so sheltered, so walled off with just those two doors. Even the doors a little bit protected by the bridge, so very difficult for the Farah to find the right angle. Going to be trying to contest the Kree on this high ground, someone she can actually shoot at. And we're now seeing the entire side of Black Bears make that rotation, try to control the high ground and perhaps take a bit of a slower fight, but they get grabbed.
Oh, the grabbed off the point right now is only going to be Flame Dio that can feasibly touch right now, and a slam comes through, finds absolutely nothing, but the massive reroll from Doom and Ender helping to follow up onto the front line there. That was a very, very dominant point as Ender finding a 4K towards the latter half of that. And it's just the Ender show right now. I'm not even going to lie, like Ender just constantly getting these massive plays, and whether it be, the past few maps or this map specifically, it just always seems to be Ender now, just contesting Flame Dio, getting these massive plays off. It is gigantic from them.
Yeah, this series could not be closer as we are 1-1 in the map 5. Such an exciting series to cast. And I think what we possibly saw at the beginning of that point there was, Micro pulling out the Tracer thinking, aha, Ender's been getting so much value uncontested on this soldier. I'm going to go Tracer. I'm going to contest him. And Ender's like, yeah, so I've got a Kree, I've got a flashbang. You cannot do that to me on Tracer. So really interesting that we're both now back on the Kree, and we've got Flame Dio once again on the Farah, but Lunar hinting at not pocketing Flame actually. No, okay, we are pocketing Flame. We're on a Mercy Moira.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I would like to say that Moira is probably the worst support in the game right now, and yet they still decide to run it. Obviously, they want to really pocket Misclick with this. No Immortality Field on the board, but a very fast Coalescence can come through if they get enough healing off. They will take a sidelong rotation now, as it's just the Rhine swinging at each other, as they usually do in Brawl compositions, but it will be Ulchu going down quite low. Immortality Field has to be invested by Univ so early on, and Micro immediately on the back of that, taking it out. There will be the cap here, though, for a Plum Opal, so they're fine holding this defensive position. They don't really have to push in as much, but Ender going down means that this team fight will slowly just deteriorate into Black Bear's favor.
Yep, Micro actually on the McCree playing in the middle of a Plum Opal, eventually being punished for it. Now Doom doing the same and again being punished for it. Both of these DPS though, very, very aggressive. Monte just stalling out the point beautifully here, getting those few extra percentage points before he is able to be killed. And Black Bears with point control now, but after, 24%, if they are playing very, very slowly, playing patiently, which they have to do, there's another pick which is gonna delay.
I cannot tell you. Okay, let me explain what happened there. I cannot tell you how perfectly timed that was. Literally, like there was just a Frogchamp spamming the right clicks into that small room, and then Ender just rolls into one of them in the most comical way possible and just flops to the floor. That was so funny.
It's so unfortunate. like there's always just plays like that that just happen, whether it be luck or skill. Beautiful to watch. And we're seeing now Coalescence coming out, putting a lot of pressure onto the side of a Plum Opal, but the Fire Strike coming in onto Micro, that's a huge initial pick to open up this fight.
Yeah, and Misclick does get slammed up there by Ultra, though. Some good plays from the side of Plum Opal to turn this one around right now as Driver with the 3k in the back. Again, just so many pop-off plays from many of these mechanically gifted players for a Plum Opal, turning that one around.
Yep, they will be back on point, getting more of that percentage they need. And now they have built a Grab and a Blossom, so it's going to be... Oh, but there's Micro!
Okay, that happened, I guess.
Yep, we're getting so many of these, early unexpected picks. Micro, the High Noon finds 2, and that's going to open this fight all the way up for the Black Bears. The Reinhardt pushing in and getting countercharged, but that's beautiful from Micro.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. A brilliant 4K in that team fight. Seems to always be the McCrees that are just on the board with these neutral engagements. And obviously that one was with a High Noon, but the remaining 2 picks were just regular kills. So Micro showing their mechanics.
Yep. And again, like Black Bears and a Plum Opal just seeing so evenly matched in all the different positions here. Very strong DPS, very strong tanks, very strong supports. Ender now finding 2 with the High Noon in response, and the Grab just absolutely cleaning up.
Yep, Micro, you want to get a 2k High Noon? Well, I can do it too, says Ender. Brilliant 2k High Noon with the Nano at the start of that fight. Just, makes it a very easy team fight to win after that.
Yep, it really is. When you get those initial opening picks, it just becomes very easy to clean up, especially with something like Grab. Misclicked already, pushing back in, looking to turn this point around, and a huge amount of healing, just like allowing them to take this rotation slowly without really, going to low health at all. But Ultra in the backline looking for a pin, and he finds it, and the Blossom coming out from Doom as well.
That's massive. There can be a recontest though for Black Bears. Obviously, the tides can be turned here. They can come back with vigor, hopefully.
Yeah, it is last fight territory though, as the point goes to 90%, but it still could go either way. Such a close series. Misclicked actually slept, being kept up by Lunar as he hangs around in the stairs there, but that's going to bring it down to, only a few percent to touch in. Coalescence coming out from Lunar, putting a huge amount of pressure on.
Yep, exactly. The shatter from Misclicked as well, finding Ulchu here. There is still a High Noon though, Ender trying to set that one up, but everyone on a Plum Opal does go down there. A brilliant turning of the tides there, like I mentioned. And it will be Black Bears winning this one out. They will cap up, but it's still 80%. They've got one more fight to win.
Yep, switches coming out from a Plum Opal, knowing that they need to, win this one extremely quickly with 86% coming online for Black Bears. The Bull and the Tracer going to be diving, looking for some kind of initial opening pick to clean this one up. Pushing onto the point now, and it's getting into, Oh, but Misclick goes down!
Yep, it is going to be down to mechanics now in this team fight to see which team can clutch up more. Micro looking to go wild in the backline, but just can't find anything more than you need, as everyone just inching forward on the side of a Plum Opal. Will potentially be winning this one out right now as they flip it over. Can anyone touch on Black Bears? It will be Misclick trying to get it right now, has the boosters and trying to touch the car, but the slam comes through there from Ulchu. A massive slam at the end there, and a Plum Opal win the series in just a very, very close final map. I thought Black Bears would be winning that one, but it was just a very unfortunate pick off at the end there from Misclicked in the previous team fight. Good stuff from a Plum Opal to clinch the series out, and they will be going against Benchwarmers Light in the grand finals.
What a series, though. That could have gone either way at so many points, and that was just so incredibly close. An absolute pleasure to watch and a pleasure to cast, as both of these teams just playing so well. Incredible play from absolutely every position here.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in this series, not even just from one team specifically, but both teams played absolutely out of their minds compared to what I've seen. It is so unfortunate that Black Bears do not go through for the rematch against Benchwarmers Light, but it will be a Plum Opal that do instead with that rematch. Obviously, they got taken down to the losers bracket by them, so they'll see if they can get their revenge in that next series.
Yeah, well, we are going to be going into the grand finals now. So, huge amount of excitement, huge amount of hype for that. It will be an absolute pleasure to watch, although I believe I will not be casting that series, handing that one over to Altruism.
Yep, no doubt about it. And obviously, the break will be coming through now as we need time to recuperate. I need time to recuperate, and these teams need time to recuperate as well. It will be about a 15-minute break, or around that here. So the teams can obviously get their stuff together and make sure they are prepared for this next match. So we will see you after the break. Welcome everybody back to the Altiora Spring Cup. This is going to be your grand finals cast brought to you by myself, Toastycast, and Ulterism. We just saw a Plum Opal come into the grand finals from a loser's bracket against Bench Warmers Light. Ulterism, how are you feeling about this?
Oh, this is going to be fantastic. I must admit, I got to see bench warmers earlier when they took on Black Bears. I saw a Plum Opal the whole of yesterday coming through that lower bracket, making a name for themselves, holding on to that reputation at the bottom of a Kingslayer, and managing to take out Black Bears. Now it is the finals, and either of these teams has just been playing fantastically well. Benchwarmers maybe got the bit of an advantage, obviously got the one game advantage, but in terms of who's got the skills and who's going to come out on top, I'm not prepared to put money on this.
Yeah, obviously being 1 point up though in a grand finals is really significant. I mean, that's a map that you basically just have to. If you lose a map, then it's just even. So it basically gives Benchwarmers Light a get out of jail free card, because they came from the winners bracket, which I love to see, because they are definitely deserving of that. They've been playing absolutely stellar this entire tournament, and obviously they took out a Plum Opal in I believe it was yesterday's games or some of the other games earlier on in the bracket, where a Plum Opal they need to come back now. They need to get their revenge. They need to say, okay, we're coming from the losers bracket. You sent us here, but we are going to roll you now. That's what they need to be thinking, and I'm pretty sure they're going to have the confidence to do so. They just came off of a brilliant win against Black Bears, so I hope they can.
You know, that's one of the big differences between coming through the upper bracket and the lower brackets, is sometimes the person in the lower bracket goes, you know, we've struggled in this tournament a little bit, especially when you go down early. You're like, oh, we struggled against a couple of teams. We're really fighting for our life the whole way. And they kind of get on the back foot the whole way. I feel like a Plum Opal is the complete opposite way. They were doing super well in the tournament. Then they met Benchwarmers, and Benchwarmers went go down. And now they're at the finals, and they went to now Plum Opal can go back to them and go, we beat everyone else in the tournament. You're the only ones we haven't beaten yet, and we've taken out everyone else, and you gave us a reason to take on everyone else, and we're still here. Like, we're coming back for that title. You did it once, but you can't do it again, kind of thing. I feel like there's a lot of momentum behind them anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like a Plum Opal in this tournament, I mean, we met them way back when they were against Marston's Outlaws, and they really, well, I mean, I met them way back when it was against
Yeah.
Marston's Outlaws, and they got rolled by Marston's Outlaws 3-1. And then the map they won was actually that Rissa Sigma map. And since then, their brawl has improved exponentially, especially against perhaps a team like Benchwarmers Light, who really love playing that brawl style. I mean, a Plum Opal just constantly, you're matching up to Black Bears in the last series on that brawl composition, and now in this one, hopefully they can bring it to Benchwarmers Light and say, okay, we are no longer the Arista Sigma players that you saw in that game versus Marston's Outlaws back in groups. We are a team that can play brawl. That's the mentality they need.
It's been fantastic to see how they've been doing that, because, you know, from the first time I saw them, which is back, you know, in the group stages, we managed to get a game in with them. We saw that their DPS players were playing outstandingly. We saw the likes of Ender and Aritz going through with those dive tanks. The dive DPS, something like a Doomfist or something like that. Ender being a constant menace on something like a Hanzo, and today the McCree showing off with that. Doom now being an addition to the team that just showed such havoc on something like a Reaper. But, you know, they seem to rely a little bit heavily on the DPS in the beginning. Now you're talking about the fact that they've got that whole brawl going in. You've got people like Olchu and Driver running it from the front lines now, getting that Zarya and Ryan combo going so well. Driver, one of the best Zaryas we've seen in the tournament. But even the supports have managed to jump on board with that, where you start seeing Manta coming in with the Lucio, getting weird boops and huge plays out of nowhere, and even like hunting down kills themselves. We've seen Unive coming through with proficiency on the Anna and on the Mercy, you know, following it up with an anti-heal grenade. The whole team has just rallied together now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This team is a much different team than we saw in groups. They were very disjointed in groups. They didn't really know what they were doing. And now they're coming into this, potentially trying to get their revenge on Benchwarmers Light and on Li Zhong of all maps. A map that is very centered around Brawl. A map that is very, against what I would I mean, earlier on today, I would have said is that Plum Opal style. But now Plum Opal are getting better at the Brawl. They definitely are improving at that. And they've grown so much. I feel like a proud mother when I think about a Plum Opal.
Well, I'm very keen to see how they do it. They have put a Ritz back in as the DPS above Doom for this round, so probably going to be seeing something like a Tracer or a Doomfist coming out there. And if they don't check the DPS, because Benchwarmers may have forgotten how a Plum Opal plays. They may have been watching in on some of the streams and seeing the pace that these guys play at and the way that they like to cleave teams apart, and so they might be able to counter it out. But I think a Plum Opal going to be looking to be in that front line. You see Aritz coming out in the Doomfist and again going with that brawl style.
Yep, no doubt about it. Aritz is on that key pick of the Doomfist. I'm really hyped to see how they, work on this Doomfist in tandem with the rest of the team, because of the Benchwarmers, they have had a break since their last game. And it will be a Plum Opal just on this May McCree and the Diva style as well. So the Diva against Azaria is something you've really got to consider, I suppose, because that is a very interesting matchup. The Azaria can beam down the Diva, but the Diva can eat grabs, so it's a very dynamic matchup.
I think a lot of it's going to come down to the May play that we're going to see out from TMGB. Has been playing excellently with the May to separate off teams, and now we see this sort of thing happening. Manta is up in the air though, and a huge anti-heal grenade plus the double boop to separate off this team fight means that a Plum Opal has a chance. They've lost 2 already, but they can start putting on some aggression of their own. Aritz is in the back line, and they're starting to get the cleaves. There goes 2 of them. Aritz still staying alive, stunned up in the air, but does manage to get to safety, and the rest of a Plum Opal take the fight.
Yeah, but the first fight here for a Plum Opal is absolutely brilliant for them to have. It means that they have this defensive position where they can just allow Aritz to go in whenever they want to. Aritz can choose when to engage, can choose when they go in with the punch, with the uppercut, that kind of stuff, and that's really important to have as a Doomfist. You don't want to be forced to go in when you're uncomfortable to do so. However, TMGB on the May can prevent some of that aggression, so let's see if that will happen.
And they seem to be timing it. A Plum Opal, they're going to flex until they get caught out by the May, and the May actually catching them is almost a symbol for them to go forward. Now they're backing up into the May wall, but those Symmetra turrets are pushing down the attack so well. Now the May comes out. Ritz trying to go through in towards the center, does knock up a couple of people. Ultra going to be cleaving away on the front line, though. Manages to get 3 even after that Earth Shatter. Huge plays by them, and again a Plum Opal take it.
Oh, and very critically at the start of the fight there, Aritz gets the punch off the map onto Fel. With that main tank gone, you can just put in so much spam here. Ender can just charge up that beam, Driver can also use those beams, and the Diva cannot do a single thing about it. Aritz here going in for a very early Meteor Strike, however.
I think this is a scouting Meteor Strike. You can see he goes up onto the roof. He sees which way around they're coming. And so the rest of his team can now start playing around. Does the 360 slam back in through the window. And now a Plum Opal knows exactly where Benchwarmers is. And Benchwarmers going to have to try and push forward. Fell already on so little HP at the beginning of this fight. The May Blizzard is coming up. The Immortality Field going to be cut down. And Ender sitting very happily behind his own shield. Means that he can just do as much damage as they want. Fell pushes forward through it though. Gets the double man Earth Shatter and stays alive through that. A Plum Opal taking serious casualties, and it's up to Ender now to try and cleave through as many players as he wants. He's got the support of a Lucio, but the rest of BW Light is going to be picking this point up. Still Manta on the point, does get taken down eventually, and so will get flipped in last fight territory.
Oh, and it was an absolutely brilliant eat from Azix as well onto Driver's Graviton Surge that prevented perhaps a teamfight winning ultimate there. Again, this dynamic matchup between the Diva and the Zarya is something I'm really enjoying, because Azix is always on top of eating those ultimates.
Ooh, good push onto the point. They've got to push into the Deadeye, and the Deadeye does manage to pick up a Ritz at the beginning of this fight. So Plum Opal has lost their main DPS. It's going to be up to Ender now to charge up this beam quickly. So the rest of a Plum Opal starting to fall around. It means that BW Light doesn't even have to commit another ultimate. They're going to be able to clean up this fight quite nicely.
Yeah, brilliant cleanup there again. This defensive position is just so much better here for the side of Benchwarmers Light when they're able to just let a bit of aggression be baited in, and then use the Maywall, use a bunch of CC abilities to just make sure that the Plum Opal get caught in that trap. However, I mean, there is a couple of ultimates now coming up for a Plum Opal that can potentially save the Reinhardt if they were to get caught off by the Maywall. You can use a Nano, you can use a Beat, so a lot of good resources to prevent that from happening.
And of course, they are going to have Ender's shield coming up very soon into this fight, and so they can use that to stall out this position. Probably a good time to push forward. They're going to have to go into the Baptiste Amplification Matrix. Instead, they go for the Teleporter Slam, and it does work out for them. A Plum Opal managing to get everyone onto it. Now supported up by the Beat. They're going to have to survive through the Deadeye. Univ doesn't manage to do that, but Aritz gets the counter kill onto the McCree. And now it's just going to be the 2 Lucios sticking around on the point. Dom also there means that Benchwarmers is able to take this out for a little bit longer.
Yeah, but the intense investment there from Benchwarmers Light was just so much. All they have now is a Mei ultimate to use to their name, whereas there is a Graviton, there is a Meteor Strike, the Space Jam combo here for the side of Plum Opal. They can let that rip whenever they want to, and I mean, into the Graviton Surge, Ultra can just swing, charge up that hammer, hammer? Earth Shatter, that's what I meant to say, but yeah, this will be huge if it can happen.
Oh, there goes the Graviton as Zix Note, not going to be able to pick it up this time. Now going to be the Space Jam, going to be coming in over the top. No, Ritz is actually just doing damage on their own. Now pops that ultimate to drop down into the center of the point, straight onto the Mei. And so she's going to go down very, very quickly. Now it's Baptiste's turn to face the wrath of a Doomfist Punch. And Diva, the last one to fall here. Plum Opal managing to take this. It's going to have to be a stall up, and no one from Benchwarm is really going to be able to come back. We do see Fel sitting on the outlines, not really wanting to commit just yet. Buys a little bit of time for the team to come in. Here comes Manta with the boop over the top. Unive manages to get the kill with that anti-heal grenade, and so the rest of a Plum Opal looking to clean up the last few red bodies here, and it looks like they're going to be able to do it in no time.
Yep, no doubt about it here. It's just cleaning up TMGB on that Tracer, and Degabanis actually comes in on a Doomfist pick of their own, but Ultra with a slam does clean things up there. And very crucially, a Redstone, this Doomfist is constantly getting these picks. Did clutch up in that last team fight with a couple of picks and that Meteor Strike to make sure that there was no like resistance whatsoever from Benchwarmers Light. That was so crucial in that team fight. And then in the stall fight, obviously, there's no one there that can really touch with ultimates for Benchwarmers Light. Of course, like they were just completely neutral because of their previous ultimate investments in fights beforehand. That's the thing about Benchwarmers Light. Their ultimate usage was just a bit too carefree. They came into this with a bit too much confidence, and I think they need to respect the fact that Plum Opal know how to exploit their mistakes, unlike Black Bears in that previous series we saw.
Oh, 100%. You saw a Plum Opal there. They actually had a full dry push where they didn't have any ultimates, and they managed to get up nearly 5 by the next fight. And then they realized they had the ultimate advantage. They pulled a couple of ultimates out from Benchwarmers and pushed straight in. Now we see the 2 TP strats going to be coming through here. It's going to be up to who can get it onto the point first. Degabanis going to be looking very quickly for that window. We do see Ender also getting up there very quickly. So the two of them come out at almost exactly the same time. Now the Mei is going to go to work. CMDB trying to get this, but Ritz going to be the superior damage so far. Just that instant pick-off potential. He gets a second, and Unive going to be coming through there. Ender also going to be charging up, and now it's clean-up time for a Plum Opal. Just being able to get those early picks so quickly. The Mei was just too slow.
Yeah, Benchwarmers Light. I'd like you to meet a Ritz, a very good friend of mine who is extremely annoying in your backline. Just amazing stuff from a Ritz. They're getting the double punch to just kill people. And that's really what a Doomfist does, just go in the backline, disrupt, kill people. And it was just absolutely brilliant there. And there was so many resources being put into a Ritz as well, right? They were playing so aggressive to account for the fact that a Ritz was making that distraction in the backline. So it's good team play around it too.
This is something that a Plum Opal does so well, is create space for their DPS. Now we're going to see the freeze come up into the center. That great Zarya bubble keeps Ultra alive. Ultra going to go forward, has got this Earth Shatter, and so going to throw it through the center of 5 of them. Takes out the whole of Benchwarmers, and that's all that they're going to write. We do see a Plum Opal just now starting to chew through the last couple of tanks, but a Plum Opal coming through and fighting that perfectly.
Yeah, that was just so amazing. I mean, you know, if there wasn't a kind of shield drop there, I suppose, from Fel, maybe that wouldn't have happened, but the shield was going low. You have to, you know, kind of manage that shield in a very effective way, and I guess it's unfortunate that Fel just dealt with too much spam coming through there. Luckily enough, though, they will have a shadow of their own, and Fel really needs to assert dominance in this Rhine matchup.
Symmetra shield, it's going to be so difficult for anyone to get through. They get some damage, and instead they're being pushed backwards. The Zarya beam, the Symmetra beam, just so much tracking damage on anyone from Benchwarmers that they don't even find the point, and they're up to 70% already.
Yeah, and you can see this target focus for the side of Plum Opal. They just go on a single target, they kill it, and then they go straight on to the next one. It's always led by the charge of Ulchu as well. I mean, Ulchu just walking in there, getting the swings through, and when someone's low, they just call it out. They say, okay, go on that target, and we'll kill them. It's a very good team play around it.
We see the Graviton Surge coming through. The Deadeye, though, manages to shut down the people who were knocked over by the Earth Shadow. We do see Ritz now coming through over the top, going to be looking to clean up some people. Misses his first round of cooldowns, so he's going to be very vulnerable, not going to be able to get any more picks out of this. May be able to reinforce soon enough as the point ticks up into overtime. He gets a couple of hits onto this. They've got to be careful of the Mei Blizzard now. They're looking to just stall it out now. Lucio Manta going to be trying there and giving it over. Not a big problem so far.
Yep, no doubt about it. And Aritz there was trying so hard to kill Fel. I mean, Fel was on like a quarter HP through a lot of that team fight just consistently, having damage pumped into them. And that's the thing, as a main tank, you've really got to manage your shield well, and that's what Fel did, making sure that Aritz never really had the opportunity to finish off that pick. So now at Plum Opal, they want to try and engage, and they're going to have to get creative with this one.
And what a way to get creative. They throw out the Symmetra teleporter into the backline. Ultra gets frozen up almost instantly, but the rest of the wave of a Plum Opal has pushed onto them. Now they're going to have to get frozen up. Good way to deal with the wave is to just stop it in its tracks. As we see Bench Warmers managing to hold on to this point for now. They've got a lot of resources in terms of the Mei and the ultimates, but Mei gets taken out so quickly. Mantha managing to shut that down. It opens up a chance for a Plum Opal to come back onto this point. They're going to be reinforced soon by the... a couple of members, in fact. Manta going to go down. Great high noon to finish off there. Aritz gets the counter kill. And so far, it's just trickling out. All the time, Benchwarmer is going to be happy with this as it keeps ticking up to their percentage. But if they lose even one too many people too quickly, they are going to have a very hard time of coming back into this as we see the Symmetra wall coming out now. The tracking damage doesn't actually manage to get the Baby Diva. Instead, going to be taken out full there. The beat comes in to try and sustain Benchwarmers. But again, it's just a trickle and into something like a Doomfist and a Symmetra. You got to stay alive for so long against so much that can hurt you. And a Plum Opal look like they're going to be able to take this.
Yeah, I mean, there is Dolman trying to touch, but just can't do it through the side. Brilliant stuff from a Plum Opal there. And critically, in that last team fight, the one turning point for a Plum Opal was that anti-nade from Unive. We don't usually give a lot of love to the supports. I tried to in the last series, but again, it was all like the DPS show. But in this one, it is so clear that Unive is a difference maker. When that turning point of the fight came, when it was very winnable for a Plum Opal or a Benchwarmer's Light, both sides could have won that. It was Unive that came through with an anti-nade onto 4, allowing for enough damage to be dealt for the cleanup to just come through from Driver. Really good stuff from Unive mechanically, and I'm loving how a Plum Opal are playing as a team. They took a map off Benchwarmer's Light, and that right there is a good omen of things to come.
Oh, it was great. And it was quite conclusively as well. It's like you said, we tend to give a lot more action time to the DPS as they're getting the key picks on the opponents. But that space, that an ability, that support that's coming through from the rest of the teams cannot be understated. When you have a Doomfist rocking around the backlines, he's only got a couple of abilities. He can either spread his damage or get one pick. It's up to the rest of the team to then throw in the big anti-heal grenades, get those shatters when the wall goes down, and allow that space to go through. So please, no one should think that this was just the Ender and Aritz show. The rest of a Plum Opal coming together and showing that they are actually ready to take this all the way and win this grand finals.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is 1-1 now. A Plum Opal and Benchwarmer's Light obviously evening up the series, because Benchwarmer's Light did start off with that original point. So yeah, I mean, Opal should be really excited about the fact that they're able to even this up. It is now even playing field. Benchwarmer's Light no longer have that mental or that physical advantage coming through from the winners bracket. It is now anyone's game to take as we move over to Rialto.
Ooh, Rialto, and we've seen this one come out a lot of the time. Couple of key points here: how well the teams control stuff like the bridges, how well teams control the high ground, and the different strategies that we've seen coming out from these two teams. I wonder if Benchwarmers picked this because of the fact that they've got Dio running that Pharah so well, like we saw in the previous round.
No doubt about it. And I mean, on Rialto, I'm in terms of what I'm expecting to see. I mean, I would like to theorize about some Orisa Sigma stuff, but let's face it, what are we gonna see other than the brawl? I mean, it is literally just the one composition that a lot of these teams run, and they'll probably opt towards that, I would say, because Rialto, you have a lot of tight corners you can use that brawl on, even though you do have a lot of high grounds, and we did see Black Bears actually holding a Plum Opal with that Orisa Sigma on the second point of Rialto. So if Benchwarmer's Light want to pull out like a weird pocket pick, then it definitely could, be a viable strategy to go for that Orisa Sigma.
It'd be good to see if these teams have that versatility in their pack, because the obvious one is the brawl out, and I think a Plum Opal is so far showing that they can win that brawl. So Benchwarmer's gonna have to try something, and then it's gonna be up to see how a Plum Opal is managing to counter whatever they bring next, because I have seen a couple of the long range snipers, the Hanzos, the Ashes coming out in here, and they have worked to a certain extent, but they just don't seem to be able to get the picks as fast as some of the rest of the characters, and so it doesn't pan out that well for the teams who've run it so far. Brawl definitely the favorite, or the Orisa Sigma that you're talking about.
Yep, no doubt about it. And everyone on the side of I believe is it Plum Opal, or yeah, it is Plum Opal, who are actually kind of confused about this 1-1 thing, because Benchwarm was like, obviously they do have that point from being in the winners bracket. So if anyone on the stream is confused about that, I'll just reinstate. Benchwarm was like, they do get that point just because they came from the winners bracket. They didn't lose a single game up until now. So just letting you know that that's what's going on in the chat right now, keeping you up with a live commentary of the chat in the custom lobby right now.
Yeah, that's great to be able to come through, and that's the beauty of coming through the winners bracket. And Benchwarmers has proven that they have been able to take on anyone that's come their way so far. And so to come in with that one game, you said it's even if you lose that first game, you can just write it off. And you know, being the first map, being a control point, that is a map that tends to go 50-50, even when the rest of the series is much more heavily favored towards one team. The control point is still up for contention, and so they're going to be happy that maybe they can just shrug that off, come back to normal, and take on a Plum Opal on something that might be a little bit more familiar or a little bit more strategy based for them.
Yep, no doubt about it. If there is a map to pull out a pocket pick, it would either have been Lijiang or this map for sure. Rialto is a very diverse map in terms of what you can play. And actually, I'm not expecting anything other than the Brawl, but I mean, there could be some weird DPS picks that have been cooked up, I suppose, by Benchwarmers Light if they want to pull out maybe a Sombra from TGMB. Wow, called it.
Well, there we go. You wanted a bit of a niche pick. You've got one. Of course, Manta are going to be one to watch with those boops offered. But how do you feel the Sombra is going to come into play here and the way that they're going to run around this?
Well, I mean, let's see. You got a Sombra against a Doomfist, and you've also got a McCree on the side of Benchwarmers Light here. Like, who's going to be losing here? It's definitely got to be a Ritz, right? Will not be able to get into the backline whatsoever if TMGB does play that defensive Sombra style. But if they go too aggressive, perhaps a Ritz could, follow up on the fact that the Sombra is too far in their backline.
Yeah, the Sombra could be just rendered useless if they just kind of ignore the back line and let Aritz run in the front line and be very close to his team. Even if he gets hacked up, he could get behind a shield quite quickly. And so, the headshots coming out there. Ender losing out in that duel from the mid-range. And this is, you can see the speed boost comes out straight from Benchwarmers. They're going to go into the front lines now. They're not even going to worry about trying to get the Sombra on a flank. We see Aritz trying to get out now. Ender has to get back. They realize what a big man disadvantage. Oh, the punch comes out. Aritz managing to sense the Sombra and take it out. And so that levels it out a little bit more now. Ender has managed to rejoin the fight. And so Plum Opal going to be looking to turn around this aggression. They're going to be able to take out that immortality field and start cleaving forwards. And the longer the fight goes on, the better the Zarya is going to get. Driver going to be starting to do lots of damage. The hits coming out from the two DPS, and a Plum Opal weathered the storm for long enough that now they can turn around and just pick up any kills that they want on the way out.
Yep, no doubt about it. Dagobanius will be the last one to fall there in Benchwarmers Light. And Aritz kind of proved me wrong about the Sombra versus Doomfist matchup. Obviously, TMGB was being a bit telegraphed in where they were moving. Obviously, translocated away from Aritz on the original, scout, and then obviously just gets completely destroyed by a very nice prediction from Aritz afterwards. So again, Aritz is playing smart around the Sombra.
Definitely realizes there, and again we see the Doomfist just threatening the front lines, especially with that amplification matrix. They're able to wrap around. Olchu's going for the flank shatter. No one's seen him out. Here goes the flank shatter. Manages to pick up 3 on the back line. Doesn't manage to get the Baptiste, but even the Nano Boost dropped and the Dragon Strike coming through here. A lot of investments coming out from a Plum Opal, but it does prove successful for them.
Yep, a very stellar 4K there for Olchu. Obviously, the standout main tank, I think, in the series so far has been just landing these shatters 24/7. And there was a very creative flank shatter as well there to set that team fight up. It kind of ignored the Sombra that was in, Aplamopal's backline, and instead you just kind of go aggressive, allow your team to really push in on that. And Mante with Boop onto Dom immediately. This is just, that's amazing.
Oh, and then you see a Ritz coming through over the top. Does get taken out, though, very quickly. You can see the heads-up play coming out from Dagobanius and manages to get that, but the rest of the team falling so far. Dagobanius going to have to run all the way back, and that came from that early boop. Just Manta setting up that play and having the support advantage.
Yep, absolutely brilliant. Mante has always been a very good Reddit Lucio, whether it be this series, the last series, or any past series we've seen of a Plum Opal. There's a high noon from Dagobanius, though.
Oh, the High Noon comes out, and with that Diva Bomb over the top, means that a Plum Opal on the back foot, and you can see Benchwarmers with that aggression, maybe overextending. No, they managed to get out of Ritz. And now with the Graviton Surge, a Plum Opal looking to actually save this fight. They are going to have to do a lot, going to be supported up by the beat, and then the massive shatter comes through. They've managed to turn the tide against Benchwarmers. Benchwarmers now trying to run for their lives. You see the pin comes through, Ender coming back into the game as well. And while the two tanks try and hold the front line desperately, there's no support behind them as the rest of a Plum Opal just carry on running forwards. It's staggered out a little bit now. The Dragon Strike comes out through the main chokeway, and the Reinhardt caught in the center of it is going to go down. That's a Plum Opal going all the way and now finishing it off, taking that defiantly.
Yeah, Fel kind of, accepting their fate. They're realizing that they will have to reset inevitably if they want to get a clean final fight. The good thing about the final fight is that they've got the EMP Shatter combination. That has always been just a very classic Overwatch combo. You EMP, then you Shatter. It just works really well. There's no beat to counter it, and there's no Immortality Field ever from your Neve, so it'll be a brilliant combo. If they can set it up, however, you would expect a Ritz or a Driver to be scouting for that Sombra and making sure they can't get it off too easily.
Well, Ritz keeps throwing out some bullets into random walkways, and so you can see there the Zarya boost just hits them, and they understand where they are. Now TMG going to be going into the backline. Here they go, and there goes the Sombra straight into the backline. The rest of a Plum Opal now going to be caught out in the middle of nowhere. Benchwarmers coming through. We see the Earth Shadow come through. A Ritz trying valiantly to try and get something out with his ultimate, but Ender going to have to run for the hills now. A huge play that came out from Benchwarmers, exactly as you predicted, and they executed it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was a perfect execution, like you said.
Okay.
I mean, the Fel was sleeping on the job for half of that EMP, but did end up getting the shatter towards the tail end of it and helping the team win the fight, so it does work out regardless. But now, I mean, there's going to be high ground control here for the side of Benchwarmers Light, actually. They're going to go immediately for that high ground control, maybe getting punished for that, though, a little bit.
You can see, like, the aggression now coming out from a Plum Opal. They're chasing this. Manta has wasted no time in putting on that speed boost and getting Ulchu straight into the center. The sleep goes out on the Diva, and so the Diva's going to get demeched. And the rest of Benchwarmers is going to have to get back.
Yeah, exactly. Benchwarmers like they cannot afford to get staggered out again. Mante just waiting again for these boops. You can see how they're positioning. They're waiting around on these high grounds for just these boop opportunities. That's how a Reddit Lucio really plays. And that's what I love about Mante. You can kind of flick between these two styles, but there is a bit of a weird positioning here from Ulchu.
Ulchu has lured them up the side there, is going to pay with their life, but the rest of the team now going to actually get trapped there. And so with the Dragon Strike coming through over the top, I think they would have wanted to wait for Driver to drop that Graviton Surge onto them. And now it's going to be Driver, trapped in a room. Got a lot of blue people coming in from various angles, and they are managing to swarm so far. Every one of them causing havoc with a couple of people, and so tearing back Benchwarmers apart. Benchwarmers does manage to win out a couple of the jewels though, and so they're going to still stick around this payload. Again, Ulchu now left out in the open. Still a Ritz hanging around, trying to get what they can, but gonna get picked off. No, actually does manage to get out alive. Diva gonna be chasing that, but doesn't manage to get anything, and Diva may have overextended now. Still a Plum Opal waiting for this.
Yeah, Plum Opal, they're just going to take this high ground control again. They want to get this Hanzo on the high ground because that's so crucial to be able to rain down those arrows upon the side of Benchwarmers Light. It will be Mante again in the backline. It's so hilarious to watch Mante just being that typical Reddit Lucio in the backline. But now the engagement probably will be coming through with the Meteor Strike to start it off.
And they've managed to get up the Dragon Strike and Grav combo again. The Translocator actually going to be picked up, and so the Graviton Surge finds the center of it. We do see no Dragon Strike coming through over the top. The Immortality Field able to keep up the rest of Benchwarmers here. Still we see Ender pretty much uncontested here in the center. Going to be able to keep putting out damage here, and now the McCree goes too far forward, but the rest of Benchwarmers getting the picks. Everyone so low HP, but they managed to still get where they need to. Oh, we see TMG just taking on Driver, not going to be able to come out in front of this, and the stun goes up on a Ritz trying to get these picks, not going to come out victorious against that McCree. Now the Shatter comes out, Ulchu managing to get the people, but not managing to get the damage to follow up on this. Driver going to now try and take the front line, but they're getting staggered out, and they will have to give up the payload.
Yeah, Fel was falling low for a good portion of that fight again, but it just wasn't followed up onto. You see Mante and a Ritz and potentially Ulchu as well trying to follow up on that, but they just couldn't get Fel to die because of the immense support that's coming through from Dom again. And we don't really mention Dom too much as much as like the Lucius or anything, but just a very good consistent player. And now it seems like Plum Opal are just bleeding out a little bit.
They're trying to go in for the picks to try to set up the team fight so that they can carry on going in. But when Aritz is going down like that, Endo was in a lot of trouble earlier. They're just having to back up, and they've wasted their entire Ryan shield. Maybe Endo going to try and put something through the center here. Maybe wants to wait for the Graviton Surge on top of this. TMG, though, looking for this EMP, sitting around the back line, waiting for this. We do see the Dragon Strike goes through. And there goes the Earth Shadow straight into the back line. Feld not waiting at all on this time. And they've still got the EMP if they want to follow this out. Didn't even need that to throw that into the front lines. Now Feld just going on fire in the front lines. The EMP goes out to follow this out. Ender has gone to a Bastion to try and stall this out, and it is seeming to do a bit of damage, managing to get there, but no one touches the point, and Benchwarmers push it all the way.
Yeah, brilliant there from Benchwarmers, and at the end, Degabanus with a 3k2. These team fights are very close, though. I think you cannot take anything away from a Plum Opal here, in the fact that they're managing to make all of these team fights very close. They're burning time off the clock, and especially on that first point, they were doing so well to make it seem like it was an easy hold until Benchwarmers was like they just cracked it open. The good thing now is that a Plum Opal, though, they do have the chance to attack, and they can actually, play maybe something a bit more unique to counter pick what was being played by Benchwarmers was like there. I mean, they were just playing what they would usually play, right? The typical Sombra, the McCree, the Ryan Diva, I think it was, from Azix. But I mean, you can counter that. You can play, a very pokey style, or you can play this double bubble that is, kind of interesting that I saw on Volskaya, I believe, in the last series that Plum Opal played.
And with the double sniper, it means that they're definitely going for the picks. Talk to me about how the Sombra works in this meta now. You don't have a Doomfist to hack up. And do you think that TMGB did the work that they needed to do in that last one? Or were the EMPs maybe a little bit slow?
Yeah, I think the EMPs were very slow. I also think TMGB's presence wasn't exactly felt by Aritz. Aritz was still blitzing through in the backline pretty much constantly. Seems like the TMGB was playing more of an aggressive Sombra style. And with that, you would expect to at least have fast EMP charges, but no, definitely not a good pick here for TMGB, especially when there's going to be a ton of peel with the Honor, with the break, and with a Zarya that can just bubble anyone that gets hacked up.
So now Benchwarmers might have to rethink how they're going to do this. And they're going to be taking a flank on the Widowmaker. See if they can get anyone on the way out. Maybe take a pick at the back of there. Ooh, instantly. Ooh, the flicks coming through. Ender just creating a pincer movement now. Aritz going to be coming through from the front line with that damage on the Echo, and the rest of the tank line dueling it out. Ender is actually going to go down, gets hacked up and taken down by the Sombra, and so Ultu now may have to run out. Yes, just goes straight off the drink. And Benchwarmers is doing a good job to flex for long enough there.
Yeah, but no doubt about it here. And Benchwarmers, they've really... holding this first point is so crucial, right? You want to burn down the time bank, make sure that Plum Opal don't really have a better time bank than Benchwarmers had on their offense, which I think critically you're going to be relying on the Sombra for, right? Getting that original pick onto Ender and maybe even getting the hack onto a Ritz. You've got to multitask it with your TMGB, so let's see if they can actually do that.
It's going to be interesting to see how they go into this. The Plum Opal relying on these picks, and they're not getting them as consistently as they would like, but they only really need them once or twice to be able to pick it up. Ender constantly pincering around the outside, but Benchwarmers dodging that just by being so aggressive into the front lines. Now Ultu going to lead the charge. Ritz going to be there as well to put in a lot of damage, and Dagobah is going to be maybe wanting to drop this Deadeye sometime soon. Does manage to hit up the Monkey, and the charge on the Monkey manages to come through. Dagobah is going to be able to push forward now, manages to get a second one. The Echo going to be going down. Aritz not going to be able to do anything, and the chase for the Widowmaker is on. Dagobah just turns the priority back to the main fight, coming to the help of the rest of the team, and again they're just taking so many headshots now. The health bar is falling so far. We see that Fell going to drop that Earth Shadow at the end of the fight just to secure it. Dagobah again comes back, just peeling so well for the team. TMG now looking for this.
Sorry about that.
All right.
Someone interrupted me. Yeah. So basically, yeah, in that team fight, I think the annoying thing about this double bubble composition is that they're not taking high grounds, right? You want that Zarya on the high ground, AC 113 just beaming down upon everyone else, and you want like the McCree and the Echo up there as well, but they just aren't doing that. They're just playing on the low ground, which is kind of a weird option.
You can see the patience coming out from TMGB, waiting for everyone to come into the fight. They're going to be coming through with this. Oh, that's going to be too late. I'm sorry. That EMP was never going to do anything when you come in with that Graviton and combo. Ritz managing to cleave through the team there. And a Plum Opal took that out while we were still watching for the EMP.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Aritz and Driver, you know, setting up that perfect Graviton Surge combo with the Echo Mines. But it will be a recontest here with a 3-man EMP from TMGB, so it can be winnable.
And he does get knocked down. Ultra going to be very low. Does manage to survive long enough to get off the primal rage. Now the monkey leads the charge, chasing out through that walkway. Red's going to be getting up that replicate onto the McCree. Gets 2 with the Deadeye and manages to even shut down the Diva. Huge play coming out from the Aritz, the Echo player, and supported so well by the rest of the team.
Yeah, this is interesting because I mean, in the last series, Aritz, in the series I've seen before, Aritz hasn't been absolutely great on the Echo, but now Aritz is like every single team fight popping off 3 or 4 kills, doing absolutely amazing, and without a Mercy Pocket as well. Could you imagine Aritz with a Mercy Pocket? God, that'd be brilliant. But I mean, the high ground control here for Benchwarmers Light means that Aritz will at least have a bit of pressure on them from the deep.
And here comes the Earth Shatter. Just the realization of no shield tank from a Plum Opal means that Benchwarmers can just walk forward, get the shatter that they need to, and the signal was as soon as Ultra dived away, there was going to be nothing else to block that. They walked forward and they managed to clean up the fight.
Yeah, I mean, the very flowchart way to win these team fights as a brawl against Double Bubble is just walk towards the squishies and shatter them. That is literally the most basic way you're going to win these team fights if you're Benchwarmers Light. Naturally, there are some other factors that would go into it, but that is the main one.
Diva Bomb over the top does actually catch a couple out, but the Winston Bubble is in a nice place there to keep it in. And they're going to be pushing forward. A Plum Opal has got a couple of resources themselves. The main one being this Deadeye. They're going to try and take the high ground away. And ooh, the flashbang gets eaten. Ender still managing to stay alive. And again, Aritz just pumping damage in from off angles. May be able to take a bit of high ground now. Is going to go in there. The monkey jumps over the top. And so the support from the 2 of them, the synergy comes out. And Ender coming in from the backline manages to get the Deadeye and take out the Diva Mech. And the rest of a Plum Opal just move forward as such a unit that they're able to keep the pressure on here. Ultra even now knocking back the last few remnants of Benchwarmers back towards the team for them to clean up. And they will be able to get hold of the Reinhardt as well, just constantly pushing through. EMP comes through very late in the fight, but there's no one there.
Yeah, TMGB just 1v6 EMP'd for some reason, which is quite interesting. I mean, there's probably not even going to be a recontest now. The Diva probably can touch, but it's going to be very, very close, and with no EMP to allow him to win the fight.
You see the High Noon coming through, and the Earth Shatter coming through again. Fell managing to get through there, and so the recontest was there. Thankfully, not needing that EMP. Rally also dropped here by the Brigida as Manta manages to jump off the edge.
Yeah, that really felt like just one long extended team fight, though. I mean, it was basically just the only difference between the 2 kind of sections of the team fight was that EMP from Team GP, which is again kind of weird. But I think it's no coincidence that whenever Benchwarmers Light they lose a fight, it's whenever they give up that high ground control. Obviously, the Winston wants to be on the high ground, and everyone else wants to also control those high grounds with the picks they're playing. And when Benchwarmers Light give that up, you can get the McCree up there, you can get the Echo up there without much contest.
It's going to be interesting to see how they use the replicates and the High Noon here on this fight. You're going to have Ultra just creating the space. Ender has dropped down to the outside, actually looking for a good off angle for this High Noon, taking a lot of attention from the rest of them. His team needs to support him now. We have seen Aritz get onto this Reinhardt with the replicate. Going to be looking for the charge. Doesn't manage to pick up the McCree, but does knock them far away enough from the rest of the team. And maybe be able to get it. No, and instead going to go back down. But the rest of a Plum Opal doing such work here in the background. Sombra nearly getting taken down after being flashed up. And now the Diva Bomb into the center. Can the rest of a Plum Opal get behind cover? Yes, they managed to survive through this. And now it's going to be turning the tide. Again, end up picking off the lone targets on the side. A Plum Opal needs to push this all the way to be able to take this. Remember, they are pushing. They need to get all the way to the last point here. And so they have to win out this fight. We are in overtime. Benchwarmers coming through. They got the beats to reinforce the rest of the team fight, and it's coming up for a second half.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's an absolute scrap on the point right now, but Degabanus with a High Noon looking to find Mante there. Does it do so pretty effectively? And the EMP finding Ulchu there. The Graviton Surge to try and turn things around, but the tide's already been turned in the favor of Benchwarmers Light there. A huge turnaround, and they will go 2-1 in this series so far.
That's a big turnaround play at the end there. The fact that they managed to actually just constantly put people on the point, and it took a lot from a Plum Opal to win the fights, and so there was just a long, slow, drawn-out play from Benchwarmers that they were constantly able to shut down pushes. Even half shutting them down was enough, because they just dragged it out to the point where Plum Opal just simply ran out of time. It wasn't that they weren't winning fights, they just weren't winning them fast enough.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think part of that comes down to the main point I was actually going to make before you actually brought that up, which was that attention is a resource, right? That is the
Yeah.
name of the game right now, because Aritz is like, whenever they're on Echo, whenever they're on Doomfist, they're always in the backline drawing attention away from the frontline fight. Same with Benchwarmers Light. They always have TMGB in that backline drawing attention away from that frontline fight. That just naturally, just through, natural produce, leads to just a very long extended fight in a lot of these engagements. And on the attack for a Plum Opal, that is not what you want. They played into that way too much. They didn't deal with TMGB's Sombra fast enough, and they let their attention span just stray away, especially in that last fight, for just a little bit too long because of that EMP that came through from TMGB. And because of that, they lost the fight. So again, I'll make the point again, attention is a resource, and Benchwarmers Light seem to be taking those resources away from a Plum Opal at a very alarming rate.
And the problem is that when it comes to a dive comp, like a Plum Opal was running, you kind of need all your attention to be on one single target so that you can kill them as fast as possible and then find 2 or 3 more that you can just wipe half the enemy team at the same time very quickly into a fight. Then a lone Sombra in your backline isn't too much of a worry. You're killing their team faster than they're killing yours. But when you're not actually executing on that front line, when you're just going against a Rhine Shield or something like that, and they're being able to absorb it and you're not getting the kills, you now have to worry about the one-man Sombra in your back line that's tearing through your supports.
Yeah, and I think as well, TMGB, I mean, I kind of underrated the Sombra going into that double bubble composition, because what
Yeah.
it really does is it pressures out the backline, forces Ulchu to play more passive, when Ulchu just wants to get in there, use both of those bubbles, get a bunch of cleave in, and build up those primals for those fights where they really count. And Ulchu couldn't do that at a fast enough rate. Those primals weren't coming fast enough. There wasn't enough aggression because the Plum Opal were constantly being distracted by TMGB in the backline, like you were saying. But also, there's just a ton of other threats. I mean, a Rosen and Dom constantly keeping Azix and Fel alive no matter what happens. And because of that, I mean, Ultra just doesn't get value in the front line, especially when they can't clear off the high grounds to make space for Ender and Ender and Aritz to do their thing on the Echo and McCree.
I'm very excited to see how the rest of this goes. Obviously, each team taking a single map off each other. The Benchwarmers has that extra point in the bag after coming through the winners bracket finals. Guys, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute break. We don't go anywhere as we come to see the rest of this grand finals.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Altiora Spring Cup. We are back from our short 2-minute break here. And very unfortunately, I have to break the news here that Ultrism had to go. Quick power cut for him, so we will be getting Keller as a replacement. Keller, how are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm a little terrified. I was, happily walking on a paper for school, and then it's, hey, we need you to cast. So I'm like, all right, here I am. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this. This is the final match that everything's been building to. We've had this even trade so far, but we know that it needs to be one to actually eat that initial one advantage for the BW Light has walking in. So this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of maps played, the teams are 1-1 right now. Of course, it was a Plumopal that did win Li Zhang, and then Benchwarm was like came through with the win on Rialto there, which was, I mean, they had a very unique composition going into that. They countered a Ritz in such a good way, because instead of playing a double hit scan to counter a Ritz on the Echo, they played that Sombra McCree, which can either hack a Ritz on the Doomfist or the Echo, depending on what Ritz plays. They just, instead of having hit scan, you have the Sombra there to hack them instead. So it is a very good opportunity to play that Sombra.
No, absolutely, absolutely. The Sombra pick there, very useful choice for them. So one of the things that I've been underwhelmed by so far is that I feel like we've had this patch and it hasn't had that much effect on terms of what people are playing. Like we're still seeing Zarya come out. We're not seeing a ton of Sig all of a sudden. Like there was this patch, but has the meta shifted at all?
I mean, I wouldn't say the meta shifted too much. Of course, there is more diversity in what you can pick. You can play the Pharah, you can play the Genji, but the overall meta stays the same. You can play basically whatever, and as long as you're following that rock paper scissors method, it generally works. Of course, there are some exceptions to that sort of rock paper scissors circle, but generally, yeah, the meta is just rock paper scissors right now.
Yeah, no, and I mean it makes sense. It makes sense. Like that's a good way to have a meta because that way teams are always thinking, okay, what do I need to do differently? How can we counter this? How can we adapt? And you get having that aspect of A beats B beats C means that teams are trying to think and strategize responsively in a way that you can't really get with anything less than 3 options, and going to 4 options is just too much complexity and walk most of the time. So no, I think you're right, that we will continue to see it. I'm just looking at it from Blizzard's perspective. I'm assuming that we're not actually going to see the Bastion on attack here. It seems unlikely given what we've seen so far. But hey, who knows? Benchwarmers could be doing this interesting strat. I've been wrong before.
Yeah, Benchwarmers like they could be bringing out a new meta right now, perhaps the Bastion Torb on offense with a Brig Mercy.
Yeah, no, Big Mercy, and also I've got to say the hard dive coming out. No, looks like we got something a little more normal. That ball Ryan, we've seen Benchwarmers play before. No, Vista Ryan, yep, there it is. That's what they've run so effectively and so powerfully so many times before.
Yeah, Parissa Ryan, their signature composition, I would say. And they will immediately blitz forward right now onto Ultru, swinging in right there. The Mei will come through, and Ender AFK looks to be perhaps DC'd. His driver goes down as well, and this first fight will be one off of that DC there, as the pause will come through shortly as soon as the fight ends.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure what was going on for Doom either there. It seemed like that they were just paused for a few moments. Maybe they were thinking, maybe they were trying to figure out what to do, but yeah, no, we're going to need that pause for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna... Okay, I was gonna ping Firin then, because, the pause didn't come through in time, but, I mean, the team fight's over now, so, that was... I don't know whether that was a very honest win there for the side of Benchwarmers Light, but, I mean, they won it.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it's hard to fault them for saying, no, okay, awesome, we just go in, we go in. It's hard to notice mid-fight, hey, they're AFK, we should, not murder them instead? So...
It's hard to make that call, right? You can't just back off until the pause happens, because, I mean, it would have taken 20 seconds anyway, and it would have been a disadvantage for Benchwarmers Light there anyway, so, I mean, they could only just win the team fight and then let the restart happen, which will be happening now, so it'll be played again, probably with the same compositions, I'd imagine.
Yeah, no. It's definitely a better way to do that than just letting it roll through, right? You don't want to just immediately hand A directly over, so...
Yeah, I mean that point A is so hard to hold on to, and even when you do hold on to it, there is still a very high chance it gets taken away from you. So it is
I mean, you're not
crucial to
wrong,
keep.
but the time bank, like the time bank difference, there is substantial. I think
True,
they,
true.
I totally, I expect Blom to hold on to it longer this time.
Yep, no doubt about it. But now, finally, 20 seconds to start here, and again, same compositions over and over again. We got the Ender May, we got the Doom Reaper, which is gonna confuse me. Saying Doom and Reaper is not it's gonna confuse me a lot.
No worries, no worries. That's what we're here for. Yeah, it's interesting to see that Ablom is not really responding to that. They lost pretty decisively. Presumably they're thinking, okay, no, it was a fine strat. We just had some trouble with the DC, which is fair enough, but we'll see how it turns out. But the BW Light is going for a very different attack this time, not going for that same style. Going up, playing a bit more carefully, not quite as fast.
Yeah, but the same telegraph to Maywall comes through in the same way, and now Fell pushing in the exact same way as before. It will be Ultra going down first right now. Ender trying to get a freeze through onto Fell, but the existence of Ender in this team fight is just the same as if they would have DC'd. They didn't really get too much there, other than a potentially decent Maywall that, cut off the supports a bit, but it wasn't enough.
No. Mante tries to get away. Maybe will succeed, maybe not. Manages to pull it out. Though. Huh. Okay. Get it, Lucio?
Yeah. Thoughts?
I'm just assuming that there was something going on there. We've seen some incredible plays from Monte before. That great 8 double boot back on Rialto earlier today, and that was surprising. I'll put it that way.
Yep, no doubt about it. Now the pull comes through there from Driver, trying to put people together right now, and Fell goes down immediately. Good aggression there from a Plum Opal right now, and they will push onto this right now with the aggression and the damage coming through. Just Driver, pewing away in the front line as Narissa does, taking it down Azix with the help of Manti, coming up with 2 there, and that's going to be, Benchwarmers light scent packing.
No, absolutely. And that Lucio speed is so crucial in these maps because they're really just going at each other full speed, and being able to get that little bit faster, a little bit more successful aggression is so critical.
No doubt about it. Now as the amplification matrix comes through right now, a May ult Blizzard right now to try and freeze everyone up, and it does happen. TMGB goes down, and Fell will get taken down to follow it. And now Ulchu going to be following up on that one nicely, trying to get a fire strike off into the spawn room, I would assume. But that's a good team fight win there for Plumable.
Yeah, no. At the same time, we're seeing this interesting set of ults. Look at that. 4 on the board with the almost back up for bench warmers. This is going to be an intense fight for them, almost certainly. There's the beat.
Yeah, Mante comes up with the beat right now to try and sustain them long enough right now, but a slam comes through, and a brilliant high noon from Negabanis with 3 there, just what we expect from that excellent McCree player. That will be the end of the team fight in an instant there. Benchwarm was like, all they really needed to use was those 2 ultimates.
I mean, look, after someone gets a high noon for 3, it's very difficult to recover from that, so... No, I mean, you need to set it up properly, and that's a definite talent and skill all of itself, but that is that complete winning success.
Yep, no doubt about it. Now it will be Benchwarmers light taking this very aggressive position. They want to make sure they can get this payload around the corner before the team fight happens, so they have some sort of natural cover to hide behind. The Mail does come through, and it will catch everyone in a Plum Opal right now. Doom still trying to come through with the Reaper ultimate, but it only finds Degabanis, and with Ultra being traded out, that's a much more significant pick. Doom is still, though, getting that nano through, and will be putting pressure onto Fell, almost going down as the anti-nade from Unive is brilliant as well, but a gigantic counter slam from Fell to make sure that Reaper does not get as much stock as before. Ender, though, still thinks it's winnable, still calling for that teamfight win to happen, and it will actually potentially happen. Ender with 2 right now on the back of that Maywall, and a brilliant turnaround there.
No, that was absolutely brilliant call, just saying, no, we can do this, this is viable. And it's been really fun seeing these Mays play against each other, because freeze is so important when you both doing this very aggressive brawl, the ability to just lock someone out, particularly in combination with those walls. So I'm looking forward to seeing more about how they're able to use that effectively against each other.
Yeah, the Amplification Matrix now sending the Fire Strike through, getting Ultra quite low as a charge comes through, very inspirational, but it finds absolutely nothing, unfortunately. And now will be everyone backing up on the side of a Plum Opal without that May, but a 5-man anti-nade means that Ultra will step on the gas, going aggressive, taking out Fell, and everyone else should fall shortly after. No Rhine Shield means that everyone is just so susceptible to dying. The Arista shields on both sides obviously match each other, and a High Noon from Degabanus finds absolutely a knout. Now everyone on a Plum Opal will just clean up.
Again, that's the thing about these brawl comps. They are really good at just going in, and unless you've got some special escape ability, they will find you and they will kill you and they will clean up that match very effectively. So neither team really has the ability to just leave. It is do or die, and Plum Opal is coming into this map with 5 ults on the board. So and they really want to win this here and now. They've been stuck for a while.
Mirrored Blizzards, though, coming out, catching pretty much everyone on both teams. The only remaining players are the ones that have to follow up right there. And a brilliant flash onto Doom's Reaper ultimate. That is gigantic. But a slam from Ulchu, it does not matter if the Reaper gets under that ultimate because of the shatter coming through. It is still winnable, though, for the side of Benchwarmers Light, as they will come back with vigor into that and actually win the team fight. What an up and down team fight, though.
That was stunning. That was stunning to see. And what I said about, well, if Alam's walking into this with a lot of ults, it was not able to quite walk out, as you mentioned, that stun onto the Reaper and the ability to just say, no, that's not what's going to happen now. And now we've got the switch onto the Diva. This is going to be interesting. We've been seeing this a bit more from Benchwarmers today recently. Let's see how it turns out for them.
Yeah, the High Noon finding nothing there. A good May wall to prevent that from happening, as a slam from Fell finds absolutely nada. Now everyone's backing up right now for a Plum Opal, as everyone just low. The Ana cannot heal every single person up at once, and Ender will be the first blood to fall right there. See if anyone else can follow up onto that pick on Benchwarmers Light. They will. Azix on that high ground, controlling them perfectly and taking it down a Driver. Mante, though, with the boop onto TMG, and it will be Azix going down as well. And a second boop from Mante as well. This is the thing. The support line is so amazing from Plum Opal. Always those anti-nades, always the boops from Mante. Just some brilliant stuff.
Exactly what they need when they need it. No, this has been really effective for just keeping them in the game. And we've got 2 fights left, so this is definitely going to be probably a dry fight from BW. Look for how they're managing to do ult charge, because they're close on ults, but they don't quite have them, and they want them to win.
And what is Ultra doing right now? Getting the backline slam. It does not matter, though, as it makes enough space for Doom to get value of that Reaper ultimate in the backline, finding 3 with just that Q press. Good stuff there, Ultra, being the distraction.
No, I mean, that's absolutely like part of the tank life sometimes, that you get killed for it, but you know what? Your team manages to make it out because of you, and that is what your victory and satisfaction looks like.
Yep, exactly.
But the key thing is, Benchwarmers now has the 4 ults to go in, so I would honestly, they did not succeed at taking the fight, but I think that they won it in an important way.
Yep, no doubt about it. I mean, there is still a mail from Ender, always throwing those in just a little bit too late. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And this is one of the times where it doesn't now. Benchwarmers Light, they are blitzing this forward. They will not finish with time, though, which is a very crucial thing for a Plum Opal right now. They will have to come through with a stall. Ender going over to the signature Bastion pick for this stall moment. It will be a Deep Bomb Glow coming through, finding both Driver and Ender. That is gigantic from Azix again. Always just being so consistent. But Alchu coming through for brilliant 3k slam and a gigantic anti-nade from Unive as well. They find a Rosen with that one, and everyone's so low on Benchwarmers Light that it can be winnable if they try hard enough here on the side of a Plum Opal, and they are giving it their all. The boop attempt to come through there from a Driver, but it just does not find enough in the nick of time. Degabanus, though, going down here. It is a 6v4 now. Well, not 6v4, just a stall versus 4, I suppose. Everyone's going to be coming out of spawn at their own little rate, but it will be Driver going down here, and finally the cap comes through for Benchwarmers Light there. But that was looking close.
That was close indeed. And that was fun. You saw the Bastion pulled out there? No, we're definitely... This is a team that is not going to give in. They are not going to accept defeat. And I think they've got a decent shot at it. I mean, A is so easy to take on the King's 2-0 that you're basically guaranteed it. So if they can win with time, I think they've got the game.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, both teams can feasibly win this, but Benchwarmers Light do definitely seem like they've got a good chance coming into this. They are one map up right now, and they want to make it 2. But in order to do that, they'll have to make sure they hold. And when they hold, they need to make sure that it is not if basically what I'm saying is a Plum Opal, if they cap, then and they have time when they cap, then it's basically best thing they can get right there for Benchwarmers Light is a draw.
Yeah, no, and I admit I'm betting against a draw here. I think either they win or they lose. I think it's unlikely, given what we've seen, to be able to have that slow draw result here. So I think we should look for something relatively decisive. Well, as decisive as it can be, given that Ablamopal's win would put us into a 2v2 in the final match of the final series. We've
Yeah,
got
there is a pause here. Yep, Driver obviously must have DC'd or something like that. Or maybe Ender is DC'd again. I'm not entirely sure. We don't know the details. We're just casters. We're here to cover the content for today. But yeah, I mean, genuinely, I want to go back to the draw point because I forgot to mention, if there's a draw, it goes to the winner's bracket team, which means Benchwarmers Light would feasibly be another point up in the series. Which is why I'm saying that even if they do get that draw, it is still okay for them.
I'm sorry. I needed to read the rules more carefully. Clearly, no, that is definitely going to say, okay, no, if they get the draw, that's good. I'm still betting against it being a draw, but knowing that they'd be satisfied with one because that means their victory.
Yeah,
No,
I
that
don't think they'll sandbag, right? I don't think they'll sandbag just for the draw, but I think like it is still okay if they do draw.
No, and yeah, it's definitely interesting because I keep feeling like, okay, Benchwarmers is just doing better here. They're doing better here, and then Ablamopal keeps winning the key fights. So, no, this is going to be really interesting to see how they're able to do on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely rooting for them on this attack. Plumopal, they came from the losers bracket. They had an amazing run through it. And yet now they seem to be just, I don't know, like they're not crumbling in terms of their gameplay, they're crumbling in terms of their internet. Clearly, his driver's still not ready to go back in here. So it must be just like a very big internet issue, I suppose.
I mean, how much time do they even have left, right? It's what,
It's only
5
15-minute
minutes?
pause time, yeah.
Okay, 15 minutes of pause. That's better than I was worried about, so.
Yeah, they've had about like what 3-4 minutes of that so far in the series, so not too much. They've still got plenty of time remaining. But
Yeah,
Ulchu now finally calling the R button, and same for Benchwarmers Light. So we should be going back into this shortly right now. Which I mean, and again, it's the same compositions on both sides. So
I mean, yeah, no, we've got. Well, I mean, we haven't gotten back from that initial Diva switch, so.
Oh, true. Actually, yeah, that Arista here for Azix might actually make a big difference to what was being played by the Diva. But I think it's still a similar impact, right? You can just negate as much spam with the Diva as you can with the Arista shield. So we will see what the difference will be here if Azix can actually get those pulls through and make value out of them. As a gigantic flash comes through onto Ulchu off the outset there. Brilliant stuff from Degabanis, you know, knowing to flash above that Rhine shield if the Rhine is not cautious enough and punishing them for that as a brilliant 3k from Degabanis.
No, that was absolutely extremely well done. This is going to be tricky for Oblom, but I still think we're gonna see how they attack. We're gonna see how they attack, and it's going to be this tense fight of who gets those walls slightly better. Because you just saw that wall didn't capture anyone there, and I think that was a key moment for them.
Yeah, exactly. As now as the amplification matrix being utilized here, the fire strike catches and good stuff there from Benchwarmers Light, and they will use the slam to clean up. Again, I mean, you know, that wasn't really necessary there for Fel, but it clinches out the fight, and that security is something you really like to have as teams, though.
Particularly when you're playing this tricky defense, you want, and you know the enemy has respawn advantage. It's nice to be able to say, no, we have most certainly won this. We're not in any doubt there.
No doubt about it. I mean, the rotation here again through the statue. Coming through for Plumopal, it seems like they want to go over to the high ground though, so perhaps they want to get like Ender or Driver just up onto a high ground where they can just get that flank position and just kind of AC 130 it down where they just beam it damage onto the side of Benchwarmers Light. And the high ground rotation actually is really difficult to get here because everyone just keeps falling off of that high ground. But they finally will get that rotate through. There will be Benchwarmer's Light setting up on a completely different angle, giving up point control. What is this? I mean, they will
That
get the
was
Graviton Surge
definitely
through.
a turn. Okay, and followed by that attempt to break through the May wall. No, this is a huge, clever, thoughtful play on both teams.
Yeah, I mean, the rotation was great there from the side of a Plumopal, but I was confused at first about that weird rotation away from the point for Benchwarmer's Light, where I'm starting to see what they wanted to do now. They wanted to bait the aggression, bait the ultimates, and then re-engage because of how far away they were from the point. Really smart play.
I mean, Ablam is playing that slightly more brawly, slightly more melee comp, right? They're running the Reaper, they're running the Zarya, compared to that McCree, and that makes the difference where you want to get the space, and it worked for the Benchwarmers.
Yeah, Benchwarmers, they were able to really utilize that mid-range fight to their advantage, despite, some attempts at a Mail there from Ender. But now the Maywalls from both sides right now will be the better one for TMGB. It looks like right now as a Bongo utilized, everyone being forced back on the side of Plumopal there, and it forces out the beat from Manti. That is the most crucial beat I've ever seen in my life, and that means that Fel can just let loose a slam whenever they want to. A slam now utilized, but it finds absolutely nothing, and instead it's Doom in the back with 5 there, and if I'm not mistaken, it was actually Doom that came up with the first pick in that team fight, making that a 6k, I believe?
No. There
No.
was the last pick on for L, so no, it was only a 5k and the immortality. No, but that was nonetheless absolutely brilliant. I'm so sorry, merely a penta.
Well, I mean, still, you can't scoff at a Penta. That is absolutely brilliant for Doom in that team fight.
No real scoffing intended whatsoever. But now we're seeing a play into that powerful pair of shields. A lot of spam damage coming through. They'll need to be able to break or move through that somehow.
Yep, no doubt about it. Now the aggression past the amplification matrix there, making it completely useless, and a lot of ultimates being utilized, but Oldshoe in the space of one swing, coming up with 4 and a 5th one onto Azix. What is it with Plumopal and suddenly just turning into these 5k monsters?
It's something else entirely. I don't pretend to fully understand. And full credit to you, Ive there. That was a absolutely first-rate nano at exactly the right moment that really clinched that fight. So, no, that was fun to see. Delightful play. I think the thing to look forward to here is can Benchwarmers make an effective defense given the limited territory?
Yep, no doubt about it. Now it will be the mail coming through from Ender, gonna be just freezing everyone up yet again. I love these mails from Ender, they're always at the right time. Dom gonna be going down because of that one, and Fel as well going low. And that looks to be potentially a flip though, as Unive getting frozen up there and taken down. Might be winnable right now for the side of Benchwarmers Light as they re-engage again, but it just doesn't matter. Doom and Driver, the two main damage dealers right now, putting all that work in.
No. Anti there, just with the exact right position, sees the wall, on top of the wall, kills them. Anti's ability has just been an absolute delight to see, and I think now they're setting up for a boop, so watch for that.
Yeah, that could potentially happen. Mante is renowned for those boops.
No, absolutely. We've seen that happen in a few times. So now our Blom is going to see again, can they effectively speed into Benchwarmers? Can they do those 5Ks that they really rely on?
Well, let's see if it happens right now. The Immortality Field prevents the Graviton from getting much value, but again, a brilliant slam from Oldshoe, catching a couple of people there. It doesn't quite matter too much, but Doom still has something to say in the way of this team fight's result, as they will take out 2 right now, where Rosen and TMGB going it down. That will be the win here for Plumopal, but they are a couple down, so they will have to at least give up some space for that.
Oh, they're a couple down, but with 1:48 left on the clock, I wouldn't be too worried. It's still tense, it's still concerning, but I think they're doing well. I could easily see them taking this match.
Yeah, well, Dagobah looking to round to the corner with that High Noon and Azix with 2 here right from the bat. And it looks like that'll just be all you really need for Benchwarmers Light. At least they know to reset quickly here on the side of a Plumopal.
No. That was definitely well executed. Now they're going to need to be able to do one of those really impressive 4 or 5 Ks And will they be able to pull it off is the question on my mind, particularly with 110 left on the clock.
Yeah, you mentioned that time bank, and I think it's really critical to take that into account, because if you don't get a 4 or 5k, you're not going to be able to clinch this up in time to be able to even get that cap up with time. Ultra going down here, though, means that it is definitely, I mean, not definitely, but it is most likely going to be not even a cap with time, as Driver also getting taken out.
Yeah, no, this is not, unless something extremely unexpected happens, which has happened a few times, but I'm
6k boom,
not
Pog.
betting. Look, I'm not betting anything on the outcome, but I'm right now saying they're not going to be able to get time. They might be able to take, but even then I wouldn't want to bet on it, not with those else out of benchmarks. Here we are.
Yep, the amount of chaos being ensued right now. It's Mailed and Gravitons on both sides there. The beat comes through from both Lucius as well. And it will be Dagobandus right now popping that high noon. And Ventrum is looking like they will come out on top in this engagement right now. A Plum Opal, they've only got one player there. And it's just too early to be able to even proc that overtime. There will be a Tracer coming back to touch right now, though. Doom has to be forced to use that recall. And can anyone even touch right now? And Plum Opal trying to get there desperately, but they cannot get there in time. Benchwarmer's Light just in the nick of time, prevent even a 3rd-point cap there for the side of a Plum Opal. Really tragic for them, but Benchwarmer's Light now 3-1 in the series. They have to win one more map, and that's all they need.
No. This is tight, but they've done very well. I'm enjoying seeing these two teams play against each other. And look at this. Look at this out of bench warmers. When they're able to get in and use that, I feel comfortable saying that they often manage to just pull these really powerful individual player skill multi kills that really swing these fights for them. So when they can brawl in and use that effectively, I expect them to be able to take advantage of it. But Benchwarmers, they've got the smarter rotations, I feel. They're really playing intelligently in terms of what is space, where do we need that space to be.
Yeah, I mean, there's two types of I guess space in Overwatch. There's space that you've occupied and space that you've not occupied, right? Benchwarmers Light, right? They whenever there's a little opening where they say, okay, we can move into that, we can put on some aggression in that small space, they do it. They take that opportunity immediately. And sometimes they realize, okay, it's better to not take this space, because if we do, we'll get baited in and we'll get mailed, or we'll get Graviton Surge, or we'll get reprolted, right? They're very smart at knowing when to take space and when not to, even when that space is readily available for them. And that is a brilliant part about them.
No, and I mean, we saw how important that was when they realized their opponents didn't quite have the ability to not go for that. And when they did their brilliant repositioning on A and just said, no, actually, right, like that was Overwatch that I want to see. Just thinking through not what is the standard, what is the normal, but what works right here, right now, given what our enemy is doing.
Yeah, that adaptability is what makes Overwatch Overwatch, right? It's the main part of the game, being able to adapt on the fly, because it's such a fast-paced, dynamic game. And the Plum Opal seem to be adjusting just that little bit slower, right? In some of those team fights, they'll see the mail come through and they won't disengage quick enough, or perhaps they'll get and there'll be a bongo and they don't disengage quick enough. There's always these things where like they don't maybe have the amp speeds in time, or they just don't have the immortality field available, or they just whenever they're playing the honor, which they were for most of that, they don't have the cooldowns to prevent some aggression from coming through. So it is just a really difficult situation for them.
No, absolutely. But even 1-3 looks pretty bad for them, I'll admit. But remember that is in part because of that one coming in, because they came through the winners bracket rather than the losers. So this is 2-1. I would not want to rule Blumhope out, particularly because Hanamura has so much fun opportunity for Brawl that I could see this really paying off for them.
Yeah, Benchwarmers Light here. I mean, if this is the map they're going to win the series on, then I mean they're probably going to be glad to do it. I mean, 3-1 up in the series is nothing to scoff at. They definitely have the chance to close this out right here and now. Because I mean, 2CP is very notorious for its draws. And the critical thing about draws again in this series is that they go in the side of Benchwarmers Light. They get the point for those draws, which is very, very good for them, especially on a map where it may be if you don't play as effectively as you could have, you still have a chance of going back into it. It's like a redemption arc.
Yeah, no, I like that framing. I like that framing of, yes, this is where it could all work. But the same thing, that same arc, that could be a Blom Opal able to speed in and beat up the enemy. And now we're seeing the full double shield spam comp with the Ash. This is going to be interesting, not what they've done in the past, and we're gonna have to see how well it works out for them while Bench almost is going back to that Diva on Azix.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely winnable for a Plum Opal. In fact, both teams can very much win this. But the Symmetra here on the offense here from Degabanis, and they realize they get the Brilliant Maywall to close off that sightline and make it so that the TP actually messes up and only goes onto the rock there. It does close a bit of distance though, so it will be Driver having to back up alongside Ulchu, and Maywall though catches no one actually, catches no one, but Azix does get pulled over it, so it's still fine there for Ender, who will be now trying to freeze everyone up, but is in the midst of the enemy team, getting peeled for brilliantly, and the aggression was just too much for the side of Plum to deal with. Bench was like blazing forward in glory.
No, that's absolutely beautiful to see. Yeah, I once got a piece of advice from Aaron that on many abilities there really is an IQ effective limit of how big does your brain have to be before you've mastered it. Maywalls are not one of them. There is no limit to how much you can get out of Maywalls just from being a little more thoughtful, a little more intelligent in how you use them in the exact right moment. And here we are really seeing those smart, thoughtful Maywalls pay off.
Yeah, exactly. And now Driver going down quite low. Brilliant stuff there with a slam from Foul. Obviously, it does go down at the end there. So the Reinhardt, the lack of a Reinhardt, I should say, is going to be quite detrimental to Ventralma's Light. Either way, though, they still find the picks onto Ulchu, Doom, and Mante. A very critical part of that composition being the Ash Mercy duo. And they should be able to cap at least a potential tick-up right now, as Driver cannot even engage onto that point. Uses that grasp, but again, just can't get there in time. It will be the Staller coming through from Ulchu, managing to get onto that point just barely in the next time right now on that corner. But again, the Maywall was just brilliant from TMGB to prevent anyone else other than Ulchu from touching him. When Ulchu moved even a step away, that was it.
5:16 remaining. Those Maywalls are just so thoughtfully and intelligently done. I am impressed. Now, we're going to see a Blum really having because they've got to overcome a 5:16 time bank, and as you've emphasized, the fact that they lose the tie. So this is going to be a very difficult hill for them to climb. But they've given every sign of giving it their all, of trying their best, and we're going to see what they're able to do to try to come up with something that's capable of beating Benchwall Ulmas. And here we've seen that same Symmetra that was so powerful for Degabanis. It's not just the TP that enables incredible mobility and surprises the enemy. It's also just that if you're not stopped somehow, and you are vulnerable, you're Symmetra, but if you're not stopped, you pump out so much damage with a fully charged beam, with your turrets. Symmetra here can get so much value, and Degabanis was able to capitalize on that. Blom's going to be trying to do the same thing on Doom, while Ender covers the skies and provides a little bit of flanking. We're going to see how this works for them.
Yeah, it's very interesting here because you've got the Symmetra, the Ryan, and the Zarya, and obviously the Analucia as well, that are that kind of brawl core. But then Ender is kind of the outlier who will just be, skirting around the outskirts of the fight, skirmishing, I suppose, just and trying to pick off anyone who's out of position. Again, a very similar Maywall, though, from TMGB, taking a kind of a page out of Ender's book, and they will be now preventing that aggression from coming through right now. It will be Azix getting demacked, however, so Benchwarmers like they're on the back foot because of the lack of a spam negation tool, and Degabanis as well being taken out means that, again, a very blitzy attack right now for a Plum Opal, matching that of Benchwarmers Light.
No, absolutely. I thought I said it would be uphill, but you know what? So far they have seen that uphill, and they are hiking it.
Hopefully they can take this next one as well. I mean, the next point is going to be even harder to crack, though, but they have the opportunity to do so. They have a minute to match that timeline, however.
Look, that's two fights. So we're gonna see, and they're not. That's interesting. They know that they're going for that surprise. The Enchwomas are expecting them to go the other side, and they don't. They go for that high TP again, like they did on point A, and we're gonna see how if they're able to make it work.
Yeah, Fel going quite low right now. Half HP and a gigantic anti-nade from Unive as well to try and set things up. But the Immortality Field was perfectly timed from Dom, realizing the threat, realizing that Fel was low, and Driver and Unive both would go down here. TMGB looking to potentially help in closing this one out with 3k on the Mei with just Icicles. I, as a main, am proud.
You should be. You should be. What we've seen out of the A's this game has been nothing short of extraordinary. And now we're seeing a Blonde. They're not going to win on time, but let's be real. You were never going to win on time with 5:16 remaining. The goal is just to do decently to see, and then maybe if you can stall B next time, or as it just keeps descending.
Well, there will be a TP onto the high ground again, the exact same TP as last time here, but it seems like Benchwarm was light. They realize the weakness is that Zarya, is that duplicated Diva, and they will be getting taken out potentially as Unive also goes down. Very nice target calling and shot calling to go on those squishies. However, there is still something happening on the point. There is still 2 ticks here from Opal. They got what they wanted out of this fight, which was a good advantage onto the point. There will still be a high noon from Dagobah, though, trying to find something onto Doom, and they do actually manage to find that, and then therefore Benchwarm Light will end up, quelling that push right as it was about to get hot, but there was still 2 ticks gained.
I mean, that was a little entertaining to see almost, because you have this very intense fight. It's doing their best up on the high ground, and then Ryan's just like, oh, yeah, this point's mine now. I've got 2 ticks on it. And that puts a lot more pressure onto benchwarmers, because they cannot give up space in the same way. When you've only got 1 tick left, you need to be protecting it much more aggressively, and that limits their range of options.
Exactly, and now will be Azix getting forced out with those boosters there. Again, they're going to be looking for another TP onto, this time it's again the high ground, the same opportunity to go onto the high ground again, and I mean, only Ultra takes it this time with Doom getting taken out there, and a Reddit Lucio with the nano boost. Let's see if they can find anything right now. Going in the backline, managing to take out Dom with that boostio form, I suppose, but Ultra and do go down, and with that being said, should be the end of the fight.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a reason that Boostio is not standard practice in Overwatch. At least not intentionally. They sometimes manage to apply it anyways. But no, that's Pendulum has had a strong defense that and Oblom is looking at is wondering, okay, what are we going to be able to do to pull this out? What do we need? What strategy is going to work?
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Ender we might be actually being staggered out there a little bit as Azix looks for that, but again, Ender really being contested well by Azix on the off angles.
No, absolutely. At the same time, Azix also definitely lost a lot of HP, but managed to survive. Still, Ender is clearly a threat and is capable of saying, no, you can't ignore me, you have to watch out for me, you have to be a little scared, and that's really powerful.
Yeah, Azix again with a bomb here onto Unive, always coming up when they need it again with one onto Driver. That's your 2 main players in the competition gone. The Zarya and the Arna really enable the main tank, and that means that, I mean, neither the duplicated Rhino nor Ulchu themselves will be able to get too much value. I mean, Ulchu, it does help in the DMAC onto Azix there, but who really cares?
It's not that important ultimately. No, this is going to be a strong defense for Benchwarmer. There's only 2 minutes left on the clock, that clock that we know is so important for what are they going to be able to do here? And we've got the switch onto Bastion. I admit, that's normally a bit of a desperation pick, but honestly, given what we've seen out of Doom's Sim TPs, I think this is a little more thoughtful than we might ordinarily think. They can set up on the high ground very easily and then just rain damage out with a lot of capability.
I mean, come on, you're on match point here and you're whipping out a Bastion on Hanamura offense. Like, I can see why you're trying to do it, but it just won't work too effectively, especially when you're playing so aggressively into the enemy backline like that. Ender, where are you and why are you there? Jesus Christ. I mean, there's a tank line gone here for the side of Benchwarmers Live, but their staggers will come back in time. And Mante, literally just having fun solo beating Dagobah. You can tell there is just no chance here that they will be able to win this team fight, and honestly, with the amount of ultimates that we used there and absolutely failed, probably the series as well.
Yeah, no, the fact that they just so completely lost that, I was Ender thinking like a Bastion or like a Tracer there? No. They're going to try. They're going to make an effort, but they're definitely maybe being a little more creative, a little more recognizing that if we continue as we have been, we're not going to win. So we need something very different to pull this out.
Yeah, but I think Creative is putting it nicely there. I mean, I don't exactly see where this Bastion will get value. Obviously, you can get him onto the high ground and potentially get value from there, but they just TP it straight forward onto them. That's such a weird TP, but it actually works. Dagaban is going down early on there, but a mail from TMGB finding two. Again, Ender and Unive, two very critical players, forced it down out of the team fight. It doesn't matter though, Ultra and Driver here, the tank line for Opal might actually be winning this one out right now. No chance they actually get this cap up. It is so close to capping. It is literally a percentage away. And what on earth just happened?
Well, what happened is that the Bastion strat walked. No. Like I said, the TP Bastion gives mobility and gives off angles, and we've seen that again. Really, just thoughtful sim play. Where does my team need to be? I can land them there instantly. So no, they knew that what they were doing wasn't working, and they switched with that adaptability, that flexibility that we talked about, that is so key in good Overwatch. They used it and it worked out for them. No, I am thrilled to see it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That was really interesting there from the side of Pomopal to actually set that one up. That was so weird. I'm very confused about how they managed to make that one happen. They just TP'd straight up onto the high ground there, where the rest of the Benjamin's Light team was, and then from that they really just managed to really clinch it from there.
Look, when
But
you got
yeah.
a Bastion in melee range, he just kills everything. That's how it works. Now the real question is, sadly, I don't think we're going to see Benchwarmer's Light pulling that team comp. I would admit I was looking forward to seeing Zen Big with a Torbjorn on, but tragically, I suspect that this team is not going to go that way. Okay, and so no, this is a really effective team. I was delighted to see that switch, and I think we're going to see more creative and clever and thoughtful play from both teams. This is what I'm enjoying so much about these matches, that and they're ready to go. Oh, they are really invested. They're not just autopiloting. They're not just playing the strat they've memorized. They are really being creative, trying new things. And ultimately, some of them do work. Man, I think there are going to be a lot of coaches who are very unhappy that the Bastion strat did work on Hanamura attack. Because there's going to be teams that say, could we try that? And the coach is going to be like, if you're losing, maybe. No. Look, that absolutely very, very intelligent play coming out. But the real question is it going to be enough? Because that time bank that Benchwarmers established was just so big, and we've seen both teams be very effective on the attack.
Yep, thanks for taking over there, Keller. I did get a little bit lightheaded as I shouted too much, and I've been casting all day, so... but this will be, I mean, honestly, in terms of what's going on in game chat right now, it is very interesting, because what they're discussing is the fact that the game is already over. I mean, the best right now that can be gained by a Plumopal is a draw, and as we know, a draw goes over to the side of Benchwarmer's Light. So they're going to play this out, but they already know that it's basically over. It's either, you can hold it and at least hold some of your dignity, or you can just get completely rolled by Benchwarmer's Light. So
yeah, no, and I mean with 5-16, given what we've seen out of both teams so far, it's kind of hard not to be rolled. So no, that point that there's no hope left for Blom. It's a rough one, but they might do their best, or they might just have fun, right? Like we can have the double Torb. Okay, it's Torb Bastion that they're actually running a Torb Bastion hog. This is having fun. Let's let them enjoy it and just have a good time.
Wait.
A hammer Torb.
I want to cast the Torb duel, to be honest. I want to see
No. We
Which
cast this
actually?
Torb Hammer Torb duel.
Oh, it is. Okay, they're going to be going for it right now. It does seem to be Ender just baiting them in right now. And now TMGB looking to start playing aggressively right now. They're trading off hits. It's 1 for 1 right now, 2 for 2, and they both overloaded exactly the same time. Ender, though, looking like they might have the advantage, but TMGB wins it out. Huge win on the Torb duel there. Brilliant stuff there. And now chaos will ensue.
No. I've got to say, full credit for successfully winning that Torb duel, and then just walking forward and getting completely murdered for it. So, no. These are two teams that have decided to have fun, and they are going to do it. And honestly, that's something that I really appreciate. Like, there's a sportsmanship to saying, okay, you've lost, let's have a Torb 1v1 with hammers. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it does give a little bit of, I guess, leniency to Plum Opal in the fact that, you know, they get to have a little bit of fun even when they're losing. But alas, the final cap does come through here, and the series will be won by the side of of Benchwarmers Light. I mean, that's about what we expected, though. They played super well throughout the entire tournament. They played well in this map as well, and in this entire series, and especially in the ones we've seen today. I mean, all of these teams have been trying so hard to win throughout all of it. But alas, it is the side of Benchwarmers Light that do come out on top of it all. They are your winners for the Altiora Spring Cup in 2021. It's been an absolute pleasure casting this, I'm not gonna lie.
Absolutely same, and I'm really glad to be casting with you. So thank you. From our first cast, at least my first cast, I believe, was Benchwarmers Light playing against Black Bears, who ended
That
up
was me
playing in
too,
the last
yeah.
match, right? So
Yeah, that
yeah,
was
no,
us,
we've
yeah.
been with these teams since the start, now all the way through the end. It has been an absolute adventure, and I've been glad to share it with both you, Toasty, and with everyone watching along at home.
Yeah, and even if we, you know, the casters, even if we wait, Joe, have you muted? Okay, good. Okay, good. I was asking our producer if he muted, but no, he didn't. Okay, he unmuted, so I thought he did. But yeah, I mean, as I was saying, I mean, as casters, it's been an absolute pleasure casting. You know, sometimes there's been ups and downs, there's been technical issues, as there always is with production. But you've got to give it props to not only the casters, but Joe. Throughout all of this, throughout all of these 3 weekends, like 6 or 7 hours per day, just going at it like an absolute animal. So, Keller, let's give props to Joe with a little bit of a round of applause.
Hey, full props to Joe. And I also want to note, in addition to doing all of that production, Joe has also been running Spectator. And the fact that you've been able to see the game as it goes along, that is in large part due to him and his fantastic work. So, again, thank you for playing 2 roles at the same time and doing both of them extremely well.
Yeah, good stuff from Joe, but alas, that does mark the end of this series again from Benchwarmers Light against Plum Opal. Again, Benchwarmers Light win that one in 4-1 fashion. Brilliant stuff from that team, and we will be going to a break now, but don't go anywhere. We will have a little bit of a post show going over today's games, going over the entire tournament as a recap, and we will be seeing you pretty shortly. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned.
It'll be a good time, we promise. See you later. Hello, everyone, and thank you for waiting. I am Keller, and I am back for the post-game interviews. First of all, we have Fell playing, I believe, exclusively Reinhardt for the entire series.
That is correct. Yes, I switched to Hammond technically to stall a couple of times, but yeah, I mean,
Yes, you're right. You're
I
right.
was
You're right.
pretty much stuck on the Rhine.
You did have those Hammond stalls, and some of them did pay off, but no, you were going very mono Rhine. Is that how you always play, or normally do you have a little more variety?
I mean, it's just, I mean, this meta specifically, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I definitely play more Winston recently, but I used to just be pretty much a Rhine OTP when I went on tank. So I mean, I'm comfortable just playing Rhine, so I don't have a problem with it.
Hey, look, I love playing Rhine as well. No problems detected here. I'm just a little bit curious, and I mean, it clearly worked out for your team very well. And having you and Azix working together just so powerfully on these brawl, but not doing the sort of standard Rhine Zarya brawl was an absolute pleasure to see. I'm curious, what do you know going into the tournament that you had what you thought was this is our team comp, this is what we're going to do, and drilling it pretty exclusively, or were you planning for a variety of things and then said, oh hey, this is working out great?
I mean, oh yeah, sure. I mean, we definitely knew this was what we were gonna play, but I mean, it's not like we haven't been playing specifically this brawl for that long, but we've always played a little bit of brawl in scrims, like on King's Row and stuff, right, Essex?
I mean,
Yep.
who doesn't play brawl in scrims? It's
Yeah.
that's always the like. Okay, let's just do a bit of brawl. No, it's always a good time. So no, but that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And I'm just sort of curious, and also chat. I want to invite you all to ask any questions you feel like. But Fel, my last question is: you've been in this tournament for 6 days, a number of matches I can't even properly count. What has your favorite moment been out of the whole time? The one that you're going to remember and treasure?
Oh, dude, I actually had a really good moment. I can't think of it right now. I'm gonna be completely honest, but I mean, there were some funny moments. I enjoyed getting booped off by the enemy Lucio like 20 billion times. That was you know he was putting on an performance.
Oh
That
yeah,
was entertaining.
joy. That's what joy feels like.
Yeah, enjoyed with yeah.
Well, thank you very much then, and I really appreciate you taking the time for this interview. If you've got anything else to say, or I can move on to Azix.
No, I'm fine. Just well
Alright.
played, all the teams. Yeah, go ahead.
Well played to yourself as well. Azix, we are on to you. So, my first question, because I feel like I got the general tank strategy out with Elba L, but were you an Orisa main before, or was this more of an adaptation to the patch before the most recent one?
Before this patch, I actually have never played Orisa before. I
I
just
was stuck
started
on
playing
Orisa
Orisa.
Yale.
Yeah, he was the one stuck on Orisa Yale. I just started playing Orisa now.
How has it been feeling? What are your thoughts on Orisa as someone who had never played her before?
I cannot say I had fun, but it's just an easy hero, so it allows you to think about more like stuffs and shot calling.
No. That is absolutely the nice part of Orisa, being able to sit back. At least sometimes you definitely played a more brawly Orisa as is done with the modern meta, but you got a little more ability to think and observe and try to play a bit strategically, which I saw you all doing really well. Were you the main shot caller for the team?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I don't feel like I see that as often from the off tank, but I felt like you did it really well. Your team had tremendous focus and just very effectively done. So I'm wanted to ask one more thing just before I head off. Our team had managed to beat a Blom Opal before. Well, what was the mentality going into that game? How were you feeling?
We were feeling confident. We were, I'm gonna say it, scared of Doomfist. because it's just this hero that can turn fights when he has cooldowns. So we were really thinking, we know they're gonna run Doomfist. What do we do to counter that? So we struggled on Lijiang, but I think we got it really good on the rest of the maps.
I mean, clearly you won the rest of the maps, and in many cases very handily with these tremendously powerful time banks. So no, that was an absolute delight to see that way. So yeah, no, I mean, Liu Zhang, what did you? So was it just the Doom, or was there something else? How were you feeling after that?
Uh, I mean, after the map, we were just feeling confident. Just reset mindset. It doesn't matter. It's just one of those. We're 1-1. But we knew Lijiang was their strongest map, so we kind of knew beforehand that they were probably gonna win that. But we
Yeah.
just focused on
Aztecs
the rest of
actually
the map.
wanted to ban it, but then I was like, no, we should ban whatever. We banned Busan because that's not our best map. And we probably should have banned Lijiang. That was probably a bad call on my part. Aztecs definitely had a right call there because we ended up getting kind of rolled there.
No, I mean that's the hard part of prediction. Well, thank you very much, Azix, and I'm going to move on to Rafi for our final interview.
Hello.
Hello, Rafi. Thank you for your time, and I just wanted to say, we all appreciated it. How were you feeling during that Torb Hammer 1v1? What was going through your mind?
I was pretty excited, very scared. It was everything was on the line. I had a strong killer mindset going into that 1v1 and came out on top, beating the other Torb.
Hey, that's what counts. Who cares about the hook? You beat the 12 in the real hammer duel of the century. Full credit to you. No, just speaking as the caster who was not seeing match chat and just watching this and trying to figure out, wait, are they actually going to do it? Because we thought, oh, maybe it'll be, some 12 beam picks. No, when we realized you were actually going to have the duel, that was a moment to end it on. An absolute delight. So thank you for showing us all that.
You're welcome.
No. Thinking about a little more, less fun, more analysis. Looking at the teams in the tourney, was there anyone you think could have beaten you had they gotten to the grand finals? Was there anyone that you were really worried about having to face off against?
I think Benchwarmers Light is a very strong team, and I highly doubt any other team would have beaten us. We are
Although I'm gonna step up here. We lost from console to decent player on the group stage. So I think that would be probably the only one because that's the only match we've lost.
No, that's fair. I'm sorry. I'd admit I'd forgotten that you had lost that one because from console to decent player sadly had to drop out for health reasons. So as much as we remember them fondly, they were not able to face you off in the finals.
Yeah.
So no.
I was gonna say I think we definitely had a decent shot. They run a lot of Pharah and stuff, and I think we really midway through the tournament realized we have to figure out how to counter Pharah, and I think we got way better at it as the tournament went on. That's what I was gonna say.
We saw some powerful Pharah plays this tournament. I admit, I particularly think of some of what Flame Dio pulled, just seeing how people were able to use it. Now, to anyone, but I'm nominally interviewing Rafi at the moment, so I'm really curious in particular. You mentioned observing what the weakest map for all your enemies were. How did you think about doing research and preparing for these matches?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I think it's a smart tactic. It makes you stronger. It makes you know what you're against. And you have a little advantage before even the game starts. And it's always good to have such tactics and IDs in your back pocket.
Yeah.
No, that awesome. Thank you all very much, and It seems like I have not gotten any serious questions from the chat, but I do want to know that they do very much appreciate you all, and I also appreciate getting to see you and getting to see you all play. It's been fun. I was there casting when you were playing against Black Bears, and it's been a delight to see you throughout this tournament. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Q.
And cut.